Hi guys, good morning. Good morning. We are on day 2 of Tennessee versus Blaise Taylor, and day 1 was a whirlwind. So we're about to get into it. We have some skip time where we can skip things like the lunch break. But I also wanted to point out, if you guys, like myself, if you're like me, and found it a bit difficult to keep up with all the names and the timestamps being thrown out yesterday, I always throw timestamps in my streams when the days are done if you want to go back and revisit any testimony. And I've really got to show love to Lexi the Law Nerd. You should know Lexi the Law Nerd already. When she is following a trial, she does these incredible notes that recap like everything that happened of importance during opening statements. This is her opening statements from both parties thread. And then she also did a thread going through all of the bullet points from the witness testimony yesterday. And it's just, she does incredible job taking notes, getting the names correct, and also noting important things like quotes, timestamps, what was going on when. So both of these threads that she did yesterday for day 1 are linked in the description if you want to go and read through them and figure out, hey, everything was kind of messy yesterday. I think it's just so helpful. So shout out to Lexi. I don't know if she's in here, but she pops in. Yeah, there she is. I see her in here. So she does such an incredible job. So go check that out. It's super helpful. And then during the lunch break, that's why I was like a little bit late. I didn't completely get this done, so it's a little formatted, ugly. But I did try to put together everything from a timeline. So the pre-incident context, the timeline of the different phone calls and the dinner visits. So I'm going to try to get this published with a public link, and we can go over it at lunch and try to get ourselves oriented. And of course, I'll update it as we get more testimony through day 2. So we're going to make this easy to follow the messy details. Yesterday, the 2 biggest things that are on my mind that I want to find out is what's actually going on with this toxicology stuff. There was a mention that there might have been fentanyl present, and that possibly with the metabolism, that the cocaine, that's where we have the fatal amount, right? That's where we think this cause of death is really stemming from, this large amount of cocaine. The way it was metabolized seems to suggest, based on argument from the defense team, we haven't heard from a toxicologist, that the cocaine would have been ingested very close in time to an alcoholic beverage because of coca-methylene metabolites being present. Now, I need somebody to explain to me how that works. I need an expert. I need an expert for that. But I'm curious because of what we heard. So that's where I'm going to end my opinion on that because I don't know more. But it piqued my curiosity. The other thing I want to know is what the heck is going on with, you have this friends group from Arkansas. Jade has this friends group from Arkansas. And Nijaiha Jackson's part of that. Apple Demi's part of that. And Apple Demi dated Blaise 6 years before this all happened. Like, it just, small world. Just feels like a really small world. And so I want to hear more about all of that, and I'm just trying to piece it together. So let me know what you think is the most interesting thing so far, what you want to hear about the most, what you need these attorneys on both sides or either side to present to you to solve some gaps for you. And let's get into day 2. We have captions today. That's awesome. And let me know if you like the volume.
Anything for the jury for this?
Your Honor, if I could address this to the court.
All right, this is Attorney Joshua Brand.
We had previously filed a motion limiting number 13 relating to interjection to demeanor evidence. We had heard that back in January. Your Honor has denied that motion with, in my notes, an indication that it was something we could raise again as an objection during trial. I would just like to review our objection to what we have described as demeanor evidence, essentially evidence and argument relating to that Mr. Taylor's demeanor, his reaction to traumatic situations is evidence of guilt. It has become apparent during this trial that a part of, maybe even a significant part of the state's case is that Mr. Taylor's reaction to this situation, the contrast of his reaction to Ms. Jackson's reaction, is going to be part of their argument as evidence of guilt. It is our position that that is complex and potentially highly unreliable, and even under a 403 analysis, highly and substantially, more substantially prejudicial and probative evidence, and we would ask that further introduction of that evidence not be allowed in this case. So we'd just like to renew that objection.
Okay. Does the state have other witnesses that you think is relevant to ask them what Mr. Taylor's reaction to things were?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's that?
Well, it would be, for one, the next witness, Sergeant Smith, as
Do you think the jury's, do you think, asking this based on what Mr. Brandon's argument is, the state wants to argue at the end of the case that because of his reaction, he's guilty?
Your Honor, it's all part and parcel of the evidence in the case, a witness's observation of an individual.
Right. I mean,
Direct
the observations is one thing, but then looking at the motion they filed previously, lack of remorse, here he effed up. I mean, is that getting into lay opinions about psychological issues? I mean, everybody concludes it by saying, or that doesn't mean anything. Everybody acts differently. I'm just wondering about the relevancy versus the prejudice. I'm okay with demeanor. I'm just saying, you then I can't, Mr. Grant, anticipate every question they're going to ask about that, but I guess I just tell the state you've had a number of witnesses reflect that, so just don't cross into conveying to the jury what that supposedly means. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, let the jury step down. And who is the next witness?
Sergeant James Smith.
They're done talking. We can skip this.
Just hang tight. Few need to come up and they need to take a short break.
By the way, I didn't have time last night, but I do want to denoise. We watched 2 different body cams yesterday, but they were kind of difficult to hear what Blaise was saying. So when I get a chance, I want to denoise those and maybe re-listen so we can hear better. Not that the jury would be able to do that, but they had a transcript, so.
All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let the record reflect all the jurors are here and the president. If you'll step up, please, sir. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear to testify you're about to give us the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
James Smith,
Oh my
J-A-M-E-S.
gosh. Oh, he is good with microphones. Bad for my ears. Sorry, guys. That attorney's gonna be quiet, though, compared to him.
S-M-I-T-H.
And by whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
For nearly 13 years.
What are your current duties and assignments?
I'm currently a patrol sergeant over at the East Precinct.
And how long have you been assigned to East Precinct as a patrol sergeant?
At East Precinct, patrol sergeant, I've been there since 2025.
And during your career with the police department, what positions have you held and were been assigned to?
I have started off my career as a patrol officer, was transferred to East Investigations as a detective for precinct level, and then a detective over the Domestic Violence Division.
And how long were you a detective with the Domestic Violence Division?
3.5 years.
In the month of February, particularly February 25th, 26th, and thereafter, of the year 2023, what was your assignment?
At Domestic Violence Division.
What does that division do? What are its responsibilities?
Domestic Violence Division's primary objective is really to assist the victims through the criminal justice system or through advocacy centers with our partners in the community. As a detective, we would do preliminary investigations and follow-up investigations to assist the victims of domestic violence incidents.
And are there other such units in the police department?
Specialized units?
Specialized units?
Yes, sir.
And does the domestic violence unit encompass dealing with homicides?
We're not the primary investigation unit that's involved in the homicides, but we do assist the homicide unit.
Now, to direct your attention to the late evening, perhaps early morning hours, February the 25th and 26th of 2023, were you assigned and were asked to respond to a call to the Vanderbilt University Emergency Department Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
You recall approximately when you were notified that your assistance was needed?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact time I was called. I know at some point a supervisor from Domestic Violence Division contacted me between February 25th and 26th to respond out to an incident that occurred.
Was it at nighttime?
Yes, it was.
And where were you when you received the call?
I was at home.
And, pardon me, were you on call?
I was on call.
And so, did you get dressed and go to
Yes.
Vanderbilt?
Yeah, on-call status in the sense of we typically have an hour to respond from the time we're called to respond to the incident scene or wherever it could be.
And with respect to responding and having information, did you have any general information of what the call was about?
Any general information was given to me by the patrol supervisor. Initially, when I received the phone call, very basic until making contact with the primary officer on scene.
And so when you arrived, you recall approximately when it was you arrived at the Vanderbilt Medical Center?
It'll be sometime after 11 p.m. or 11:30 p.m. that evening.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers of the Metropolitan Police Department present?
There was, at least I saw one, but yes.
You recall who that first officer you saw was?
It was Officer Lindsay Fish.
And was she essentially at that time in charge of the scene?
At Vanderbilt Hospital, she was on scene. She was my primary contact throughout this incident.
And were there other officers there that eventually saw him?
There were at least one that I might have seen, but I never made contact with those officers.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you ever have any
No.
interaction with anyone other than Officer Fish?
No, my primary contact was with Officer Fish.
Now, upon arriving, speaking with Officer Fish, were you directed to one or more individuals who might have information about the matter?
Yes, I was.
And when you initially arrived, did you speak to or see any physician, any doctor or nurse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive information from that individual?
Yes.
And either initially or at some point, did the name Jade Benning rise?
Yes, sir.
And did you initially see that individual?
I did.
Now, describe that to us if you could.
When I arrived, I try to make contact with the victim. At this point, the victim was on a higher level floor. She was intubated, unable to respond, unresponsive, in a room that I could observe from outside. I never actually entered the room, but I was advised by medical personnel, her condition.
And by observing her, was there any reason for you to go into the room at that time? Or try to interview her? Was she in any condition for that?
No, she was not.
After doing that, what was your next step?
After that, after my observation of Miss Benning, I went back downstairs. I think my first contact or person I interviewed was actually with Miss Nijaiha Jackson. Sorry if I mispronounced her first name, but it was Miss Jackson.
Ms. Jackson. I sometimes have that same issue. Where was Miss Jackson when you first came into contact with her?
She was in the lobby area or in the near the front entrance or such, basically on the first floor of Vanderbilt's Medical Center, basically ER area.
Just want to ask, upon seeing Miss Benning, was she anyone you had ever seen before?
No, I
Miss Jackson, had you ever seen her before?
no,
Upon initially laying eyes on her, what were your observations? Could you describe how she appeared?
Miss Jackson,
Miss Jackson.
she appeared worried, concerned. I won't say frantic or anything, but in a state where, I mean, she had a friend that was in a condition that she was worried about.
Now, at that time, did you know whether or not Miss Jackson had been interviewed or spoken to by any other officer?
I don't recall if anybody actually said they spoke to her, but I think she was asked Officer Fish if she could bring her to me.
Okay. And we certainly won't go into what she told you, but did you speak with her and receive information from her?
I did.
And approximately how long was that interaction?
Can't give the exact time, probably 20 minutes.
And based upon receiving that information from her, what did you do next?
After speaking to Miss Jackson, I asked Officer Fish where she showed me where Mr. Blaise Taylor was, and I asked if he could come back and speak with me as well.
And did you come into contact with an individual whom you learned to be Blaise Taylor?
I did.
And is that individual here in the room today?
He is.
Would you please identify or describe what he is wearing and where he is sitting?
From my point of view, he's to my right. He's in a blue suit blazer with a tie, light blue, diagonal stripes across.
All right, that's where he is identified and indicated Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Right. Where was Mr. Taylor when you first saw him?
On my first arrival, I was pointing out that he was seated near the
Thank you,
front
Allison,
door,
for the super.
entrance to the ER area, near the lobby.
Was there anyone with him?
No.
What, if anything, did he appear to be doing? Pardon me.
He was seated. He was on his cell phone.
Did you go over and introduce yourself?
I don't recall if I introduced myself or if I had him, Officer Fish, bring him to me to introduce myself.
I want to ask, you're here today in a coat and tie. Is that how you would have been, or at least casual dress that night?
Typical response is business casual, which I would have either a blazer or a vest to cover, which by policy is to cover our badge and gun.
The reason I ask that is, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
And is there any reason for not having one as a detective?
Typically, my thought is that we don't wear typically a body-worn camera as a detective during this time, or at that time, because typically uniforms and body-worn cameras deter people from talking to police. In the sense, it was plain clothes, business casual, vests, identify as an officer or detective, but we usually have the audio recorder on us.
I was going to ask, do you have something, though, on your person to record interviews,
Yeah.
conversations,
Yes, sir. It would have been a digital audio recorder,
but no video?
no video.
So, upon your initial interaction with Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, did you do and where did you go?
There was a We went to a private room, I believe it's held for chapel services at Vanderbilt on the first floor. It's unlocked, but we entered there, and that's why I spoke to Mr. Taylor.
Now, aside from Officer Fish and Ms. Jackson, perhaps some of the medical personnel, had you spoken to anyone else prior to interviewing Mr. Taylor?
Prior to Mr. Taylor, no.
And were you or were you not aware that there were perhaps other individuals at the location concerned about Ms. Benning?
I did.
So,
Well, there is a time, I can't recall the timeline. There were, yes, there were individuals. I did speak to, prior to Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benning's stepmother, and as well as over the phone, her mother, birth mother, and maybe a brief interaction with some friends, but I don't think I actually spoke to them until after Mr. Taylor.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this question, was that interview recorded with Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, yes, it was.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording, copy recording of that interview?
Yes, I have.
With perhaps the volume enhanced somewhat?
Yes.
Is this
And
going to be
you
that
also
loud
had an
video?
opportunity to review a transcript prepared from that recorded interview.
I did.
Your Honor, if I might ask
All right, show that to you.
that a copy of the transcript in this envelope be passed to the witness. Sergeant Smith, if you would open the envelope and see if that contains a tag on it that would indicate. Just,
So Sergeant James or J. Smith, USB flash drive.
and the transcript that's been handed, have you reviewed that, and is that a fair and accurate transcription of what is on the USB?
Yes.
All right, I would move those be introduced as the next number exhibit, lead number 9, of number 8.
Yeah, A, sorry, A and B.
And would ask to publish the recorded interview, and with the court's permission, we have prepared hopefully sufficient copies for everyone.
All right, go ahead and pass those out here.
All right, let's. If they say anything important while we lower the volume, I'll recite it. But apparently, Factual Lie gave us a warning that this video comes in quite loudly. Oh, they want to approach. Which we won't hear anyway, so. What was a quick approach? Like a minute and a half? Not even?
All right, go ahead. You wanting to play this now?
Yes, Your Honor, if it could be published.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, like I said previously, if you hear something different from your recollection of what's being played, then you rely on that instead of the transcript. Okay.
Oh, that would have been so loud. Thank you, Factual Lie. right, so she came by. She made grilled chicken Alfredo. We're doing good.
So Frank came by with another man.
Friend came by with another man.
We're there for a little bit, and then, they would just come and pick up food, and, they stayed in conversation for a little bit. After that, we were just kind of hanging out, and then, she started not to feel well. Things just kind of escalated very quickly. It was just like kind of like panic, like adrenaline pumping, like things were too much for very well. And then I called my dad, and I just told him like, hey, I'm with Jade. I was like, I don't know what to do. She's not feeling well. This and that. He was like, call 911. So I called 911. They got on the phone and.
All right, we're going to run that back and try to listen because this is when he's about to say what happened right before he called 911. I think he's saying it was escalating quickly. She was on the bed and then called my dad. Then he says, call 911.
Just told him like, hey, I'm with Jade. I was like, I don't know what to do. She's not feeling well. This and that. He was like, call 911. So I called 911. They got on the phone and told me exactly what to do. I did everything they asked me to do. Then waited, until the paramedics came. They came and we just like hurried over here, and it was all like blood and everything was coming. So quickly, dancing to coming out to, her getting really sick very quickly, and we had to call the ambulance. It was really awesome.
But no, was there any argument or?
Oh, no, sir. So we're really good.
How long you guys have been dating?
So we started dating back in August, and then we took a break, and then been dating pretty much since I'd say probably around like after Christmas, like January, until now, like we see each other probably 2 to 3 times a week.
Okay. I heard she's pregnant.
Yes, pregnant girl, a daughter.
So basically, you're having date night. You come over there at 7.
Yes.
Why did it get louder? Okay, so he's telling this sergeant that she threw up. That's when he calls his dad.
Where's she going? On the bed? Like, is it, what kind of bedrooms are there? It's just a two-bed. The other bed don't have a bed or anything. Okay, so she threw up on the bed? Yeah. Okay. So she wanted to lay on somebody to that's when I called my dad.
Call 911 immediately.
Alright, so she comments on the bed, you're calling your dad, you call 911 at that point. Obviously you guys had that chicken Alfredo at one point. Did she have anything to drink? No, there was no alcohol. Well, I mean, just would it be a reason that she would try to accuse you of anything? Have you guys had any recent arguments?
Not at all.
Okay.
I mean, we definitely want to put it in that we really don't argue, we communicate very well.
Okay.
I mean, like we get along with each other and work together and stuff. Like, we've never, since January, we really haven't had any really disagreements. I was already at home.
Okay. Did you know she called Miss Jackson?
Oh yeah, Nijaiha, yeah, because she wanted, she called her. I was there, she called her, and I spoke to Nijaiha on the phone.
Okay.
And told Nijaiha that she was not going to come over.
Okay.
She wasn't feeling well.
Okay.
So,
Any reason why she would make any accusations to Miss Jackson about you?
no, not at all. I mean, she was, at the time that I was willing to her, she was just,
What kind of behavior was she when she got sick? Do you remember?
so, she wasn't feeling well. She was trying to, like, she wanted to go down, and then she was, like, kind of, I don't know, like, she was just all kind of, like, in a manic, panic, like, I don't know, she wasn't, like, really looking at me, but she was talking to me, and then she was kind of talking to me, not sure, but, like, she just wasn't, like, I don't know, she was just kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it, but she wasn't really looking this way and talking to me, and like, I don't know, she was trying to get to her bed because she wants to lay down, so, I don't know.
She taking any like medication?
Not that I know of. I do know I've been in contact with my mom, and so her mom told me that she did test positive for COVID.
Okay.
When she got here, I didn't know that she had COVID. We didn't know that she had COVID.
Gotcha. So you just found out that she had COVID and such?
Yeah, I just talked to her.
Recently had COVID.
Really stressed. I'm just tired. It's been I really don't do well. I kind of spin this stomach.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has a different, when it comes to, I mean, when it comes to like experiences like this, people have different reactions and stuff, and some people don't understand why people have certain reactions that, because they're just comparing to themselves. So there could be some, there's, there's sense of what we respond to and such. But then, you know, my reaction is not always good. On these officers' reaction, you know, we're usually calm, cool, collected in that sense. So it's just, what's that? What's your phone number? 865-773-5738. But you don't live with her? No, sir. I do not. I stay at her place. Overnight, she stayed at my place. But we don't live together. Gotcha. That's what I pretty much got. But you, any reason you don't know any reason why she would try to say if you were trying to harm her in any way? No, I just think not. So I think Nijaiha is kind of like trying to find. I think she was kind of in shock and like she's been very distraught. We all have been. I feel like she's just kind of directed there at me without the last person for her. But I'm like, I did everything possible to, you know, in this situation. I don't know how to call it 911, help and do exactly what they tell me to do into the professional people back there. Yeah. But then when they got there, they, you know, they told me, you know, let them handle it because I was trying to control her. She wouldn't do that. Yeah. Alright. I was just double checking. Our relationship has gotten a lot better. Like, we pretty much decided on like the name of the child and everything. What we're gonna do about her, all that kind of stuff. Did you clean up or anything afterwards? No. Okay. She, after we ate, she was kind of tidying it up a little bit. That's it. Okay. Tidying up and then, but, you know, I just feel like they're told me like to wipe them out and stuff like that. Okay, so you're playing on her, nothing around the apartment itself. We just folded it like that. Okay. So my medics basically got there. He was, yeah, I was kind of nobody. I mean, I guess there's always been a lot, but nobody, to my knowledge, has been here since we left. Okay. Is it? Gotcha. It's an apartment, right? Yeah. Okay. Where's her drink? Or her cup? It should be. I think she put them in maybe. Okay. What kind of cup was it? Just glass. I think it was just glass. Just a glass. Okay. Just clear glass. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I go over to her apartment and get that glass, there's nothing going to be, and I run it through her lab, there's nothing going to be in that glass? No. Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I just have.
All right. So we have like seen contamination issues in this case where things were taken out of the apartment before the police were able to go and search the scene and do a proper investigation. And something that's been sitting with me is on cross-examination of the stepmother yesterday. The stepmother had said during direct, like, oh, the friends were going to go back over the house and there was something about a candle burning. And on cross, when asked, she's like, oh, I think it was Nijaiha. that I heard about this candle thing. And I don't know, spidey senses went off for me a little bit, wondering, well, why would there have been a candle still burning there this whole time? Why would Nijaiha know that if she hadn't been over at the house? She didn't seem to go inside the apartment. She went right up to the ambulance when she arrives. So if she's so far removed from the point in time where she would have been at Jade's apartment, like, it just didn't really make sense to me that this person would have had the knowledge that there was a candle, and I was wondering if it could have been an excuse to go back over to that apartment. And now this cop already seems interested in looking for a glass. Like, he's already asking about a glass. Are they going to find it? Because I think the defense says, no, they're not going to find this glass.
There's nothing going to be, and I run it through our lab, there's nothing going to be in that glass? No. Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I just have to go through everything, just make sure. Interview with Blaise Taylor, boyfriend of the victim here at Vanderbilt. Today's date is 2/26/23. Time is 02:40 hours.
Well, let's hear him speak. I'll turn the volume back up.
You can pass those documents back.
All right, so they're collecting the transcripts from the jury. Guys, I'm going to try to denoise that, and I'll upload them as standalones, but maybe we could talk about it tomorrow too, like on a lunch break, see if we can hear that a little better.
Okay.
Sergeant Smith, in the course of this interview, were you and Mr. Taylor standing, sitting, since we don't have the video, I was just going to ask.
We were sitting.
And the individual who came in the room briefly,
Mm-hmm.
you said was Ms. Benning's stepmother, would that have been Ms. Browning?
The individual that came in, that was speaking the female voice, that was actually Officer Fish.
Officer Fish, no. Now, with respect to this interview and police involvement,
Mm-hmm.
initially you told Mr. Taylor that you're not being treated as a suspect or anything.
Yes, sir.
And was he under arrest at that time?
No, he wasn't.
Was he in custody?
No, he wasn't.
The reason I ask that is, from all of the TV shows, the first thing that happens is, oh, you have the right to remain silent. Is that required?
No, it's not.
And why not?
Typically, criminal activity is involved once you're placed someone in arrest. To ask any questions involving that criminal act, you have to Mirandize them.
Was that the circumstance here?
No, it wasn't.
And in fact, when the interview, the discussion ended, Mr. Taylor go back to,
He was allowed
There you go.
freely to leave. He was, I don't know if he remained at the hospital, but I believe I left before even he did.
did you at any time replace him in handcuffs or have him officially detained?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to ask the jury has heard this and heard some of the questions you asked Mr. Taylor. Were those questions as a result of your having interviewed Ms. Taylor? I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. And having information from her.
Some of the questioning to Ms. Jackson was having Mr. Taylor's second interview or towards that with hers. Yes.
Okay. In other words, questions were based on information you had.
Been provided. Yeah.
Now, one of the things you said that in asking about the glass
Mm-hmm.
in the apartment, and you said, I believe, I will go to the apartment.
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
And why or why not?
So to make entry into the apartment as a residential habitation, it requires a search warrant. A search warrant doesn't end at my level as a detective. I have to go through my chain of command, which involves the supervisor, which would have been the domestic violence sergeant at the time. The information that was given to me provided their statements, and I think there was additional information that we had not secured that apartment yet. Officers were not at her apartment. There was information that people had been in the apartment. And because that I relay that information to my supervisor, it has to be approved. A search warrant has to be approved by a supervisor first, which at that time, shortly after, I was told that I would not be completing a search warrant that night.
And did you go to the apartment that night? Did you ever go to the apartment yourself?
I did not.
At some point, did the homicide unit become involved?
They did.
And what is the homicide unit? Just brief overview. What do they do that's different from what you do?
They're a specialized unit that typically just deal with the criminal homicides, any forms, first any type of homicide, as well as any possible or potential where a victim may see to perish or be deceased, that they would investigate those.
How long were you at Vanderbilt Medical Center? We know at 2:40 a.m., 02:40 is when the interview with Mr. Taylor ended, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What, if anything, did you do after that other than inquiring about a search warrant?
I don't know. I can't recall how much longer I was there at Vanderbilt. After that, after inquiring about the search warrant, it was denied. And then likely going back to the office. Basically, there's a procedure where we type up a narrative of what happened and what we did that night, which goes through my chain of command. So it been a couple hours before I even went home.
Before you left Vanderbilt Medical Center, did one or more homicide detectives arrive?
No, they did not arrive.
So when you left, was Officer Fish still there?
I believe so.
And did you speak to Mr. Taylor again before you left that morning?
I don't recall ever.
Or have any conversation with him since then until this day?
No, I did not.
Were there any one or more other individuals that you spoke to at the hospital, if you recall? Now you told us about Miss Brown, the stepmother.
Mm-hmm. Besides Ms. Brown, there were several friends that showed up. I only recall one name being Miss Lauren Weber. I briefly spoke to them, and they were she stated that she had entered that apartment prior to police securing the scene or anything.
Did you receive any items of evidence or any personal property from anyone there at the scene?
She shared a photograph.
And did you share that ultimately with part of the case file that's been provided to the
Yeah.
defense counsel?
When homicide took over the investigation, it was provided to their unit.
And if you can recall, what was the photograph of?
I could recall it appeared to be a table and had a couple glasses, cups on them.
Prior to your, essentially, the case being turned over to the homicide unit, or perhaps even after it was, did you do anything else with respect to Miss Benning at the hospital?
Yes. Once I was informed that homicide would be taking over the investigation, I was asked to assist them. This was the same day, I believe it was February 26th of 23, saying that a couple hours after the initial response, to assist them in the investigation as they would obtain a search warrant for the residence, and I was asked to type a draft for a search warrant for blood draw from Miss Benning.
And did you do that?
I did.
And was that done in reference with paperwork and?
Yeah, again, with the search warrant itself, an affidavit was provided to my supervisors, the search warrant was approved. I went down to the night court to have a magistrate who granted the search warrant. From that point, I went to Vanderbilt Hospital, where Miss Benning was a medical personnel, which either nurse or doctor would take the vials, as 2 vials for the blood draw, provide them with a search warrant. They did the blood draws. The blood draws go into a property box that gets turned into a refrigerator and a property box for preservation.
Present to observe the blood draw.
I did.
And once, just to refresh, to 2 tubes, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And were those handed directly to you?
Yes, they were.
And is it packaged?
Yeah, I would package them, do a property sheet to turn into property, and then typically after, at some point, I was asked to do what is called search warrant return, which is basically stating a receipt of what actually I received from that search warrant was the 2 vials of blood, and then a judge had signed off that return, and and then a copy of that return was given to homicide.
And is that standard operating procedure?
It is.
All right, please, court, may I ask that this group of photographs be passed over as the council is reviewed? Sergeant Smith has been handed a collection of photographs. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
I have.
And you recognize what is contained, depicted in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Are asked those be introduced as what were exhibit 9, witness 1, and be published to the juries that I can ask Sergeant Smith about them.
You need the hard copy?
Well, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, Sergeant Smith, you see on your screen, what is that a photograph of?
So it's a box that we use when we do blood draws. That's provided by usually a property or evidence room. Top, that left-hand corner is my name. The division I was in, or bureau, DVDs, domestic violence, and incident.
Speak up,
number.
because I know you're turned away
Yeah.
from me. I was going to ask the name. We got it.
Yeah. So
Bureau, division.
name, bureau, division, complaint number, or the incident number itself. This goes to our property and evidence department because it is blood. It gets the biohazard sticker on there.
Now, I don't think we've got to the point of asking about an incident number or complaint number.
Mhm.
What is the purpose of that, and how is that assigned to a matter?
Any call for service that we receive gets assigned a complaint or incident number. It's basically for a report that we can basically attach it to a report that we can reference the case to.
And is reports, items of evidence, things that come in, are they all theoretically placed under that same complaint number?
Yes, they are.
Now, what is this photograph of? You referenced it being a box.
Yeah. So the boxes use the barcode itself. That's done by the property room. I wouldn't have done that, but the box itself is a white box that contains the 2 vials and paperwork that typically goes in with all blood draws. Majority of times you would see these. We would use these for DUI, search warrants, blood draws, and so the back of it is, once everything is contained inside the box, it would be sealed, those red or kind of tape, so they would seal it, and we have to notate our initials and the date that we basically had sealed it.
And it is 2/27/2023, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
What is this document?
So this is a Form 110. It is a property sheet. as you see in the top right, there's a barcode. Any property receives a barcode that basically can be categorized with our property and evidence division. The middle section would have typically the owner or victim information, basically whose property it belongs to. The last section on here shows the property being the box itself, the blood alcohol toxicology evidence collection kit, which would involve the 2 vials of blood, but it's one complete kit itself.
Under the same complaint number.
Yes, sir.
You
So,
referenced, I'm sorry,
Oh,
you
yeah.
referenced a few
Yeah.
moments ago that it's the standard one that's used for commonly DUI arrests.
yes,
And so is the form also commonly used for that?
yes.
And this form,
This form is included with the blood kit itself. Basically, as you can see, requesting individual information would be myself, an incident number, date, time, or offense. If there's any charges, so who the Miss Benning's name's on there as the subject that we were drawing the blood from, her information, date was collected, time collected, and by who is done by the medical staff. Since this was not a breath alcohol result or like an actual DUI, those things are not checked or NA. And then it would be signed off by me, and since I collected it and I submitted it, I signed off as submitting evidence, and then the bottom part will be done by our crime lab.
and this photograph,
Those would be the 2 vials of blood that was drawn from Miss Benning.
the ones that were handed to you and
Yes, by
placed in the
medical.
box
Yes.
by you.
I observed the blood draw, and then they were handed to me after they were placed. I believe there's a label, initial under, I think the properties. The first barcode itself is, I believe that's the crime lab property room, and then there was a label underneath that I would put on there, or sign, and so, or my name, or her information.
And just a different view of the
Yeah.
same views. Just go to the blank screen.
Oh,
And once that box is delivered to the property room, and was it delivered to the property room?
so for blood draws, typically it has to go to a refrigerated property box. There's one at our DCSO's booking. It was dropped off there. It goes into this. There's a refrigerator. There's a box. It's a locked box that we can't have access to. Only property and evidence have access to it. Which we drop it in, and once it's in there, it's locked up until they collect it.
And again, standard procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. After you placed it in the lockbox, did you have any other contact with that
Yeah, I did.
box, in the tubes of blood or anything at all to do with it again?
No, sir.
No monitor. Those were exhibit, collected photos, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Make sure you have the right number.
So, Roger, what number did you say?
No,
Nine.
Yeah.
And there's no letters attached to this, right?
Beg your
There's
pardon?
no letters, it's just 9.
A through B or whatever they are. You have a,
But they are in that order.
you are,
Okay.
okay.
I think I may have already done that, but that's, all the questions I have.
All right, questions do we have, Mr. Taylor?
All right, cross-examination. And one thing when these crazy sounding like potato can interviews are played, if there's something relevant played in that interview, an attorney on either side, really for my benefit and hopefully for the jury's benefit, will ask specific questions about that dialogue. That way we can, even though it's hard to listen to, you can draw my attention to something critical that was said during that interview that maybe I didn't pick up on just because it was so hard to listen to. So let's see if the defense thinks anything was noteworthy to pull forward and does so.
May we have exhibits, State's Exhibits 9, A through D, as well as State's Exhibit 1, A and B, please? Detective James Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edward Jointer. People call me Ed. I'm going to be asking you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
If at any time you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to try to reorientate myself to some of your investigative actions. Okay?
Okay.
So, did you interview Ms. Andrea Browning before or after Mr. Taylor?
Ms. Browning, it would be before.
And I just wanted to clear that up because on the rep, I thought you said you interviewed Mr. Taylor before you interviewed Mrs. Browning.
No. I think when DA asked if I interviewed anybody before, I think initially I might have said no, but then I recalled saying I spoke to her stepmother, her mother briefly on the phone, and then Ms.
That is what
Jackson prior to
happened.
Mr. Taylor.
So, how many people did you speak to before you spoke with Mr. Taylor?
It would have been her, Ms. Benning's stepmother, mother was on the phone, and Ms. Jackson, besides Officer Fish and medical personnel.
Important.
Do you
Very
recall
important.
when you were speaking to Mrs. Bennett's stepmother, Mrs. Browning, that you told her that it was you all's intention to go to Ms. Jade Benning's home?
I don't recall. I don't know. I don't believe I actually have a recording of that interaction, so.
Would you like a transcript of that recording? Would it aid you in your testimony today?
Yeah.
Just one second.
I remember you've seen that before, it's bad.
Oh, he's got to review it. Let's see if he gets tired of reading like Mr. Jones did.
Okay, what is your question?
Did you have an opportunity to refresh your recollection? Or are you still looking at it?
I just got it, so I'm looking at it.
Okay. Page 7. Second. Condition from the bottom.
Okay.
And now that you've had an opportunity to refresh your recollection, do you recall telling Ms. Benning's stepmom that you all will go to her apartment?
Based off of this transcript, yeah.
I now want to turn your attention to, did you make a report in this matter?
What do you mean?
Like a report, did you generate like an office report, like a supplement, like a statement?
I did not generate the actual report. The only supplement that I would have done is an email that went through up to my chain of command.
And do you recall in that email, you stating that Hermitage patrol to secure the scene of 522 Lebanon Pike?
Yes.
And that's important, correct? To secure a scene?
If there's find any evidence.
Right. And just so the jury is clear, you talked about a search warrant.
Yes.
And you had talked about some of the protocols and procedures to secure a search warrant.
Yes.
Those same protocols and procedures does not exist to secure a scene, does it?
No.
In fact, a lot of times, a patrolman will secure a scene in anticipation of a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in your line of work, it's not uncommon for you to request a scene be secured, is it?
No.
Because you want to preserve the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you want to avoid contamination, correct?
Correct.
And so, on direct examination, you talked about how you interviewed a Lauren Weber.
Yes.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was a friend of Miss Nijaiha Jackson and Miss Benning?
Yes.
Did you also learn that Lauren Weber had entered into the apartment?
Yes.
And do you recall in that email that you sent to the state, you described the scene as contaminated?
I did.
And that's because they went into the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. Now,
So is that them?
Detective Smith, you say you've been with the department for 13 years.
Nearly. Yes.
Yeah. Do you recognize either of these individuals that are in this photo?
I do not. I do not, because I can't see their faces.
And if you observe this, you see
Gloves.
this black strip at the top of this photo?
Yes.
And then you see the black strip at the bottom of this photo?
So hold on, is this from that? Remember they showed us a picture of the camera sitting next to the sink? Is that this room? And like, would that camera be facing this direction? Is that where we have the still frame of two individuals walking in with gloves that are not law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be cropped to you? The photo itself?
Possibly. I don't know how it was scanned or.
But either way, you agreed with me that the scene was contaminated because they entered into the scene and removed items.
That's how I stated to my supervisor.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 1B. What would you describe this to be right here? If you can circle that for the jury. That blue, what would you describe that?
Believed to be a comforter or blanket.
And did you learn throughout your investigation that Ms. Benning had vomited on the bed?
Yeah, statements from Mr. Taylor, yes.
And you would agree with me that if there's evidence of vomit on that comforter, that is in fact evidence.
Yes.
They didn't
And
collect
it would be
it?
relevant to an investigation.
Yes, sir.
And it's definitely something you would want to preserve.
Yes, sir.
Why?
No.
If we had done a search warrant for or if I had done a search warrant for the resident itself, it's basically to collect any evidence towards the allegations that have been stated to prove if there was anything. If it was vomit, as he said, she vomit is basically to collect the comforter, get the vomit, run through the crime lab to see if there's anything within the vomit itself.
I want to now show you State's Exhibit number 9A.
Mm-hmm.
And you just testified that if you would have done it, you would have did it a certain way in reference to State's Exhibit 1B, correct?
Yes.
You stated that you would have followed protocols and procedures, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't have anything to do with the collection of any evidence from the home, did you?
No, sir.
Because that scene was contaminated and that wasn't a part of your duties, correct?
Well,
Did the
it
girls
seems
collect
I
it?
advised my supervisor was contaminated and search warrant was denied on my part. And then when homicide took it over, they're the ones that completed a search warrant for the residents.
So did the girls go in there and take the blanket and then turn it over to, right? Because it was like the girls go in, they give the stuff to Jade's mom, not the stepmom, but Jade's actual biological mother. And then she gets the stuff to law enforcement. It's kind of like the chain of handoff that we heard about yesterday. And maybe that doesn't apply to every single item, but that's generally what I heard. So do they ultimately, they do get this blanket, but the other girls are the ones going in and getting it? What? Or do we not have this blanket at all? This looks great. This is great. This is going great.
And so, to my question, you didn't do anything with the evidence at the home, correct?
No, sir.
So that doesn't have anything to do with you, does it?
No, sir.
And like you stated, if that you would have been involved, you would have followed all protocols and procedures as it related to collecting the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And so now I want to turn you to what you were involved in. You did collect this blood sample.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, can you circle that orange thing right there? Can you tell us what that is?
It's a biohazard sticker.
And what does that mean?
Basically, any bodily fluids, blood that could transfer anything, basically it's a safety precaution to show that this is what's in their box.
Detective James Smith, is vomit a bodily fluid?
Yes.
Now, the date of the collection on that was February 27th,
Yes, sir.
2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you were asked to get a blood drawn on 2/27/2023 when the medical episode happened 2 days prior?
Basically, the 25th occurred, 27th or 26th occurred, go back out. I was asked to assist homicide. During that time between coming back to the office, assisting homicide, getting a search warrant, going down to night court to get with the magistrate to obtain the blood, and once I received the blood and stuff, I would only sue by the time I got the blood and turned it in. It was at that. I don't have the time. I have to see the form, but show the time. But I believe it was at that time. It was February 27th when I turned it in.
And just so we're clear, what is the reason it was collected on the 27th and not the 25th?
Initially, how I initially responded, Vanderbilt collects their own blood. So they had their own sample, which I believe homicide had subpoena, did search warrant of that. When homicide took over this initial investigation from me, they asked me to collect it, to write up a search warrant to collect her blood samples. I believe that was 26, but it was late evening by the time I was back in the office assisting them doing that search warrant, and then by the time getting the search warrant granted and going collecting it, I would assume it would be the early mornings of the 27th.
Okay. And to be clear, you were not the first officer on the scene, correct?
No, it wasn't.
There was multiple officers that was there before you, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to orientate us back to Vanderbilt. You're there and you're interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Ms. Browning, Mrs. Benning's stepmother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Ms. Nijaiha Jackson in your interviews with her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Mr. Blaise Taylor in your interview with him, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to a Lauren Weber.
Yes, sir.
Did you record your interview with Lauren Weber?
No, I did not.
Oh,
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was the individual one of the individuals who went into the house after Ms. Benning had a medical episode?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that best practices would suggest that you recorded that interview?
It would, but there was a brief interaction, and they briefly told me that they obviously were witnesses to the incident or scene, or they did not go to dinner and such, and then just stated that they had been there, had collected some personal property of Ms. Benning.
Okay. Did you inventory that personal property?
No, they had handed, I believe that's what the property was handed to, I believe, stepmom.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was the real mom.
Some property was handed to stepmom because they did not have that property.
Okay. You need a drink of water?
Yeah.
I'll take a moment.
Now I don't even know where these personal items collected by non-law enforcement people that were wearing gloves in the home was sent to. Like, this is getting more confusing. which is great for this defense attorney. I really enjoy him because he has this approach. It reminds me of Keith Adams in the YSL trial. If you watch that, Keith Adams' approach was very sharp, very quick. The witness says something that seems confusing, and as a defense attorney, you go, oh, well, hold on, tell me more about that. Go ahead. And you just let them clarify, and the clarification never actually comes. And you can let the observer, the juror, sit there and go, well, this is making less sense. And that's helpful for the defense, where reasonable doubt is helpful. And I think he's very effective here, Mr. Edward or Ed Jointer.
So, you learned that Lauren Weber took some photographs or a photo.
Yeah.
Do you have that photo?
I do not.
What happened to it?
If any photo would have been handed to homicide, or it would have been on, it should have been put into our computer, or it would have been in the case file, or, like, I don't have it personally on me.
Do you recall how that photograph was given to you?
Recall?
Yeah.
Possibly airdrop to me?
And would it have been airdropped on your personal phone or a work phone?
Should have been a work phone.
Do you have that work phone?
I do not.
Detective Smith, is any case ever personal to you?
Personal?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean personal?
By personal, I mean when you're working, you're operating in a professional capacity. It's not personal, it's a professional capacity.
So what is your question?
My question is, was there anything different about this case than any other case that you have conducted that would have made it personal to you?
No, sir.
Now, at some point you learned that this could have been the result of a possible poisoning or drug, correct?
Yes.
And as a law enforcement officer for the past 13 years, have you ever encountered any overdose cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware that over 3/4 of the overdose deaths in Nashville was for fentanyl in 2023?
How do we get that?
He's
Do you
mad.
know any statistics on deaths in Nashville about fentanyl?
No, I don't.
He doesn't.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge almost lost it on that one. Because you're not supposed to bring in statistics.
Now, when you had the opportunity to interview,
Like, if he started his question the way the judge asked the question, saying, are you familiar with any statistics? Well, maybe some of them. All right, well, then we can talk about it a little bit. But you're kind of injecting a stat in your question, and it crosses the line into testifying.
Mr. Taylor, you stated that you were in plain clothes,
Yes.
but he knew you was a police officer.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you asked him to step into a private room.
Yes, sir.
Did he comply with that?
Yes, sir.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, he did.
At one point, he described himself as adrenaline, and you said, I can see.
Do you have a copy of the transcript that says that?
Yes, it's the one the state handed you. Did you give it back?
Yeah.
It's that nice.
Thanks, sir. Do you happen to have the page?
Sure, let me orientate you to page 13 at the very top.
Okay.
What's your question?
Good.
Yeah.
At some point, you told Mr. Taylor that you could see that he was shocked or in shock.
All it says is I see I. So I'm not sure if it's referencing to him being shocked or what it's referencing to.
But you would agree with me that it immediately follows after he says, I just feel like I'm in shock.
It does.
And your reply is, I see.
It does follow after that and it says I see, comma, I, and then it's cut off.
I want to talk to you outside of what Ms. Nijaiha Jackson told you. Did you find any reason why Mr. Taylor would want to be involved in any type of crime at all?
Say that again?
Objective relevance of opinion.
My question was specifically, Your Honor, about evidence. Did he find any evidence?
You already let the attorney step up.
So while they step up, I think the stat he wanted to talk about is, and this is a 2026 stat, so I don't know if he went and got the 2023 stat, but the 79% of overdose-related toxicology reports, fentanyl is a primary contributor to overdose deaths in Davidson County. This is a Nashville case. And cocaine and methamphetamine were also frequently detected in suspected overdoses. So I think he said 3/4. I think he might have been trying to get to these statistics here. So, all right, objection was sustained. When they come back from the sidebar. Sidebar.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Have a good one, May.
Detective Smith, do you still have a copy of the transcript?
Yes, sir.
I want to orientate you to page 14, line 9.
Yes, sir.
You stated there about the importance of doing due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's important in every criminal case, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it's certainly important in this. No further questions.
Can you read the record?
Next, oh gosh, loud door. Next witness.
Next witness is Jennifer Barrett.
Sounds like somebody's vacuuming.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Jennifer Barrett,
And Ms. Barrett, where are you employed?
the Department of Emergency Communications.
What is your position at the Department of Emergency
Looking at the 911
Communications?
call.
I'm the custodian of records.
And
CAD
can you describe,
reports.
as part of your duties, does that involve any calls to 911 or police dispatch?
Yes, both.
And can you describe when someone places a 911 call, what type of records are generated by the Department of Emergency Communications?
Well, when the phone call is taken, the call taker will create a CAD report, is what we call it, with all the information in there.
And that information that would go into a CAD report, is that information inputted by the person who's answering the 911 call?
Yes,
And is it based off of the dispatcher's conversation on the phone with whoever's called into 911?
yes, they get the information from the caller.
And are those calls recorded?
Yes,
And are they specific to a timestamp where that is recorded as part of the call?
yes,
And anything in the CAD report that is different than what's in the actual audio of the call, would the audio be what you would rely on
yes,
versus anything that's a typed note?
yes.
Did you specifically review the Department of Emergency Communication records for any calls placed to 911 specific to this particular case?
Yes,
And specifically, did you pull and review a phone call made at 29, 38, and 58 seconds on February 25th of 2023?
yes,
And I have that audio on a thumb drive, if I can ask if that be handed to this witness, along with a copy of the transcript. Do you want me to finish? Ms. Barrett, did you actually review that 911 audio?
I listened to it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit the audio on the thumb drive as well as the transcript. And I should have 7 copies and 2 stacks of
We're gonna lower the volume a little,
Okay.
just in case.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the audio will be, both consider the transcripts to assist you. If there's any differences in the two, you have to rely on what you recall hearing.
May I have the actual thumb drive?
Oh. All right, let's skip till we get this worked out. There we go.
February 25, 2023, 21:38 and 58 seconds.
What is the location of your emergency? I'm not sure if I'm bouncing. I'm at a friend's house and I think she's having an allergic reaction. Let's see, there's no problem. Is there no way you can find her? I don't know. It's an apartment complex. Is there the mail with her? With the account? I'm looking around. Just give me a second. I'm looking around. I don't know what's going on. I think she just give me 1 second. Okay, are you on Donald tonight or are you on Lebanon here? Lebanon? Yeah, Lebanon. It's apartment 107. What is it 1540 Lebanon Place? I don't know. It's not Burger King. I do know that. Let me look. I'm going to the front of the building to get it's a condo slash apartment. Yeah, I'm trying to see the name of it. I'm going to the front. Okay, is there a Vasco in the corner there, sir? Is there a what? Is there Vasco in the corner? I'm not sure. I passed it. I'm running. The Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike, the Ontario. 1522? Yes. It's the Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike. So the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose, is that correct? I don't know, I think she's having an allergic reaction. We were getting cookies and painting, and then she said she wasn't feeling good, and I went back to the room to check on her. No, and what's the, just in case we disconnected while you're getting up there, what's the callback number in case we disconnected? This number right here. Is it 875735738? Yes. Okay, and how old is she? 23, 24. Okay, is she awake right now? Yes. Okay. And you think she was having an allergic reaction to food? I don't know. We got cookies and pasta. I don't know what she's done. If she's done anything today or anything, but everything was fine. And then I don't know what's happening. She got spit coming out of her mouth and she's shaking. So you think it's possibly a reaction to not knowing food? Is that right? I think so. I don't know. Okay. I don't think she's allergic to anything. I don't know if she is or not. It could be an allergic reaction. So are you next door? Back next door? Yes, sir? Yeah. Okay. Does she appear to be breathing normally?
All right, we're going to run that part back because the state harped on this in openings, that he's like telling EMT that, or 911, that it was an allergic reaction as if to hide any possible other speculation, but he's being asked.
So you think it's possibly a reaction to not knowing food? Is that right? I think so. I don't know. I don't think she's allergic to anything. I don't know if she is or not. It could be an allergic reaction. So are you next door? Back next door? Yes, sir?
swallowing?
Yeah.
Okay, does she have any difficulty swallowing?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Okay. Is she comfortable answering questions?
Yeah, she's awake.
Okay, so can you just gently roll her onto her side right now?
Yeah, she's on the side.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because if she's having like vomit or anything else that's coming out right now, so you just keep her under her side right now. You can finger squeeze any out, only what you can see of her base of smell. Okay? And you can wipe her mouth, okay? Hello, sir? Hello?
Yeah, I'm in the top. I'm in the top.
Okay. Can you ask, is she able to answer if she's having difficulty swallowing or feeling any swelling in her lips or her throat or face, anything like that?
No.
Okay, she's looking for,
I think one of my friends is on the way.
okay.
I don't know what to do.
Oh,
Is there anything else I should be doing?
okay, and then, does she have an EpiPen?
Do you have an EpiPen? Do you have an EpiPen? I don't think so. I don't think so. She's not responding.
Okay, so then, and what is it, so other than her just feeling kind of weak and passing out, does she have any other symptoms right now?
No, she's no. I mean, she's pretty relaxed. She's laying on her side.
Okay. Okay, does she appear to have any rash or eyes anywhere on her body that you can see?
Not that I can see. And she just, I don't see anything on her legs or on her arms, so she looks fine.
Okay. And does her condition look to be any worse?
I don't think so. I don't really know how to tell.
Okay, no, it's just like, because if she's ever looks at reaction, a lot of times it's rash, eyes, it'll be redness, her mental status could be getting worse, or breathing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Alright, so we already have help on the way. So just
Okay.
So
Do I just stay on the line, or what do I do?
So I'm just going to give you the chart, but do you need me to stay on the line with you until the paramedics arrive, sir?
Well, is there anything else I have to be doing? I don't think just got, I mean, there's nothing else.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
Yeah, because so right now, because she's awake and we're grabbing, she's moving air freely. She's not struggling to breathe or breathe.
He said flip her up. What?
Well, is there anything else I have to be doing? I don't think just got, I mean, there's nothing else.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
Yeah, because so right now, because she's awake and we're grabbing, she's moving air freely. She's not struggling to breathe or wheezing or gasping or anything like that.
No, that looks like she's throwing up some.
Okay. Yeah, so you can go right for now.
Okay, I did. I'm up in the mouth.
Okay. And she's really moving air?
It's what?
Does it look like she's freely moving air?
Yeah, she's breathing, yeah.
Okay. So we're just gonna keep her on her left side right now. We're just trying to keep her comfortable right there, okay?
Okay.
Alright, so just for right now, nothing for any ear drink. Just keep her in that comfortable position right now. Just have her medications there for the paramedics if she has any with her. Make sure you touch them.
I don't know if she has any medication, to be honest. I don't really.
No, that's okay, sir. And then just be at the door to let the fireman in. And if you look around and see there's peak of mail, I just want to make sure, because the building that they're describing has two separate addresses. So I want to make sure they're one and
I don't think she has any. I mean, she got a mailbox, but it's not like it's an apartment, so it's not. But I think it's more of a PO box. I don't know if she keeps her mail. I don't even know if you're a few times. I'm not sure.
Are you in the, because it looks like based on what you're describing, are you in the main large building or the smaller one?
I would guess the main larger one. I mean, there's multiple floors, multiple stories.
Okay, because it looks like on the map I'm looking at, it looks like 1540 is for the large building,
and 1522 or 1532 is the small ones that are right next to the street. You're the big one? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay, 54. Anything else I should be doing? Okay. No, so it's all I want you to continue to monitor reading along responses for any changes. So if anything else changes, call us back. But they're on the route to 1540, but somebody over in Hermitage. And she's in apartment 107, cross street to Spence Enclave Way, and Spence Way at the Ontario, okay? Yes, okay. All right, so if anything changes before they arrive, give us a call back. Yeah, should be arriving there as quickly as they can, okay? Okay. All right. I think I hear them. Okay, that's awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, you're welcome, sir. All right.
Mark, you can pass those documents. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Barrett, is that the only call that came in to 911 from that scene?
From that scene, yes.
Were there subsequent calls that came in that were not anyone calling from that location or at that time?
Yes,
And were all three of those calls placed to ECC by somebody at the General Hospital?
yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Can we get more info on the who? She has the records.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett.
Good morning.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not you on that call, right?
No,
So you're not the actual 911 operator, you work for emergency communications, right?
yes,
So your role here is to kind of review the calls and pull the ones that are relevant to the case.
yes,
So there's a whole like kind of team of people that kind of handle the numerous calls that come in on any sort of night.
yes,
And they're trained, and answer this if you can, they're trained as to how to handle calls, how to deal with people in emergency situations. Is that fair?
yes,
And I don't know, maybe you can help me or help the jury. They're trained with either scripts or with very specific training as to how to walk people through emergency situations.
They have 6 weeks worth of class to learn the computer and how to talk to people. However, they got 3 months of on-the-job training with a trainer sitting next to them listening to their calls to help them know how to deal with things in an emergency situation.
And I've got to imagine that these calls run a very wide range of kinds of things that people call 911 for.
Yes,
And anything from medical emergencies to, shootings to everything in the middle. Is that fair?
yes,
And so the people handling 911 calls have trainings on how to deal with all sorts of different calls. Is that right?
yes,
They have trainings on how to deal with all kinds of, maybe the right word is temperament, or all kinds of reactions, or whatever the kind of state that the person on the other end is in.
the on-the-job trainer
Mhm.
can help them when it comes up. Maybe they haven't experienced it yet. So if they experience it, the trainer can coach them in what they need to do and say.
Okay. Sometimes, I guess, is it fair that maybe almost no two calls are the same, that almost every call is different? Is that
Yes.
fair? So you indicated that you pulled several calls related to this incident, is that right?
Yes,
Was this call that we just listened to the very first call that was made related to this incident?
yes,
So in terms of the timeline, this was the earliest in time that was made related to the incident.
yes,
And it was the only call that was made from that actual location.
yes,
Now, I can't remember the exact address, like 1522 Lebanon Pike, is that right? Is that right?
As far as I can remember, yes.
As far as you can remember,
Yeah.
that's fair. I appreciate that. And we just heard the call and read the transcript. During that call, the individual calling has been identified as Mr. Taylor, provides some information and is sort of walked through some kind of instructions. Is that kind of fair?
Yes.
And based on sort of your review of other cases and lots of other calls, is that conversation fairly consistent with 911 call training?
Yes.
Early in that call, so the initial report is Mr. Taylor indicates that he thinks his friend is having an allergic reaction. That's kind of right at the beginning, right?
Yes.
And at some point, the call operator says, so it's the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose.
Yes.
So something like that, where a call operator says, hey, I hear what you're saying, but he or she changes on their own that it might be an overdose. Is that part of the training?
No.
So is there a circumstance where a call operator may listen to what's being described and say, this doesn't sound like an allergic reaction, it sounds like...
Objection, Your Honor, to speculation.
Okay, I mean, you're asking her to,
I'm asking
her
about...
opinion about what the operator was doing?
No, I'll clarify the question. I'm asking about training. Is it part of call operator training that they might listen to symptoms as described by someone calling and say, I'm going to change either in the CAD or in the dispatch what type of call this is?
No.
Do you know why in this call? And if you don't, you don't.
She wouldn't know why.
Okay. Okay. So, based on this call, well, let me ask this question. Does emergency communications maintain a separate CAD report from the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Yes.
So you have like your own CAD that generates information that's provided to dispatch?
Yes.
And so those reports have to be requested from emergency communications.
I'm sorry, say again.
I'm sorry. To get those reports, those have to be requested from emergency communications.
Yes.
As opposed to when police are dispatched, those are requested from the police department.
Yes.
And those indicate the communications between emergency and the fire department or the EMS.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Is that right?
If you redirect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. I think they take a quick break here, which we'll be able to skip. Make sure the attorneys don't say anything housekeeping-wise before we do that. So what do you guys, I mean, you guys are already reacting, but that 911 call, in my opinion, was way over-delivered by the state in openings.
Let's do the jury. If you'll step down the hall, we'll take it through another jury.
And I think the state, the strongest attack they have left, because I'm not buying the demeanor approach, I think the strongest attack they have left is they're going to say that when the dispatcher asks, like, can you check her airway, like, see if is she breathing, and he's like, yes, she's breathing. I think the state's going to dispute that by saying, hey, later our paramedics noted that she wasn't breathing. And they're going to use that to suggest that he was lying to 911 on this call.
Joyner, do you have any, just so we fully, rather than a bench conference, but do you have any proof you want to offer on any issue you're alleging involved some constitutional violation of Mr. Taylor's rights in terms of the interview heard any constitutional issue, though it wasn't brought up pre-trial. Not allow that evidence in. And who would the next state's witness be?
Dr. Olushoga.
Mark will take 15 minutes, so not. Okay.
All right, we're gonna get a doctor. We're gonna have to listen to spell that name. That sounds like a complicated one. We have a break here. I do want to give a huge thank you before the stream even started. Other People's Drama renewed their membership. Thank you so much. So sometimes when that comes through in the StreamYard back end, I don't know if Other People's Drama is here listening to us now, but I hope you are. And thank you so much for the support. We have Cupcake Diaries becoming a member. Thank you so much. Cutest picture ever. Cutest picture. We have Allison with catching up on day 1. Had to vent at the EMS gals, and kind of becoming relevant now, right? We just heard this 911 call. And again, Adventure Aaron pointed out yesterday, this way we're calling witnesses, it's like out of chronological order. We had the EMS that was driving called to the stand. Then we had some lay witnesses, like stepmom and whatever. And then we get the Andrea Rose, who was the paramedic who first arrived to the patient, which would be Jade. And now, after several other witnesses, we're finally hearing the 911 call. And it's just such an odd order. So now that we hear that 911 call, and guys, the timing of it, let me pull this timeline up to orient us. I'm in draft mode, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll do it. Let me see if it lets me zoom. All right, we're good. So we have this 911 call made at 9:38. That's what we were listening to. And 30 seconds before this is made, Blaise is calling his dad for about a 30-second phone call, hangs up right away and calls 911. Then we have the first dispatch 2 minutes into the 911 call. So the dispatcher does send somebody within 2 minutes of that call, probably around the time where we're getting the address read from an envelope. And then 10 minutes after that dispatch request, Andrea Rose arrives and gets to the patient. 10 minutes after they're there, they're already departing to the hospital. So in that 10-minute period, they're getting inside, they're getting Jade off of the bed and onto the stretcher board to get her into the ambulance and begin the transport. So that's very, very small window of time if you ask me. Let's see, back to the seal. The seal that Happily Angry Lawyer is talking about. And Allison's like, well, watch out, locals. There's a lynch mob in every ambulance waiting to condemn you. Not a fan of the defense's loaded questions, but I almost feel punked by the state testimony. I think this case is the type of thing that you're going to get thrown for a loop in several directions. It's really sad. We're dealing with a young woman who was pregnant, and that woman and the unborn baby, this tragedy took both of their lives, or what would be. And I think there's so many options on the table, but of course, this is a trial. The defense is accusing the defendant of either with murder, you gave her a fatal dose of cocaine with the intent to kill her, or for the felony murder charges, there's 2 counts of that, you gave her this felony dose, perhaps to cause an abortion. Maybe you didn't plan to kill Jade in the process, but that's ultimately what ended up happening. But either way, you had some intent to give her this fatal dose of cocaine, and the state's theory is that it was mixed into a pink drink. And we have all of this mess where the state's saying, like, you could tell by his demeanor, you know, the way he was acting. He's trying to tell 911, he's trying to convince them that it's just no worries. It's just an allergic reaction, almost as if you want to steer the first responders away from being able to provide the correct life-saving care. That's something that a guilty person who wants to see somebody die would do. And now that we've heard that 911 call, I'm so far removed from the way the state framed that 911 call. And I can understand how people can interpret the 911 calls differently. But I just don't see that 911 call as being the behavior of someone who knows what's going on and is just trying to pretend they don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just really, really good acting. I don't know. And then with the EMS, like, I don't know. I got the impression that second it was Andrea Rose. It's almost like maybe she feels so guilty that this patient passed away. Maybe she has some vengeance against the person she thinks caused it with intent. And maybe that's her way of dealing with, hey, me as a paramedic, I couldn't save these lives. And she's got this perversion of her own grief. I don't doubt that Andrea Rose believes that this defendant intentionally did these things. But I don't believe she came up with that conclusion until after hearing stories about this case. And it was just very odd and unusual testimony yesterday. Thank you so much for your food for thought. Thanks for hanging out with us in the chat. You still sharing a bunch of insights as well. And thank you for the support. And then we've got Pokemon becoming a member. Thank you for hanging out with us, and thank you for becoming a member. Ad for Dread says, it's a low percentage for someone to OD off, like blow cocaine alone, with no other substance in the system. And maybe this doctor that we're about to hear from is a toxicologist. Maybe it's someone who was just at Vanderbilt when the patients were brought in. So more of like a fact witness. We did the blood draw, whatever. Not sure, but it seems like we're starting to get into that category of witnesses where we're going to talk more about the blood, and maybe we'll finally get some toxicology information before court ends for the day. And I would love that. I think that's critical information in this case. I want to know, we heard a mention of fentanyl being present. Is that true? Did that come up? Can we trust the lab work? How is the lab work done? What exactly do we mean by when we hear that this level of cocaine found in the system is higher than we've ever seen for an overdose? Do we mean like if somebody's just trying to get high, but they accidentally do too much? Do we mean that this is a higher amount than we would see then? And it's simply suggestive of maybe somebody was trying to take their own life. Like, to me, it doesn't necessarily narrow it down, and I need more granular information. And of course, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm no expert on whatever's going on with this cocaethylene metabolite presence. But it seems like this cocaethylene metabolite presence that's only formed when cocaine and alcohol are present together in the liver. They have to be ingested like almost at the exact same time. There can be like a little bit of a gap, but it can't be like, seems like, according to defense openings, 30 minutes, an hour apart. It's got to be like one and the next one, and then you're done. And that's when you ingest alcohol, which I don't know how you could slip alcohol into somebody's drink and that person doesn't know that they're drinking alcohol. Right? So this theory, if there's foundation to it, walks me away from the possibility that somebody snuck something into a drink, and moves me to maybe it was a bad batch of something, especially if fentanyl was in the system. And if it was a bad batch, was it an accident? Or was there intent? And does that intent come from Blaise Taylor? And I just think there's so many options up in the air right now. But that's me. Happy to know what you guys are thinking. I had a Cash App come in, so I want to give a big thank you for that. That's super nice. I think it takes some extra work to go over to the Cash App and type my name right. So big thank you here. And I always want to be careful about saying names. No disrespect, but I'm just going to go with first name. So Will, thank you for the 10 and the thanks for all that you do. You are super welcome. And Terry, yesterday, while I was posting clips of this trial, I wasn't live, sent over a 50, which is super, super generous. So thank you, Terry, saying thank you for all of the great coverage. So you are welcome, guys. I'm also going to try to do some denoised clips of those police body cams, and I'll also try to do that 911 call, make it a little bit clearer. So there we go. Big thank you to everybody. And yeah, Crime Junkie says it could have been a really sweet drink. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you like have a drink and I don't know, could this metabolite form if it's only like a tiny amount of alcohol where you wouldn't taste it, or does it need to be like a significant amount of alcohol where it becomes difficult to believe that somebody wouldn't taste what they were ingesting? I don't know. And then also chain of custody. I mean, what do we got going on with the house? These girls going in with gloves. Where did they just have those gloves handy? Did they get it from someone that's a dental student? No, I'm just playing, kind of. were they just like trying to go in there as good friends and they're like, hey, we don't want to contaminate the scene, so let's wear these gloves because we want to take precautions and not mess anything up. Perhaps we informed people that we were going to be at the house, so we're not trying to do anything sneaky or off the radar. Like, I don't know, but it's just a bit odd, just a bit unusual, especially with the candle story. And then Sheriff Chuck with the big one here with the 5. Throw some party Chucks in the chat. I see them coming in. Big thank you to Sheriff Chuck turning the chat green, always making new members. We have 2 emojis for this trial, you guys. We have a Miss Jackson emoji, just for every time the name is mentioned. We have a WD-40 for all of the squeaky things going on in the court. So if you got a membership, you can now use those emojis. Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck. Thank you, thank you. And where are we? We're going to have to listen real carefully to how this witness's name is spelled. Maybe it'll be easier than I think. They come back here. Oh, maybe they got the gloves at the hospital while they were there? Yeah, that could be. Was Lauren there? Yeah.
Olushoga?
Trying to say the name.
Good morning, Doctor. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Olushoga.
And could you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
Olushoga.
And where are you currently employed?
At Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
How long have you been employed there?
I started my employment August of 2022.
What is your position at Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
I am an assistant professor of clinical emergency medicine.
And what do your duties include as an assistant professor of emergency? Did you say medicine?
Yes, ma'am, emergency medicine. So, again, a staff of the emergency department, and also we're responsible for clinical teaching of residents and medical students.
And as part of those duties, are you a doctor that treats patients that arrive in Vanderbilt's emergency department?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, how long have you been in that position?
So I graduated residency in June of 2021, I've been practicing as a board certified emergency medicine provider since then. But I did a residency at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, so I got my MD in 2018.
And what is your educational background before you became an MD?
I have my bachelor's of science in biology from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee.
And are you board certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you hold any other certifications?
No, just in emergency medicine.
Approximately how many patients would you say that you've treated in the emergency department?
I can't put an exact number on it, but on average shift, I'm seeing 2.3 patients an hour, and my average shift's around 9 to 12 hours, so I can't put an exact number on it, but it'll probably be in the thousands at this point.
At this time, I would offer Dr. Olushoga as an expert in emergency medicine.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Olushoga will be allowed to give an expert opinion based on his training and experience that a lay witness wouldn't be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon his testimony as you choose to. Okay?
Dr. Olushoga, could you please describe when you're working in the emergency department and a patient comes in, how does it get assigned to a doctor to treat that patient?
It depends on bed availability mostly, especially if every emergency department is different. But in our emergency department, if you're very critical and need a bed, whatever's available and what's open is what you're given. Yeah, essentially.
And is it just, are you the only person there, or is there a treatment team that's in place?
There, at Vanderbilt, we have different teams. So we have a total of 4. There's Team Nash, Team Parton, Team Lawson, and Team Lewis. And 2 teams are on the A-pod and B-pod. The A-pod, which is the pod I was working, it was Nash and Lewis. Yeah, and the B-pod is the other one, Parton and Lawson.
And were you working in your position on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, I was in the Nash team on overnight shift.
And did you treat a specific patient, Miss Jade Benning?
Yes.
And in preparation for testifying in this trial, have you reviewed her medical records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be handed 2 large binders.
Okay.
Probably gonna be super loud when they place it down on the podium, on his witness stand. Okay, it's not that bad.
Dr. Olushoga, have you been able to review the records that are in the 2 binders that were just handed to you?
Yes.
And did you verify that those are the medical records of Jade Benning from Vanderbilt University Medical Center and her admission that began the night of February 25th, 2023 until March 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And is it approximately 1,331 pages of medical records?
Yes, I'm seeing 1,327, but yes.
1,327.
Yes, ma'am.
The coffer's back.
At this time, I would ask that the 2 binders of medical records be made the next summoned exhibit, but I would ask that this witness be allowed to retain the exhibit for reference during his
Okay, we'll
testimony.
mark them when we're finished, just exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
10?
Yeah, no objection.
Okay.
Dr. Olushoga, if you need to reference a particular page of the medical record in order to answer the questions, please feel free to do so. Can you please describe Jade Benning? What was your first interaction with her? Did you see her as a patient and or did you receive
Shout out to
information
Gossip Rumor
about her
Innuendo for
prior
the
to
sticker.
her
Thank
arrival
you.
to your emergency department?
So I did receive information prior to our arrival. We have an EMS radio that's located on the A-pod, the pod I was working. And from my recollection, the EMS crew, they typically call in, especially if there's an emergency or even if they have any questions about a case. And I just remember that they said they had a young female who was in cardiac arrest, and they had tried some acute cardiovascular life-saving stuff, but weren't able to get a return of spontaneous circulation, and that they'll be here in a few minutes. So when I heard that,
I stop you right there. Can you explain what a return of spontaneous circulation is?
yeah, so that's usually abbreviated as ROSC, but that essentially is when a patient is able to have a heartbeat, essentially, or function of something, of some sort. Typically, it's a heartbeat, a pulse, a cardiac rhythm, a blood pressure, vital signs. Those are all signs of life, so return of spontaneous circulation.
And you said that you had information that EMTs were attempting to get that Ross back.
Yes.
Were they able to, prior to Ms. Benning entering your emergency department?
Not from my initial assessment of the patient. She was still clinically dead upon arrival to the ER.
And I'm sorry, did you say she was clinically dead?
Yeah, like from my clinical assessment, there were no signs of life upon her arrival to the emergency department.
And when she arrived, can you describe kind of what was she on?
For what I remember, she went to one of our resuscitation bays, T4. She was still on the EMS stretcher receiving CPR. She was, like from my exam, unresponsive. Pupils were fixed and dilated, no spontaneous respirations. She had a supraglottic airway in place, the eye gel, so they were breathing for her and they were doing chest compressions on her.
And can you explain kind of what does that mean when someone's pupils are fixed and dilated? Medically, what does that tell you about their condition?
It's concerning that there is significant neurologic damage. Your pupils constrict on their own. That's not something that you do purposely. So when that reflex is gone, that's a concern that there's been significant neurologic damage and also that person's not alive.
And can you describe, I guess, like her physical temperature?
She was cool. Her skin was cool. She was also mottled, like kind of cyanotic, which means she was kind of blue, which are all signs of hypoxia, which means lack of oxygen. But all clinical signs pointing that she was dead upon arrival to the ER.
Did you have any information as to whether or not Ms. Benning was pregnant or not pregnant?
So that information did come across the radio as well, that she was pregnant, but they did not know how many weeks she was.
So they knew she was pregnant, but they didn't know how far along?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell just by looking at her that she was pregnant?
I could tell only by palpating her stomach that she had. Essentially, you could feel the fundus of her uterus, which is the top of her uterus. And why that's important is it has to be above the umbilicus, which is her belly button, which tells me that she's roughly greater than 20 weeks. It's not an accurate measurement, but that's what we're taught in medical school.
And kind of going back to what you said, that her pupils were fixed and dilated, and that was indicative of significant neurological damage. Do you have a full assessment of her neurological capabilities at that point on admission, or is that something that you learn more about as you're treating?
You learn more about as you're treating, because essentially when somebody comes in and dead, you do a quick assessment because the priority is maintaining perfusion, which is chest compressions, making sure that blood's going to the brain, vital organs, and in this case, the fetus, as you continue to resuscitate.
And your assessment of the fetus at that kind of initial stage, what's being done at that point when she first presents to the ER?
So other than just confirming that she was pregnant, not much. When we did know that she possibly could be pregnant, I did call what we call OBET call. We have a OB response team at Vanderbilt, and they were at the bedside in the event that we were able to achieve ROSC. They could also intervene.
And what treatment did you provide to Ms. Benning?
So after she arrived to the emergency department, we continued high quality chest compressions. She was transitioned from the EMS stretcher to our ER stretcher. Chest compressions were continued. Medications were ordered per our ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiovascular Life Support Protocol. And we were able to achieve ROSC, which return to spontaneous circulation. She had a pulse. She was then intubated, and after intubation, we essentially got the OB team to evaluate her fetus as we were getting better access. That means better IVs and blood pressure monitoring. And then we then went to CT scan because we were able to get a pulse back, and we were able to admit us to the ICU.
Can you describe, you said that Ms. Benning was intubated. Can you describe what does that mean to intubate a patient?
So when you intubate a patient, essentially you're protecting their airway, meaning you're breathing for them. You're putting the patient on a ventilator. The reason you would do that is because the patient's not breathing for themselves. So essentially you are creating a definitive airway so that oxygen can be delivered and carbon dioxide can be exchanged for the patient.
And can you describe typically when you intubate a patient, I guess, what's the process of how that procedure is done?
Typically, when you intubate a patient who is alive and breathing, you usually administer medications to assist with the intubation. Medications that can either basically help them become more comfortable, so that you can pass this tube, because intubation is passing a pretty large tube in their airway in order to facilitate gas exchange on the vent and oxygen delivery. That's the typical process for an intubation.
And did you administer medications when you intubated Ms. Benning?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Again, from her neurologic exam, she appeared to be basically neurologically devastated. I mean, she didn't need anything because she had no cough, no gag. So essentially, she's not really. The likelihood of her feeling any pain or discomfort is very low. So she was intubated without any medicines.
Did you think that you would achieve a ROSC on Ms. Benning?
Honestly, no. I was very shocked that we were able to get ROSC on this patient.
And once you were able to have that return of spontaneous circulation with Ms. Benning and she had a heart rate, were you able to see what the baby's heart rate was?
Yes, but it was that was done by our OB colleagues, which were already at the bedside. They did a ultrasound and were able to give me a estimated gestational age. But one of their concerns was that the fetus, the heart rate was very low, which is called bradycardia, which is very concerning, and essentially the likelihood of this fetus, continuing to develop was very low. So after I got that clinical information, that then gave me the basically allowed me to say, hey, let's get some more CT scans. Typically, we avoid imaging in pregnant patients because it can affect the development of the fetus. But knowing that this fetus, the likelihood of this, being what we call viable, we were able to get more information, more scans on the patient.
And the treatment involving Ms. Benning, at any point did you talk to anyone that had any additional information to explain why she came to the emergency room in the condition that she did?
I do remember that during, this process of resuscitation, our social worker was able to reach out to family members that showed up to the emergency department. I do remember who I spoke to specifically, but there was some mention of possible poisoning by a family member, and that was mentioned, and I do remember that.
And is that something that was mentioned directly to you, or was it provided to you by a social worker or someone else in the hospital?
It was mentioned to me, and from what I can recall. But again, the events of that night were, but I do remember hearing it specifically from a family member.
And what, if anything, did you do based off of that information?
Again, I reviewed the records. It looks like we had already, labs are already ordered by the resident. I did go back and add some other things, but it looks like the urine drug screen was already ordered, so I didn't have to add that, but I might have added another blood gas. But yeah.
And Dr. Olushoga, you said that a urine drug screen was ordered. If you turn to page 66 of the medical record, were there other specimens that were collected? Specifically, was any of her blood collected?
Page 66. I do see, yeah, there's like a blood gas.
And I think it might actually be 65 and 66,
Yeah.
but it goes into both pages.
Yes. Yes, there's actually a slew of labs that were ordered, yes.
And what was the collection time for that blood sample?
2230 and 2231 is what I'm seeing here.
And so there's a 2231 blood, is that correct?
Yes.
I think it was, I just order placed at 2230 and then the collection time is 2231.
Yes.
And was there also urine that was collected?
Yes.
And is that documented with its specific time?
Yes. The urine was collected at 2258.
Is that the order and then it's 2259 for the
Yes.
specimen collection?
Yeah, and the specimen was collected at 2259.
And would that be the urine that initial drug screen was run on?
I believe so, yes.
And can you describe, what do you know about that initial drug screen in the ER? Is it testing for anything and everything, or what type of testing is that?
So the urine drug screen that we typically get in ER is a finite amount of substances, but essentially it's testing for like metabolites in the urine. Yeah, so if somebody might have ingested something or using sort of drugs, test for those metabolites. I have the list if you'd like it specifically, but I have the results here.
Did it come back positive?
No, it came back all negative.
Okay. And can you describe, you have this woman, she's 24, almost 25 years old, and she presents to your emergency department in full cardiac arrest, and you said that she was clinically dead. Is that something commonly seen?
Not in that age group, not usually young pregnant women, no.
And can you describe, based off of, you said that the baby had a low heart rate. Was it a little bit low or was it kind of extraordinarily low?
So the normal fetal heart rate, and what we've been taught from my recollection in medical school, is usually 110 to 160. I think I remember the OB team mentioning that the heart rate was somewhere in the 30s, so it was really, really low.
And have you ever treated a patient that came in under these circumstances where it's a young woman that's pregnant, healthy, full cardiac arrest, and people are saying she's been poisoned?
Not in my career, no.
If I can have just one moment. Dr. Olushoga, did you continue to treat Ms. Jade Benning, or what was kind of the totality of the involvement in her treatment?
Once we were able to establish that she had a blood pressure, labs were rolling in, and we got CT scans. I quickly reviewed the CT scans, and we reached out to the intensive care unit immediately because she was critically ill, and essentially we did our best to get her to the ICU as soon as possible so she can get the rest of her post-Ross care.
And would you have been the person that would treat her during the time that she was in intensive care unit?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a single photograph.
Okay.
I will, so. Olushoga, do you recognize what is in that image?
Yeah, it's a vial of blood used for our lab draws.
And do you recognize certain identifying pieces of information on that specific blood draw tube?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that image be entered as an exhibit exhibit. 12.
I would object to it coming in from this particular witness. May I take the witness on board?
Okay, do you have any other questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead with that, just so that.
Judge, I don't have any objection to having it marked for ID,
Okay,
but I would have more questions of this witness.
all right, go ahead, be marked for identification.
Thank you. Dr. Olushoga, could you describe specifically, and I need the witness to have the picture back.
Your Honor, I would object to a witness testifying to something that has not been entered into evidence.
Okay, well, he's viewed it, you have questions?
I have
He has
specific
personal
questions of the specific things on the label that he recognizes from Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Okay, all right, he can show that, he can see.
May I take the witness on board, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
Doctor, is it Olushoga?
Yeah.
Dr. Olushoga, were you the individual who in fact collected that blood?
No, I did not collect that blood sample.
Were you the individual who labeled that blood?
No, I'm not the individual that labeled the blood.
Prior to looking at this particular photograph, had you ever seen that vial of blood before?
That specific vial of blood? No, not necessarily, no ma'am.
And so do you have any personal knowledge whatsoever in regards to that particular vial of blood?
That particular vial of blood? No.
Again, Your Honor.
So what are you wanting to ask if he doesn't know what that valve is?
I would simply like him
It's
to
like
explain.
phone calls, common.
I would simply like for him to explain what a stat name is, because there is
Okay,
information
well,
on
you do
there
that without the photo, so go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Olushoga, you
Yeah.
viewed that photo, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe, did it look familiar to you?
Yeah, it looks familiar to me.
I would object to this witness testifying to a photo that has not been entered into evidence.
Are photos taken of blood valves?
You mean, I guess what's specifically, I'm not sure what
Have you
you're
ever
saying.
seen a photo like this before?
Not a photo, but I've seen blood vials.
Okay, what is your next question?
Does it contain Ms. Benning's medical record number on the vial? Do you
Yes.
recognize that?
Your Honor, I
He
object.
can, do you know her medical record number?
It's written right here on the, yeah.
Okay, all right, let him see the photo.
And Your Honor, may I have a ruling in regards to my objection?
He can look at the photo and see if that's the same medical record. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
May I have a ruling to that, Your Honor?
I said he can do that.
Is that overruled?
Go ahead, General Norman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize Ms. Benning's medical record number from the medical records you have in front of you? Is it also printed on that vial of blood?
Yes.
And you just testified to a collection time of 2/25/23 at 22:31. Do you also recognize that very specific date and time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object again to that line of questioning.
Are you going to call a witness that lets us know who collected this?
It's in the medical records who collected it, but
Are you going to call another witness about this photo?
I am. I'm going to
Okay.
call Dr. Carney.
Okay.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
What's your question that you want to ask of the witness?
Dr. Olushoga, there is a stat name on that label. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Have a seat.
May I have a ruling, sir?
Have a seat.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, stat names are basically John Doe or Jane Doe names we give patients who are arriving to the emergency department. It allowed, because in a medical center, errors happen, and the way we prevent those errors is allowing the same system to happen every single time. So we arrive patients under the stat name so that we can place orders. Because nothing gets done in the hospital without orders being put in by a provider or by anybody taking care of the patient.
Did you give Ms. Benning a stat name?
I'm not responsible for giving the stat names, but our flow nurse gives the stat names.
So what's your next question?
Dr. Olushoga, do you know whether or not Ms. Benning was given a stat name during her ED visit?
Yeah, and it's in my note as well. If you can look at the page 56, when patients are given a stat name, their whole chart reads their stat name until they're matched.
What stat name was she given?
Stat February, Mayonet, VUH.
It was what?
Stat-
I can't hear what you say. You'll speak up.
Mayonet, VUH, Stat February.
Bayonet. What was the rest of it?
Stat February.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Are all of the specimen collections from Ms. Benning, are they documented in the medical record?
Yes, from what I reviewed, they're all documented in the medical record.
Thank you. And can you turn to page 562 of the medical record? I believe it's in binder number 1.
I'm there.
And do you see that there is an entry for fentanyl on 2/25/23 at 23:27?
Yes.
And are you aware whether or not that fentanyl was administered to Ms. Benning?
Looks like it was not administered. I was aware that it was wasted by the provider.
And so that was not given to her, correct?
It was not given to her.
Can you turn to page 727, which is in binder number 2?
So if fentanyl was in her system, it had to be from something else, another source, according to that.
I'm there.
And there is an entry related to fentanyl, and it indicates a date and time of 2/26/23 at 0041.
Yes.
Is that when Ms. Benning was first dispensed and also administered fentanyl?
Yes, according to the medical record, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Olushoga. I don't have any other questions.
Ross, oh boy. Here we go, chat. Lots of papers. Also, thank you, Allison, for the super. Again, just to say one more time how dislikable and ineffective I think those first responders were. Sat and stand towing the party line with pure arrogance. Simple-minded strategy by state, if by design.
I didn't introduce myself before, but I am Letitia Quinones-Hollins, and I just have very few questions for you.
All right, she's quiet. She quiet to you guys? Let's hear the witness before I make it too loud. But then
I want to first draw your attention in regards to what you stated as it relates to the fentanyl, so that we're clear.
starting with fentanyl.
I think you testified that it was not first administered in the hospital until when?
I testified that, according to the medical record, she did not receive fentanyl in the emergency department until February 26, 2023, at 0041. That's when it was ordered, it looks like.
That's when it was ordered?
Yeah, and it was started at February 26, 23rd, 0045.
Was that ordered by you?
It was not ordered by me. It was ordered by it looks like a provider, Paul Francois.
I didn't hear from him.
attention to page 117. And specifically, I would like to draw your attention down to the bottom where it states recommendations. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And particularly, I would like to draw your attention to line 4 under recommendations. Could you read that for the jury, please?
Yes, it says recommend contacting police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing since no chain of custody testing available at UBUMC.
Do you know what that means?
Nope, I do not.
So, but you just stated that if the record just says you would recommend that police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing because BUMC has no chain of custody.
This is a note by another provider, but that's what I read, yes, ma'am.
And it's a note by another provider, just like the note that you previously read in regards to the fentanyl being administered?
No, that is the MAR, that's the medical record. So that's the medicines that were given. That's different than this. This is a provider note.
Do you know who the provider is that provided that?
Yeah, it says here is Dr. Bucalari.
Do you know who Dr. Bucalari is?
I've spoken to her over the phone. She's the one of the toxicologists in Tennessee. So if you ever have a tox case, you have to talk to the Poison Control Center. So I've spoken to her over the phone regarding another patient, another case.
Does she work for the UMC?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I just know I've called her toxicologist. I call her.
Had you called her in this particular case?
Nope.
Did you not have any reason to call her in this particular case?
Not necessarily, because I don't know what I was dealing with. You know.
So is that a no?
No, not yet. Yeah, no, I don't have any.
Okay. I would now like to draw your attention, if I may, to page 132. And you see where it states hospital course?
Yes.
And within that paragraph under hospital course, I believe it says per EMS report, she was found in PEA arrest and CPR was initiated for approximately 30 minutes prior to arrival. She received 4 rounds of epi and ROCS was achieved in Vanderbilt. And I think you just described to the jury what ROSC means, I'm sorry. And could you tell us one more time exactly what is ROSC?
Again, ROS, return of spontaneous circulation, is when the patient gets a heartbeat or signs of life.
And so it says it still remains unclear if patient was found in PEA arrest or if she went into PEA arrest during transport. There have been discrepancies.
Oh, this is what I was confused about. So remember, we asked Andrea Rose while she was on the stand about how the report said that the PEA read, which would be the first reading, when arriving at the hospital. She tried to say, no, that's not when the first reading occurs. That the first reading at the hospital was different in the 2 different reports. Let's run this back. Uh-oh.
Patient gets a heartbeat or signs of life.
And so it says it still remains unclear if patient was found in PEA arrest or if she went into PEA arrest during transport. There have been discrepancies in multiple histories. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you know whether or not that issue was ever resolved?
No, and because again, this is after I saw her in the emergency department, so I have no bearing on what's written by the ICU.
Okay, so you can't answer that question.
I can't.
Thank you. I would now like to draw your attention to page 410.
I'm there.
Could you help explain to the jury on 410 where it says comprehensive cardiac NGS panel inconclusive?
Again, I'm not familiar with that lab. Again, this is not something I would order from the emergency department.
So you can't help us with that either?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, I can't.
Could you tell the jury what is cardiac NGS panel?
Again, I cannot explain that. I don't order that routinely from the emergency department.
I get another witness.
You don't know what a cardiac NGS panel is?
I do not know what a cardiac NGS panel is.
And then if you look down a little further, it says testing performed by, then it says 123 Cerner, VUMC Cerner Lab. But then the valid date range says 11/23 of 21 through present. That would have been about a year and a half prior to this date. Do you know why that would state a date a year and a half prior?
I do not know why that would read that way.
Okay. And is that related to some lab at VUMC?
I wouldn't be able to give you any information on that. Unfortunately, it's not something I'm familiar with.
So you don't know what VUMC Cerner Lab is?
Frankly, no, I don't.
Thank you. Now, you stated that the baby was not viable, is that right?
I stated that after a conversation with the OB provider, they deemed that this pregnancy will not be viable.
Do you know then, can I ask you or draw your attention to page 126?
I'm there.
And would you take a moment to read 126, starting from the first paragraph there where it says they have heard? I mean, you don't have to read it out loud. I just want to ask you a question in regards to it. I think it's unfair if I don't give you the opportunity to read it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you see there where the OBGYN team ultimately had to contact the ethics service?
Yes.
Have you ever in your career had to contact ethics when you are performing medical services?
Yes.
And for what purpose would that be?
Typically is when there's usually difficult end-of-life conversations that need to happen, and when there's not like a delineated, when there's like not a will or a designated power of attorney. Sometimes I would have to call ethics to help me delineate what's the right thing to do, or what's the lawful thing to do as well.
And do you see there that there were several conversations that were had in regards to life-saving measures for the fetus?
Yes.
And do you also see that there were apparently decisions made that, given the circumstances, there was an expressed desire to not get a C-section or anything of the sort to attempt to save the fetus?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see in the document and the record here that there was a decision made by the next of kin or the representative for Ms. Benning for there not to be any life-saving measures for the fetus?
Again, what I do see here and what I'm reading is that there was a decision that was made that was consistent. It says as what they will feel Jade will make for herself based on chart and documentation and prior conversations. That's what I'm seeing here.
And that's the reason why the decision made. But my question was, do you see that there was a decision made?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like what I do see is that there was a conversation here with the provider, with the family about a possible decision to do a C-section, and looks like they chose not to. That's what I'm seeing here.
And then you see then that as a result of that, BUNC contacted clinical ethics services.
I couldn't say as a result of, but I do see in this documentation here that there was a discussion that was had with ethics. I can't say that that was because of that. I can't make that connection myself.
But you will agree with me that it's directly related in regards to this paragraph talking about the child in that decision.
Yeah, that is a possibility, yeah.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Taylor was ever consulted in regards to the decision regarding that fetus?
Again, I work in the emergency department. I was not privy to any of this care after the emergency department.
Do you see within, if you'll go back to page 125, right above consultation, you'll see that the mother's surrogate decision maker was Bridget, which is Jade's mother. Father and step parents were present for this consultation and shared decision making. Do you see Blaise?
So guys, this whole line of questioning has nothing to do with an insinuation that somebody was acting unethical. That is not what this attorney is doing. The relevance here is the role and the welcomeness of the defendant. The state is making an argument, and they're really, in my opinion, leaning into the argument that the defendant's behavior was weird. It was unusual, and that weird and unusual behavior can't be explained by how humans in general have odd responses to shock, trauma, tragedies. It can be explained by a guilty conscience. And some of what they're pointing to is these arguments that he didn't want to be at the hospital. He didn't go into the room with Jade. And we've seen the defense attorneys with previous witnesses attack that. And here we're attacking that because we're going through an important decision about what to do with the child, and the purported father of that child may not have even been included in those conversations. The relevance of that is that suggests that everybody that was present in the environment of the hospital wasn't really giving two S's about where Blaise was, keeping him in the loop, inviting him in the room. So if he's not present for certain things, it's not because he has a guilty conscience. It's just because nobody was trying to include him, and he might have been denied access to certain things. So that is the relevance. The word ethics really has nothing to do with this, and that was not some dirty play by the defense attorney to try to just insinuate this guy or anybody else is unethical. It's just the name of the board they communicate with.
Taylor's name anywhere there for the decision making?
No, ma'am, I do not read that in this chart.
Okay, thank you. You had stated, if I could just have a minute.
And that too, I agree.
And I'm going to mess up the name, that's why I'm trying to find it, but perhaps you can help me. Are you familiar with the specific drug named Succeglium? It is a drug that is utilized to help with intubation.
Could you spell it out for me?
SUCC.
Oh, succinylcholine, yeah.
Thank you, succinylcholine.
Yeah.
I'm always happy because names are challenging. Do you know whether or not that was utilized in order to assist in the intubation of Ms. Benning?
No, she did not get that medicine in the ER.
It is your testimony that she did not receive that medication?
To my knowledge, no.
Is it to your knowledge, or is it your testimony that she did not?
It's my testimony that she did not.
And the reason that I ask is because you had stated earlier that there was no need, I think you stated, for,
Yes, ma'am.
and the only reason, tell us why you would utilize that medication.
Again, typically patients who are alive and breathing, they usually still have reflexes because their brain stem's intact. So even if somebody's alive and breathing and unconscious, and you need to, protect their airway with an intubation, if you were to insert a blade into their mouth in order to lift up the tongue and epiglottis to look at the vocal cords to insert the tube, they'll gag, cough, there'll be vomit, and it'll obscure your airway. So typically what you do is you give an induction agent and a paralytic. Usually etomidate is an induction agent, succinylcholine is a paralytic, in order to make sure that they can tolerate the procedure. But again, she did not have any signs of life, was neurologically devastated, she had no cough, no gag, no pupillary reflex. She was intubated without any medications.
Thank you.
Back to
Can
this,
I
and
now
Chuck was
draw
saying-
your attention to State's Exhibit number 5. And the witness has State's Exhibit number 5. You have it in front of you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Doctor. And Dr. Olushoga, I want to take you to the section where it says narrative. On the first page.
Yes, I see it.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Then I would like for you to go down to 4 lines down.
Okay.
And specifically to start at the sentence, the patient's boyfriend. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read that sentence for the jury?
Yeah. It says the patient's boyfriend stated the patient was 4 months pregnant. No other medical information was obtainable.
Okay, you can stop there. Thank you. And do you see that this is in fact a report from NFD, Nashville Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see the name of the individual who authored this report?
I see
Crew member.
Andrea Agrawal.
Okay. And so you see there where it actually states that the boyfriend, in this case who would be Mr. Taylor, actually did tell the fire department just how pregnant Miss Benning was, according to the statement you
He's
just
just
read.
read it, so he doesn't know anything else.
Thank you. And then, if you would turn the page, sir. And doctor, if you could look under where it says vitals.
Yes.
And do you see the section where it says CO2?
Yes.
What is that?
So end-tidal CO2 is another, basically it's another, I wouldn't call it a vital sign, but it's an indication of the quality of your chest compressions. Basically, again, you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide. So if you're doing good quality chest compressions, your end-tidal CO2 should be high because you're breathing out carbon dioxide. If you're doing terrible chest compressions, it'll be low, which means that you're not doing a good job circulating oxygen with your compression. So that's another marker of how good is your resuscitation, how good are your chest compressions. And also if you have like an airway, because if it's super high, could it be that your airway is in the stomach and is picking up gas from the stomach? So it's just a marker of how good is your resuscitation.
Meaning how good you're breathing, how good oxygen is coming in, correct?
Not how good oxygen is coming out, it's how good are your, and in this case, if it's used appropriately, how good are you circulating oxygen? Are you picking up that CO2 with your, once you're doing your bagging? Like how good is the CO2 coming off?
Okay. You say the CO2 coming off
Yeah.
off of what?
Usually the end-tidal is connected to the BVM, or the bag that they use in the bag, the patient. So it's connected to the tube that's going into her throat. Yeah.
But these are things that are measured on Miss Benning's, would you agree?
That's what it appears to be from this document, yeah.
And if you look at those numbers, specifically the numbers 69, 70, 113, 99, 100, 93, 93, 86, and 80. Those would be good quality numbers, would you agree?
They're high, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I want to talk to you about someone's, specifically Ms. Benning. If she was described as having the ability to say things like, you put something in my drink. Nye, Chianti. In other words, she's pronouncing words. Some of them labored, some of them not. If a person is able to talk, would you agree with me that they would have to be coherent?
Not necessarily, because drunk people can talk and they're not coherent sometimes.
Well, maybe I'm not saying that.
Conscious.
If a person is able to enunciate words, would you equate that to someone who is dead?
No, typically not.
Would you equate that to someone who is completely non-responsive?
No, if they're able to enunciate words, I would not equate that with that.
Would you equate that to someone who is able to breathe?
Actually, yeah, some people who are not able to speak are still able to breathe. Yeah.
But someone who is able to speak surely is able to breathe.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
And that's all I have for you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. So the point of that, guys, going back to this quick timeline, is I think the defense and state are going to be at war over trying to convince the jury whether or not Blaise was authentic or lying on this 911 call. So remember, right before the 911 call, Blaise calls his dad like 30 seconds before this 9:38 call to 911. At 9:29, less than 10 minutes before the 911 call, Nijaiha Jackson and Chianti are saying that Jade is still verbalizing. So, did she stop breathing right before this 911 call? Was she still breathing and Blaise was telling the truth on the 911 call? That's what we were getting at that last little line of questioning there.
Dr. Olushoga, I'm going to kind of start with the last thing that she talked to you about and go backwards. Can you go to page 562?
I'm there.
And Ms. Holland was asking you, or page 562, that's the page that we referenced with the 2327 on 22523 fentanyl that Nurse Alyssa Smith that was dispensed, but it was not administered.
Yes, it looks like it was wasted, yes.
And can you turn to page 567?
I'm there.
And on page 567, is there an entry for the medication that Ms. Hollins was asking you about?
Yeah, I see it.
And is that time the same time as when the fentanyl was not administered?
No, it says this was administered. This was ordered at 2:26:23 at 12:15 a.m. That's when it was ordered, and the fentanyl looks like it was at this was the day before, so 2:25:23 at 11:27 p.m.
Okay, so those are two separate things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
The
so,
question said the medicine Ms. Hollins asked about.
yes.
Why don't we clear what that is.
Succinylcholine. And how do you pronounce that again?
Succinylcholine.
Thank you. And so that was administered at a much later time at 2/26/0015, correct?
Yes.
And also, if you look down to entries, there are entries for fentanyl, which coincide with when the fentanyl was actually administered to Ms. Benning. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you did not order those medications, correct?
No.
And so if they were administered after she went into the ICU, is that surprising to you?
No, it's not surprising.
And if you can go to page 125 and 126.
So I think what we're going for is fentanyl wasn't initially present in
Here.
the blood draw that's not used for law enforcement.
Look at, it begins on
Perhaps.
125 and then the consultation. Number 2, it gives a description. Can you just read that silently to yourself?
Hey KP, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to your 20-month anniversary. Thanks for being a member for like 2 years. Good to see you. Good to see you. I feel like it's been a minute. Oh, is that? Is it thunder coming from the courtroom or is it me? Oh, I've got thunderstorms here, guys. Just a forewarning. Spectrum isn't very weather durable.
Okay.
And you weren't involved in that neonatal consult, correct?
No, I was not.
At the top of page 126, there's a reference that multiple providers have advised the family that sustained a noxic injury given the arrest impact on mother's neurological status, and they agree with that concern. The doctor said, I agree with that concern. And they say we do know the fetus appears to have been affected by the peri-arrest fetal heart rate in the 40s.
Yes.
And on your direct testimony, when I was asking you questions, you said that because
Yeah, I'm
fetuses.
going to object to the leading nature of the questions.
And what is your question?
Can you explain what you know about the fetus's heart rate being as low as you described?
What I do know is that when you have a low heart rate, especially in a fetus, that is not that means the chance of viability of that pregnancy is low. So that means that the fetus is going to have a lot of issues and it's not going to make it.
And that note indicates that multiple providers are saying that, correct?
Okay, what is your non-leading question?
And I'm going to also object to this particular doctor opining on the fetus when he stated before that
It's not the
he had nothing-
OBGYN.
Okay, well, you can recross if you want to. What is your question?
I don't have any other questions regarding this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Olushoga, can you go to page 59 of the medical record?
I'm there.
And can you describe what time did Ms. Benning arrive in your emergency department?
At 22:06.
And can you describe specifically when you intubated her?
She was intubated upon arrival, so around 22:06 as well.
And so that is what time she got to the emergency department, correct?
Yes. Usually there might be a little lag just because of nursing, charting and stuff, but that's, yes, around that time.
So 2206, 2207.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other
Recross.
questions?
Will we get another redirect?
Just a few brief questions, Dr. Olushoga.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you back to page 126.
Come here.
If you go down to the first paragraph, line 8, starting with "I offered,"
Yeah.
could you read that sentence to the jury, please?
Yeah.
Is this him saying this?
It's a record that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Is this him saying this?
No, it is not. Can you please read that?
It is, you made it an exhibit, so you can have him read anything you want.
I actually wasn't allowed to.
I didn't object to her
Is
reading.
this asking about an opinion that you were objecting to?
No, it's not asking about an opinion, it's asking about a position and an offer that is a record, that is an exhibit, that is in evidence that
I
I'm
get
asking
that.
you to read.
Okay.
Could you just read that sentence, please?
Okay, it says, I offered intervention in the form of delivery resuscitation with the goal of having an opportunity to evaluate Peanut for potential impact, and they have felt that intubation and resuscitation could cause unnecessary suffering. They feel.
Excellent. Thank you. And then you stated on direct examination that succinyl choline, did I say that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You stated that it wasn't given to her at all on direct examination, did you not?
Yes, for intubation, I did not give that medicine.
No, I didn't ask if you gave it, I asked was it given, and you said no.
I said, to my knowledge, it wasn't given for my intubation.
Thought I clarified if it was to your knowledge or if it was given at all.
Do you have another question, or you want to argue?
So that was in fact, that medication was given, wasn't it?
According to the medical record, it was given and it was prescribed by another provider. Again, I had nothing to do with that.
And again, can you tell us what succinyl choline is?
It's a paralytic.
And it is utilized for what?
It's utilized for multiple things, but in my prescription, I usually use it for intubations. But it's used for other things. Sometimes it can be used when patients are having trouble ventilating. So if you're on a ventilator and you're moving or jerking, sometimes it can be given for that, or it can even be given for like CT scan. Because if you need a CT scan, you need to be still. So sometimes they do that as well. But there are multiple reasons for the medication.
Can a person be still if a person is non-responsive and in a coma, aren't they still?
Not necessarily. You can also have like seizures, especially after a cardiac arrest when you have a neurologic injury. It's not uncommon that patients have a lot of seizures. So yeah, they can have seizures.
And so are you stating to this jury that that's why this medication was given at this time?
No, ma'am. I'm saying to the jury that succinyl choline has multiple uses.
Can you see there why it was given?
I do not see here why it was given specifically, no, ma'am.
So you can't say that it wasn't given for intubation?
I can say it wasn't given for intubation because I did the intubation and we did not give her any medicines for intubation. And it's a one-time procedure. It's not something that happens again because the tube's in her throat. So it's not taken out, put it back in again.
But it is a paralytic.
Yes, succinyl choline is a paralytic.
Okay, and it is to help patients not to feel something.
Nope, it's to help the procedure, a procedure. Again, it's to paralyze the muscles. In the case of intubation, it can be used for that, but there are multiple uses for succinyl choline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologize if I can have just one brief follow-up.
Redirect.
Dr. Olushoga, can you turn to page 119?
I'm here.
Midway through the page of 119, there's a blue line that says history, and underneath that it has a reason for a consult.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain, do you know what that reason for consult is?
It reads myoclonic jerks and anoxic brain injury. The reason
And-
for consult.
Can you describe what is a myoclonic jerk?
Yeah, so like myoclonic jerk is essentially like it's like, best way I can describe it is just an involuntary movement of like your extremity typically, but it can happen anywhere. You can have it in your face, you can have it, but it's an involuntary jerking motion. Yeah.
And is that one of the reasons that they might get that medication?
Yeah. Yeah, especially if the jerks are uncontrollable. Sometimes you have to paralyze the patient, unfortunately. But yeah, especially you want to do like an EEG, which is like encephalogram, where they check for any seizure-like activity, which is very common after a cardiac arrest. They try to do further evaluation of the quality of the brain and all that stuff.
Thank you.
One last question.
One last question.
Recross.
Can you tell this jury that that is why codeine was given to Ms. Benning?
I cannot. I don't know why it was given.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so you can leave all of that there, and we'll get it.
Okay.
We didn't get a redirect this time.
Right, members of the jury, we'll have a break for lunch. Remember what I've said about all definitions, not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it. We'll
You're
get
gonna
back
skip that
here
lunch?
at 1:20, so you can step down the hall.
Let's see if they say anything to the attorneys. What are you guys thinking about what we just got from that witness? That's the kind of testimony I like to listen to twice, just to get all the names, medications, technical terms straight. So this evening, that's what I'll be doing.
Who would the next witness be?
Oh, the friend.
Trying to anticipate things, asking this because of what's already been asked. Can either side explain to me whether the family's decision not to have a C-section is relevant?
On anything
Chuck was
that
saying.
could affect the fetus's viability and or
You're gonna
life.
argue.
I don't know what the evidence is going to come out to be.
I'm talking about, that's your purpose for asking it.
That was the purpose for me asking the question.
Yeah, that's what Chuck was saying in the chat.
Sometimes I give advice to lawyers, but I won't hear in this case. Sorry, we'll be in a lunch. Going to a lunch recess.
We'll jump ahead with that. Or wait, is there more? No, it's just people's heads. And we'll see if it's actually Lauren Weber that they call next. Also, I saw that earlier, Kelly became a member. Thanks for hanging out with us all day, and thank you for deciding to become a member. I definitely appreciate that. Welcome to the green. Welcome to the green. You guys are asking, what do you think the judge meant by that comment? I mean, the idea that a 5-month pregnancy could be saved, maybe that's something that wouldn't go over well with the jury if you try to push that argument. But I don't know. That's my gut instinct on him saying, sometimes I coach attorneys, but I'm not going to do that here. I don't know. You guys might have other ideas on what he meant by that. Also, want to give a sunshine for you. Sent over a tip and said thanks for all you do. Well, right back at ya. Thank you for hanging out and making the chat a great place to be, Sunshine. Big thank you. Oh no, who says buffering crew? Is it me? I'm scared because we have thunder right now. I don't know if it comes through on the microphone, but it's like one of those really loud rolling thunderstorms where it feels like it's like right over me. Oh wait, did he say something before we got off the seal?
Before the jury.
Okay, anything before the juries come in?
Yesterday, defense counsel wanted to ask a witness, or I guess she brought up in Recross about the message that was sent to a Warren about Adderall.
That was Nijaiha, it wasn't Lauren.
Okay, well,
I
this,
don't know anything about it.
this witness has no connection to Adderall. I just wanted to make sure that this Warren is not associated with
Okay.
any text message about Adderall.
Well, Ms. Hollins has already said she doesn't think that text message is relevant to inquire with Ms. Jackson anyway. That's who you're talking about. Sure.
So now the state doesn't know what the text messages say or who they're from. Why is that set of text messages like never gonna be lived down?
Are you Lauren Weber?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is. All right, so we're getting one of the friends that went to the apartment with the gloves. Or I guess it was 3 friends that went, so maybe Lauren, we only saw the 2 in the picture. Maybe Lauren wasn't in the picture.
Do you swear the testimony you're not to give you the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Weber. Could you please give your full name for the record?
Lauren Weber,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Weber.
And Ms. Weber, do you live in the Nashville area?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived here?
My whole life.
And at some point, did you meet Ms. Jade Benning?
I did.
When was it that you first met Jade Benning?
We were friends roughly a little over a year. She moved to Nashville and ended up working for my brother's restaurant, and we became fast friends.
And what restaurant was your brother's?
Ernest Barn Hideaway.
And was your brother a single owner, or did he have a co-owner?
He had a co-owner.
And who was that co-owner?
It was actually Jade's uncle, Jay, excuse me.
And when did you first start working at Ernest Hideaway?
I began working there, I want to say it was 2023, roughly. I was there for about 3.5 years. I'm not sure the exact date.
Were you there before Jade started working there?
Yes.
Okay. And did Jade start working there in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have been working there in 2022 at least?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
And what was your position at the restaurant?
I was the assistant general manager.
How much time would you say that you spent with Jade Benning? on a weekly basis?
We spent a lot of time together at work. After work, we would go get food together, so we spent a lot of time together throughout the week.
Did you guys ever actually travel together?
We did.
How many trips did you go on with Jade?
We took one trip.
And can you describe what was Jade's position at the restaurant?
She was a chef in the kitchen.
And about how many people worked at the restaurant?
I would say roughly 20 to 25 people.
And can you describe Jade's kind of demeanor within the restaurant and the other employees? Was she well liked, or what was your perception?
She was definitely well liked by everyone. She was someone that could sense if you were having a rough day. She would make you smile, and we would do the same for her. She was just a light. Everyone truly loved Jade.
Did she confide in you personal things that had nothing to do with work?
She would. Sometimes also about work, but yes.
And at any point, did you learn that Jade had met Blaise Taylor?
Yes.
And do you recall, when did you first learn about that?
It was in the winter months. She had just mentioned him to me, and then eventually I did meet him.
Do you remember exactly when you met him?
Not the exact date, no.
Can you describe that encounter?
We had gone to a bar that was downtown. It was raining outside. We went up to the bar and I met him, and there was not much communication. It was just more of a nice to meet you, and then kind of didn't have much other conversation.
And did you see him with Jade again after that?
No.
At some point, did you learn that Jade had become pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you learn about that?
Jade called me and she told me.
And do you know how long Jade had known she was pregnant?
She called me as soon as she found out. She hadn't known very long.
And I want to ask a couple of questions about before that day. So before the day that she found out she was pregnant, did you know Jade to drink alcohol?
Occasionally, yes.
Did you know her to ever get drunk?
Occasionally, yes.
Is she someone that you knew to drink every day excessively?
Absolutely not.
Did you know her to do any other types of substances?
Yes.
And what did you know her to do?
Smoke marijuana.
Did you know her to do cocaine ever?
No.
Are you sure about that?
100% sure.
And can you describe, after that day that she told you she was pregnant, did Jade's behavior change in any way?
It did.
Did you ever see her drink again?
I did not.
Did you ever see her or even hear about her smoking marijuana again?
No, ma'am.
And did you have any knowledge of if Jade would connect people with someone to get drugs for them, but not for herself?
Yes.
And was that other people in the restaurant?
Yes.
Can you describe kind of those weeks after she found out she was pregnant? Obviously, the day of might have been shocking, but can you describe her demeanor kind of in those next few weeks in November?
She just knew what was ahead of her, and she was turned over. She was positive. She was going home after work. She was getting her apartment ready. She just wanted to be a mom, and she was ready to be a mom, and was still the amazing person that she's always been. But she definitely, I'll see you later, I'm not going anywhere with you guys. Like, she didn't do anything that she shouldn't have been doing while she was pregnant.
And did you ever go to her apartment that she was living in kind of at the end of 2022?
Yes.
And did you ever go to the new apartment that she moved to in 2023?
Once, yes.
And did you talk to her about the things that she was doing to plan for the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, after she told you she was pregnant, did you hear her talk about Blaise Taylor? or see him in that kind of November, December timeframe?
Yes, she let me know that she was going to talk with him and let him know that she was pregnant, and pretty much all that I was ever really told in regards to it, because it just kind of, nothing much else was said.
Did you know whether or not he was involved with Jade in the pregnancy?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
I knew that they had been together, and of course Jade confided in me, so I knew that they had to have sex. So,
Which I guess I'm asking, after she found out she was pregnant, you said she went and talked to him. Did he continue to be involved with Jade after that?
yes, yes.
And what do you know about the contact that they had after kind of that beginning of November into December?
I just knew that they were in communication, but I didn't know the depth of what the communication was. I just knew that they were still contacting each other.
Okay. At some point, did you think that he was going to be there raising the baby with her, or what did you think was the plan based off of talking to her?
I knew that's what she was hoping for, but I didn't know what was to come.
Okay. And then, do you recall anything happening kind of the beginning of the year? January, February? Did everything seem to stay the same to you?
Yes.
And specifically, drawing your attention to that February 25th, 2023, do you remember that day?
I do.
And did you see Jade that day?
I did.
Can you describe that day to me?
That day I was at work. I was there in the morning, and Jade was there as well. We had a private event that night, and I was just doing what I normally do during the day at work, and Jade told me that she was leaving. She had the night off, and of course I was wondering how, because we had an event. And she told me that she had plans to go home and cook dinner and do some type of painting with Blaise, and Nijaiha was there as well. And she just told me that she loved me and she'd see me later. And we went into the event.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
What's your objection?
Hearsay.
Does the state care to be heard?
I think her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor.
Is that 8033 then existing mental state of mind? Do you care to be heard on that?
I do, Your Honor. Are we talking about the existing state of mind of Jade?
Yes. That she planned it. That's what I understood your objection was. Plans to eat and paint with Blaise.
I don't know that, but you know what, you're right. Thank you. I withdraw my objection.
Go ahead.
Could you continue your answer?
Yes. So,
You said that she was leaving.
Thank you.
She told you that she loved you and gave you a hug. Is that right?
yes, ma'am. Yes. So then the night went on, and I was busy at work, so I didn't really talk to her once we got into things. But I knew what her plans were for the evening, and I just hoped that she'd having fun, and I'd hope to see her the next day so she could tell me about it.
And her mood that day, was it, I guess, normal to you?
It was normal, yes. She was happy that something was planned, for them to do together. So she was a little bit happier than normal, yeah.
So happier than normal.
Yeah.
And can you describe what happened that night after Jade left and you were at the restaurant working?
Some hours went by, of course, and then I just noticed that one of the owners, Jay, kind of was not around anymore, so I kind of felt like something was going on.
And it's Jay, is that
Jay
Jade's
is,
uncle?
yes, that's correct. So I just kind of had that gut feeling that something had happened, so I spoke with him, and he let me know that there was an incident, and I just asked what I could do, what I needed to do, and things went from there.
And can you describe what you mean by that, if things went from there?
I was panicking, obviously. I called her mom and asked her what I needed to do, and she asked me to go by Jade's apartment because it was left unlocked. So I went there and went inside, got her keys off of the counter, blew out a candle in her room, took pictures, and left. And then went to the hospital just waiting to see what was going on because we had no idea at that point.
And when you referred to Jade's mom, were you referring to her mom, Bridget, or her stepmom, Andrea?
I spoke to Bridget, and then I gave the keys to her stepmom, Andrea.
And I guess, so you went to the apartment. When you got to the apartment, was it locked?
No, ma'am.
And when you entered, can you describe, what did you see? Did it look normal to you, or what did you think when you got there?
Things looked as they would if you were painting and cooking. There was paintings on the table. There was still food sitting out. But something just seemed off to me. It just didn't smell like food was freshly cooked. So it just kind of put, my brain was telling me, just get the keys, you need to leave. It just, I don't know, it just didn't make me feel right being in there.
What did it smell like if it didn't smell like food?
It just smelled like it was clean. Then normally if someone cooks, you smell the food for at least a couple of days. At least I do when I cook. But yeah, it just didn't smell. It smelled like it was cleaner than it should have been with food just recently being prepared.
And you said that you blew out a candle.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that candle?
It was on her nightstand, right next to her comforter.
And did you touch anything other than her keys?
I did not.
And you said that you took pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to ask me to photograph.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Weber, do you recognize the two photographs that were handed to you?
I do.
And are those the two photographs that you took of Jade Benning's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you take those?
Something in my heart told me I needed to. I just took them and I don't know why I did it. Just something in my instinct told me I needed to do that.
All right, this time I'm going to ask that those two photographs be entered as the next numbered exhibit, 13A and B, and then 5A, which is goes to the jury.
Okay. This was. All right, Z 13, A and B.
Ms. Weber, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And is that photograph one of the photographs that you took in
Yes.
Jade Benning's apartment?
Yes.
And kind of this view, would you be standing with your back to the stove, kind of looking towards the front door?
That
There's a monitor right in front of you. I don't know if you can see it better on that.
the door is more towards this side, so I was actually kind of like at an angle. So the living room would have been more towards the back, I believe. So yes.
And the next one, which is 13B, can you describe what's shown here?
That is the other side of her island, the other painting that was there.
And you said you took both of these photographs. Does this image actually have the date and time that you took the photographs?
It does.
And if you can just read off for the record what
Sure.
date and time that is.
February 25th, 2023, 11:29 p.m.
And Ms. Weber, you said that you got her keys, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you get just her keys, or did you get a purse and a wallet, or what did you get?
It was just her keys. They did have like a little Louis Vuitton thing on it that she had like money and stuff in, but it wasn't a full purse or wallet.
Would that have been where her identification was?
I believe so, yes.
And so you took that one item off the counter and did not touch anything else other than blowing out a candle?
That is correct.
Did you lock the apartment when you left?
We did.
And then where did you go after that?
We drove to the hospital.
And when you got to the hospital, who was there?
Nijaiha, Andrea, who is Jade's stepmom, Blaise, and my friend Natalie was with me. And that's pretty much all who I remember remotely in front of me at that time.
Did Natalie go to the apartment with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she there with you, were you all together the entire time?
We were.
And did she touch anything?
She did not.
Can you describe, had you ever met Nijaiha Jackson before?
Yes.
And when you saw her at the hospital, can you describe her demeanor?
Distraught, upset, just, yeah, sad, confused.
And you said that you had met Blaise Taylor once before, is that
Yes.
correct?
Uh-huh.
When you saw him at the hospital, can you describe his demeanor?
Facing away from us, no emotion.
Did he speak to you?
No.
How would he know you?
And kind of going back prior to that specific day, did you know of any plans that Jade Benning was making related to her baby?
She was planning her baby shower. I was planning her baby shower. She was getting things together to put a nursery together. She was planning to be a mom.
And were you familiar with Jade's birthday?
Yes.
Did it have significance to you?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's 3 days after mine.
And did y'all have any plans for birthdays?
We would actually, we would celebrate them together.
Did y'all have plans to celebrate them together that year in 2023?
Yes.
And after that February 25th, 2023, did you go to the hospital multiple times between that date and March 6th of 2023?
I did.
And was Miss Jackson there when you went to the hospital?
She was, yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe that Miss Jackson would harm Jade Benning?
Not at all.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. I don't have anything else.
Whisper. Oh boy. What's gonna happen? You think this will be spicy?
Let's see Stacy exhibit 1, as well as exhibit 10, Andy. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Weber, hi, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Letitia Quinones-Hollins. I'll be asking you a few questions. If at any time you don't understand something, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk with you a little bit, particularly about Mr. Taylor. You stated that you did, in fact, meet him prior to, I guess, 225 in the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times would you say that that was?
Once.
Okay, and where were you guys when you met?
It was, I forgot the name of it. It was a bar downtown,
Okay, you forgot the name?
and it's in the W.
Okay. And how long were you around him that night?
Probably under an hour.
Okay. And did you speak with him?
Yes.
And was there anything odd about him that you found in your interchange with him that caused you any concern?
There wasn't much conversation. It was just very high, and that's kind of all that was said between us. There wasn't any getting to know each other.
Okay. And would you tell us or tell the jury about when that was?
Again, I'm not sure of the exact date, but it was cold, and I remember it was pouring down rain outside.
Do you remember on that day that Jade sent you a video?
On the day that I met Blaise,
When it was raining downtown?
she did.
And in that video, it was a video of her and Blaise, was it not?
Yes,
And it was a video of them walking in the rain together?
that's correct.
And when she looked back and gave him a big kiss, do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I do remember the video being in the rain, and they were walking to meet me.
And would that be, I guess because it was cold, I would assume that it's during the winter time.
Yes, ma'am.
So would that have been the end of 22, beginning, well, would have been the beginning of 23?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Because there's testimony that they didn't reunite until January 1st of 23 during the winter time, then that would be consistent with that, would it not?
Yes.
Then I want to draw your attention to, you stated that all that you knew that Jade was involved in was marijuana, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you ever recall her texting you about mushrooms?
Yes.
So she was involved with more than just marijuana?
Yes.
There you go. She didn't want to answer.
You're not testifying to this jury that you know every single thing about Jade, are you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fair enough. Now, let's take you to 225. You stated that you were in contact with Jade that day, and she informed you about what was going on. Is that right? With the dinner night, date night?
Yes.
Now, to be clear before I go there, when is your birthday?
March 3rd,
And when is Miss Benning's birthday?
March 6th.
And you guys were planning your birthday together?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was looking through your text messages between the two of you around that time, and I don't see anything regarding planning a party together. Did you not text about it?
We spoke in person about it.
But you guys text almost every day, right?
Yes.
About everything?
Not about everything.
Okay, you guys text about the date night.
Listen, if you're planning a party, are you sending like locations, sending Pinterest ideas, sending food you want to get?
Right?
That's correct.
Are we in uh-oh territory?
Text about hanging out together, right?
That's correct.
What you're gonna eat for dinner, right?
Usually lunch, but yes.
Lunch, okay. Helping Julia out.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Because if you're texting about all these little teeny tiny things and you're not texting about a joint birthday, it doesn't make sense. Like the defense attorney is establishing that this is not the type of relationship where you send someone a message and 3 weeks later they're like, my bad. Hey, hope you've been doing great. They are like glue in these text messages. So it'd be highly unusual for them to be planning this thing in advance and not discuss any details or mention it at all. But okay, she's objecting to relevance because I think she's trying to come up with a reason to object.
Okay, they text a lot, so what's your question?
But yet, there's nothing in these text messages about the two of you planning your birthday together.
That's correct. We spoke about it in person.
Okay. Now, taking you to 225, she tells you about the date night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she's going to cook for him.
That's correct.
And as far as you know, did you get to speak with Nijaiha that day?
Later on that evening, yes.
Okay, that evening. And there was nothing that Ms. Jackson shared with you that would lead you to believe that Jade did not cook dinner that night. Is that right?
That's correct.
In fact, you would have learned from Ms. Jackson that she did in fact cook that night. Right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. You would have learned from Ms. Jackson that she being Jade, did in fact cook that night.
Yes, I knew that prior, so yes.
Okay. But you testified that it appeared or it didn't smell like food, right?
Yes.
Did you ever speak with any detectives or police officers that evening?
I did.
Okay. Which ones did you speak to, if you remember?
I could not tell you their names, but I did speak with them at the hospital.
How many did you speak with?
I believe it was 2.
Okay. Did you tell either one of those detectives that when you went into that apartment, you did not smell food?
Yes.
Okay. Which one did you tell? The first one or the second one?
They were sitting next to each other, so I'm not sure which one, but I was speaking to them at the same time.
Okay. So the 2 detectives that you spoke with at the same time, you told them that when you went in that apartment, you did not smell food.
That is correct.
And did you tell them that it smelled like someone had cleaned up?
Yes, it smelled like it was clean. Yes, that's correct.
And when you say it smelled like it was clean, what does that smell like?
Say
That
bleach.
it's been cleaned. Like the cleaning products, normally if you're cooking, I would smell food.
Right.
So it didn't have that smell when you first walk in that food was just previously made. It smelled like it had been cleaned.
Are you telling us that it smelled like Lysol?
It smelled like a cleaning product. I'm not sure which one, but it smelled like a cleaning product.
Something like Lysol?
A cleaning product.
And it's your testimony you did in fact share that with the detectives that day?
To my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean?
From what I remember, yes, that's the conversation that we had.
Well, could it be that, are you now saying you couldn't, maybe you didn't say that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You stated that you went there to pick up what?
I went there to lock her apartment, so I had to get the keys off of the counter.
Where exactly did you?
They were sitting on the counter in her kitchen.
And what else did you go to pick up?
Just the keys.
Okay. Did you go to pick up anything else?
Just the keys.
Where was the candle? You only went. She better ask about this candle, because wasn't the candle in another room? But if you only went for the keys and you see the keys, don't you want to run back and get that to mom or whoever?
Keys.
And who asked you to go pick up those keys?
Jade's mom, Bridget.
And during that time, were you aware of Ms. Jackson's allegations against Blaise?
No.
So when you went to the apartment, as your testimony, you didn't know anything about the allegations Ms. Jackson was making against Blaise?
No.
And what time did you speak with Ms. Burks? That's Jade's mother, correct?
That's correct.
What time did you speak with Ms.?
It was probably 30 to 45 minutes prior to me taking those pictures.
So around, I see here.
10:45.
I'm sorry.
Roughly around 10:45.
10:45? And when you spoke with Ms. Burks, she didn't share with you the allegations that Nijaiha had made?
The only thing, no.
She did not. When you went in, you said that you were careful not to touch anything else.
That's correct.
Why not?
I knew that if something had happened with Jade, still at the point not knowing, I knew that I should do only what her mom had asked of me, which was to get her keys and lock her apartment.
About the candle.
But if at this time you had not heard about any allegations by Nijaiha, why would you feel that it was important to go into one of your very best friend's house and be careful not to touch anything?
Because that's not my apartment. I would respect hers
Different
just as she would
reason.
respect mine.
That's a different
So I went in
reason.
and got what I was supposed to do out of the respect for her family and left.
Different reason.
And so then, why would you feel that it was odd that it was clean? Did you realize that she had cooked at 7 o'clock earlier that evening?
I knew that she had cooked, but I knew we went in there and it just didn't seem right to me. And our minds were on knowing something had happened to Jade. And at that point, we did not know what.
Okay. And then, if you were there just to go into the kitchen counter, and can I get you, well, I can use the
Pizza.
Is this the kitchen counter you're referring to, found in State's Exhibit 13A?
That is the kitchen island. That is not where her keys were.
Okay, so her keys were in the kitchen, but not here.
Right, because that's the island. It was on the counter.
Okay. And did you, at that time, but it would have been in the kitchen, though?
Yes,
Okay. And would it have been adjacent to that counter?
it would have been next to her stove, which was by the door, so yes,
About how many feet would you say that that counter was from that island?
a foot or two.
So, if it was your intention to respect her apartment and not touch anything that doesn't belong to you, why would you go into her bedroom?
I could see directly into it from the kitchen, and I saw a candle burning next to a comforter, so I would wish someone would blow that out for me if I wasn't there.
And so did you not smell the candle?
No, it was in her bedroom, and it was a red candle, so that,
And so it's 11:29 p.m. And
Thought you only got the keys.
if hypothetically that she would have left her apartment around 10 o'clock, it would have been burning for, at the very least, for over an hour and a half. You didn't smell the candle?
that's not what I first smelled, no.
It's two different smells now. She
And
didn't-
you went in, you blew.
You notice how she didn't say she smelled two different things when she could have been prompted to think, well, yeah, I smelled the candle, but it was a different smell. Now, only that she's being challenged is she walking away from what the defense attorney is getting at.
Blew out the candle and then you left
That's correct.
and locked the doors
Yes, ma'am.
without touching anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
But you knew when you left there, something wasn't right and it smelled clean, correct?
That is correct.
So when you got to the hospital and you saw the police officers, did you go up to them immediately and say, I just left that apartment and something isn't right? Did you do that?
That's not what I immediately did. I got there and I gave the keys to her stepmommy, Andrea, and then we were trying to figure out what was going on.
But you had just left your very good friend's house and something in your mind was telling you something nefarious is going on. There's a police officer standing right there. Why wouldn't you go talk to them and tell them that you found something odd?
I wanted her family to be able to speak with them first and get the information. I was there until I was told something.
Okay, well, did you, then surely then when you got there and spoke with her family, you told them that, right?
I told them what? I'm sorry.
That something nefarious was going on that you felt because the apartment smelled too clean.
I told them that something didn't feel right. That's what I've told them.
Did you share with them that something that didn't feel right was it was too clean?
Yes.
And who did you tell that to?
I told that to, I don't remember exactly who, but I want to say it was Andrea, maybe?
Andrea Browning?
Yes.
And if you didn't tell Andrea Browning, who would you tell?
Eventually, when I spoke with the detectives, I would tell them.
You never told Miss Burks, the one who asked you to go over there in the first place?
She was aware as well.
So you did tell her too?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you told Ms. Browning and you told Ms. Burks, certainly that's something that they would have shared with the police, right?
Yes.
When you were at the hospital, you stated that Blaise, I'm sorry, when you came in, he had his back to you guys, right?
That's correct.
And not being bothered with you. Is that what it appeared like?
He just wasn't speaking. He was sitting away from us with his back. We would come in and his back was to us.
Did you go and speak to him?
No.
And I'm curious, Ms. Weber, if he was away from you with his back to you, how could you tell what his demeanor was?
Body language, and he turned around.
Oh, so he did turn around?
He turned around and looked, but there was no communication between us.
So you're saying you were able to tell his demeanor when for the majority of the time, his back was to you, but then he just kind of turned around and looked at you, and then from there you're able to ascertain what his demeanor is?
Yes.
Did you learn that out of everyone that
Can we get a Post-it note?
was aware of what was going on with the medical episode, which would have been Nijaiha, did you learn that?
Did I learn what? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you learn that Ms. Jackson was aware of the medical episode as it was going on?
Once we got to the hospital and got further into speaking, I was made aware of that after the fact, but not during.
Okay, fair enough. Were you made aware afterwards that Mr. Keontae Jones was part of that conversation with Jade?
No.
No one told you that?
I don't know that name, I'm sorry.
Would you be surprised to know that the only person who called 911 in reference to Jade's medical episode was Blaise? Did you know that?
Yes.
You didn't find that odd?
I mean, there was a lot odd that evening, but no, I mean.
Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be passed State's Exhibit 13A, B, and 1A?
You can put them up if you want to ask.
Fair. Take a look at State's Exhibit 13A. That's your screenshot, or is it a screenshot or a photo?
It's a screenshot of a photo.
Okay. And where's the original photo?
You're looking at it. I had to take a screenshot so the date would show.
Oh, very good. And that's my point. Your date is showing there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you wanted them to know, when I say them, the police officers, this is what time this photo was taken, because I want you to know that I was there and I was there at this time, correct?
When you take a photo, the date and time automatically appear, so that wasn't my intentions at that time. I came back to that when I was asked for any information that I had from that evening.
Well, I'm only stating that because you just said that you wanted the date to show.
That's with a screenshot, yes. Yes.
Did they ask you to screenshot it?
Yes, but that was way after that evening, but yes, you're correct.
Okay, very good. So, take a look at State's Exhibit 1A and 1B. There is no time or date taken there, is there?
No, that's not a picture I took.
No, I know. I'm
Okay.
just asking. There is no date or time in this photo, is it?
There is not.
Whoever took this photo didn't feel the same way you felt in regards to being important as to what date and time this photo was taken.
Yeah, see, I don't see a candle.
Neither is a date and time on that
But
photo, is
You can't see the other side.
Ask multiple questions. What do you ask?
Yeah, what do you?
I'll ask again.
I'm
State's
gonna
Exhibit,
object to Ms. Collins referring to this as a photo. It's a screen capture from the video.
no,
That was the witness testimony. It is not a photo.
oh, very good. The screen capture from this video doesn't show a date or time, does it?
It wouldn't.
Okay. Yours didn't either, but you took a screenshot so that it would, right?
Once I was asked for the photo, yes, that is correct.
Now, when you said that,
So she decided on her own, it seems like, that she needed to put that date in there. She's saying that they asked me for a picture, but she's not saying they asked me to take the screenshot, including the information, compare it to the other two still frames that somebody else collected. They didn't find it necessary to include a timestamp in that or put any type of like demonstrative commentary on it.
that Blaise turned around and you were able to ascertain his demeanor from him turning around, what did he look like?
Just sitting there, no emotion, no happy, no sad, no, just there.
Did he make a face at you?
No, it's just a normal face, just with no emotion behind it.
Just a blank face?
Pretty much.
Were you aware that the entire time he was in the hospital, he had a mask on?
No,
You weren't aware of that?
no.
It would be hard for you to be able to ascertain what his face looks like or demeanor if he had a mask on, wouldn't it?
If you had a mask on, yes, that's correct.
So if he did have a mask on, you'll agree it would be difficult for you to do that.
If you had a mask on, yes.
Thank you, I pass the witness.
You have a mask on. Would you still?
No.
Do you know what time you saw him?
Not to the very minute, but it would have been shortly after the time of me taking that photo and going to the hospital.
So within an hour?
Possibly, yes. Yeah.
He was interviewed. That body cam footage was at midnight. So all of the footage that we have video of, he is masked up. And when she's pressed about, oh, he was faceless, he wasn't showing expressions. Were you aware he was wearing a mask? Was he wearing a mask? Not when I saw him. It would have been around sometime. I take this picture at 11:30, then go to the hospital. But at these videos that start at midnight, he's masked up. So I don't buy this. You are welcome to buy it. If you're hanging out in the chat, you are totally welcome to think I'm crazy for not buying it. I'm just saying I don't buy it. I don't think she has a recall. She's either not being truthful or she doesn't have a recall and she's pretending she remembers something with like a contemporaneous memory.
It's within an hour.
So around 12:30?
Yes.
So if we have a photo of Blaise around 12:30, he shouldn't have a mask on according to your testimony.
From what I remember now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You can step, Jessica, to the next witness.
Stephanie Franklin.
Redirect, we could have gotten third versions of events. Ashford Dredd says, thank you for the super. I like this judge. Why is he intervening? Sometimes I feel like he's doing it just to move the questions along. Going to sit in the gallery because she's done testifying. But sometimes I think it's also because there's information that he wants, or he doesn't like the way that one of the attorneys is asking the question and he's just going to cut to the chase and ask it better. Some judges do that.
You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
This is going to make me sad.
Now, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for the report?
My name is Stephanie Franklin, S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I-E, Franklin, F-R-A-N-K-L-I-N.
Ms. Franklin, did you know Jade Benning during her lifetime?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet her? or come to know her?
I met Jade when I learned that my daughter and she were in the same dance class when they were around 4 or 5 years old. And they clicked, and I met Jade's mother at that same time.
And where was that with respect to the city and state?
In Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what is your daughter's name?
My daughter's name is Lindsay Jones. Well, Wallace now. She's married.
So initially, your daughter Lindsay and Jade were 4 or 5 years old, dance class.
Yes,
You can
sir.
Speak your answer.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
And you met, I believe you said, Jade's mother
Yes.
at that time. And so were they living in Little Rock?
Yes, sir.
On how many occasions, and we're talking about during this age group, and I'll ask as they get older, but at this time, that age,
All right, guys, let me know in the chat with the witnesses are super loud. The attorneys are very quiet. If you want me to tweak it up a notch, let me know. I'm going to look and see what you guys are saying. Because, oh, this is a horrible freeze frame. Let's give her kind of normal face here. But it's hard to hear this prosecutor speak, but then she's quite loud. All the witnesses are quite loud. So you guys be the judge. And if we're going to turn the volume up, we give everybody a chance to adjust their own volumes. Let me know also, now that I'm looking at the chat, holy moly, thank you for this incredibly generous super Autry's fake accent. Says I can't gift memberships, not sure why, but big love to you, Kat. So much love right back to you. Love having you in the chat every time you're able to hang out with us, and this is incredibly generous, so thank you. And I don't know why YouTube doesn't play nicely with the gift feature all the time, so, but it's very nice that you wanted to give gifts. And then also, I see another one, Cece, from Tennessee, which is where we're watching this trial, sending in a 10, saying thank you for covering this case. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Big thank you, especially being, I don't know how local, but you're in the same state, so I'm going to call you local. And you are welcome. You are welcome. For volume, you guys, it's your call. I don't know if you guys are really voting. Mobka wants me to toggle it. All right, so we'll keep the volume the same. No one seems to have an input on that, but I wanted to check.
on how many occasions, and we're talking about during this age group, and I'll ask as they get older, but at this time, that age, 4 or 5 years old, how often would you see little Jade Benning?
The beginning, it only took a few weeks, but for it to grow into a almost every day or every other day interaction.
Now, did your daughter and Jade go to preschool together?
No, sir.
Now, as they got a little older, did they maintain their friendship?
Yes. They ended up going to the same middle school and celebrating birthdays, special events. We were with each other all the time.
And did you establish and maintain a friendship or relationship with Jade's mother?
Yes, sir.
And what was that interaction like with respect to, like, how many times would you see Jade as a young child?
All the time. Special events, birthdays, weekly outings, dinner dates. There were standing dinner dates on specific nights. I mean, it was a regular. She was like a second child to me.
Occasion, do sleepovers at your house?
Sleepovers at my house, or
How about your daughter?
my child over at her house or her grandparents' house even.
As they got even older, into the teenage years, what was the relationship like at that point?
All through middle school, leading up to teenage years, we all were at the same school. I actually taught at the school where they attended. So they were with me all the time before school, lunch, after school, when there was a problem. I was kind of like their school mom. And of course, my daughter was there too. And then after their middle school years, they decided to go to 2 different high schools in Little Rock due to their choices of what they were interested in. My daughter went to an arts magnet, and Jade chose to go to Central. So while they were not in the same school, we still attended games, ball games to see or cheer, competitions, dance recitals, special events. We still went out to dinner. We still hung out, all those things.
When you say competitions and cheers, what sort of cheer?
My daughter and Jade were both cheerleaders
At their respective high schools?
at middle school, and then continued on to at their, yes, respective high schools.
And with respect to any other competitions, activities that you knew Jade to be involved in?
I mean, she would come support my daughter because my daughter was a dancer also and had dance recitals, and so she would come and watch and support. We had regular sleepovers still from time to time as they got older.
Now, did they both, to your knowledge, stay in dance all the way up through elementary school, middle school, and
Yes, sir.
high school?
My daughter cheered the whole time. Jade cheered the whole time. Jade was actually captain at Central High School of the cheer squad.
And don't want to get too deep in the weeds about this, but Little Rock High School, how big a school is that?
3,000 to 4,000 student population. It changes throughout the years, probably more when she was there than today.
So was Jade being captain of the cheer squad a big thing?
Oh, it was a huge thing, a huge responsibility. Their squad had, first it was leadership position, but was held in high regard for anyone who was selected. And it speaks to her light and how she was able to bring people together.
As your daughter and Jade progressed, did there come a time when they graduated from high school?
Of course, and thankfully.
And college was next.
Yes, sir.
Did they maintain that friendship, and you as well with Jade Benning, her family?
Yes, sir. They chose different routes for college as well as young people. My daughter chose to go and follow her mom in education. And Jade decided that, college wasn't for her at a certain point, and that she wanted to be a chef, so she went that route.
Let me say that route. Was there a culinary school?
Yes. It was like I guess what would you call a vocational college, and she went to a culinary school and graduated.
Did you become aware at some time that Ms. Benning, Jade Benning, relocated to Nashville, Tennessee?
Oh, I mean, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I knew that she wanted to spread her wings and venture out. She was tenacious in that regard, and independent. And so I knew that she had her sights set and moved to Nashville, and that she was able to secure a job cooking, in her field, cooking, and an opportunity to do what she loved.
Did you have any appreciation of why she chose Nashville? Did she have any relatives here?
Well, her stepmom, lives outside of Nashville, and, she has a half-sister in the area as well. And then,
Would it be fair to say you know pretty much all about her family?
yes, sir. And even a relationship with the person who was in ownership of the restaurant where she was going to, where she did cook, but where the offer came from.
You recall when the last time may have been that you saw Jade Benning alive?
I think it was when we had a dinner back in Little Rock.
And when Ms. Benning would come back to Little Rock, would you normally see her?
Most of the time, yes. If my schedule allowed me to be there, I'd be there.
And so, looking back on it, do you recall that event, that family dinner?
It's hard to go back to those memories, but yes.
What was her mood, her
She was
attitude, her demeanor? What was she like at that time?
She was pure Jade, excitement, her whole life ahead of her, just happy. That's her.
Did you stay in any type of communication with Ms. Benning after that? A phone or text or?
Directly, we didn't communicate as much as Jade and I together as she got older, but Bridget and I are her mom, I'm sorry.
Was that his first?
I would say best friends. So yes, kept tabs nonstop. And Jade and I would text, Mother's Day. I always got a message from her. Birthdays, there was interaction.
And are you spending your daughter kind of went separate ways professionally or educationally, but your knowledge, did your daughter, Jade Benning, stay in touch?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have the opportunity to come to Nashville and visit Ms. Benning while she was alive here?
No, sir.
Fence is going to jump on that.
Did there come a time when you learned that she was expecting?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
Her mama confiding in me.
Just go back to you and her mother being such close friends.
Mm-hmm.
You recall approximately when that was?
I want to say it was sometime in December. And it may have been toward the end of November, but sometime around that holiday season.
And did you share that news with others?
No. Bridget and I have a cloak of trust as best friends do. And so she confided in me. And until I had permission, I did not. But Bridget and I talked about it regularly after she told me.
So, if you're saying you kept up with the progress of the pregnancy and things that were going on, and were you planning to participate whenever the time came, baby showers, whatever you could do?
Of course.
I want to get to the night about the call? Did there come a time when you received a call concerning Jade Benning's health and welfare?
Yes, sir. Actually, I was notified because my husband was called by Jade's, I hate to say stepdad, I'm going to say bonus dad. They're also friends. And when the call came in, and I was told, just a little bit in shock. And of course, Bridget was on the other line, not able to call me herself, so, you know, it was, I need to talk to Bridget.
You're still in Little Rock, correct?
Yes, sir.
Should have asked. That's
Yes, sir.
2 years. So, what, if anything, did you do upon receiving the call?
I immediately demanded to talk to Bridget. And so when I got to talk to Bridget, of course, she and Lynn were already en route to Nashville. And I told her, I said, I'm coming. I told her, I said, I got to get a couple hours of sleep because it was late. Sure. And then, of course, I just told her I would be there and I would leave in the morning and drive, and that the girls may come with me. And then when I said the girls, she knows what that means, but that's my daughter and some other close family friends. And so then I immediately called my daughter and told her, and we made plans as to what time to meet and what time we were going to leave.
And you recall approximately what time you left Little Rock to come to Nashville?
Sometime in the morning, early. I mean, it's like 6, 7. I had to pick up my daughter and then also get another friend.
Looks like it's like a 5-hour drive from Little Rock to Nashville.
As what was said, if anything, but were you in communication and being updated on Jade's condition during the drive?
And of course.
Well, another site says 7 hours.
When you arrived here in Nashville, where did you go immediately?
I went directly to the hospital.
You recall approximately what time it may have been when you got there?
It was early afternoon. I wouldn't say midday, it was early afternoon.
And when you arrived, where did you go? Arrived by that, I mean, at the hospital.
Straight to ICU.
And were you permitted to see Jade?
I went straight to the waiting room first, and that's where I got to meet Bridget and Lynn and everybody else that was there.
Were there a number of people there? That
Family members, yes.
And when you saw, you said Ms. Benning was in the ICU. When you saw her, what did you see? Could you describe what you saw?
Jade was laying there with tubes and wires connected and machines functioning for her. And I saw her pregnant belly gooch.
How long did you stay in Nashville?
Got here on Sunday. 4 days.
And during that time, you frequently at the hospital?
If I wasn't sleeping or driving to and from.
And any time before you arrived at the hospital, had you heard the name Blaise Taylor?
Yes. Yes.
And from
From Bridget.
had you ever met anyone by that name?
No.
Did you meet anyone at the hospital during the days that you were there? Named Blaise Taylor?
No.
So have you ever seen him or spoken to him?
Not in person.
Have you spoken?
No.
Focusing back at the hospital, were you aware that there was a police investigation?
I became aware.
Did you become aware? And were there officers and or detectives at the hospital on and off, or at least that you saw and spoke to there?
I never met anyone directly that I recall, but I saw people, and they would pull Bridget and Lynn and Dennis and Andrea.
Did there come a time when you went to the apartment?
I did.
Miss Benning's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how that came about.
My best friend was falling apart, and she wasn't going to leave her child's side, which I understand. But it was driving her crazy to know the answers, to just see what in the world was happening, trying to make sense of something. So Bridget and I discussed it.
And was the decision made, at least between the two of you at least, that you would go to the apartment?
Yes, that'd be her eyes and ears.
Did you get keys to the apartment?
From Bridget.
Had you ever been there before?
No.
I'm not asking if you ever been to Nashville, but so
No.
were you given directions or?
I was given the address. GPS.
Who, if anyone, went with you?
My daughter Lindsay, Jade Summons, and Nijaiha.
Now, ask about Nijaiha. Would that be Nijaiha Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Did you know her prior to this incident?
When I say girls, she's included in that group.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Going back to
Sleepovers, celebrations, cheer, all the things.
And so, then, was she, being Miss Jackson, also a part of the growing up in
Yes, sir.
the Little Rock? Prior to going to the apartment, what, if anything, did you do to prepare for going there and entering?
My son is a police officer in Little Rock, and
Let me just talk without going into it. Did you get some suggestions from him?
yeah, of course,
And
I
did
called.
you follow those suggestions?
I called him and told him what I was getting ready to do, and then I had to do it for Bridget.
And so,
And so I asked him,
well, I know, so what did you do prepared.
I called my son and I told him what I was getting ready to do and asked him how do I honor what my friend needs and do it in the best, carefulest way, not knowing all the details, but knowing what little information I had with how she got to be, how Jade got to be in the hospital. And that he told me
And did you follow those instructions or advice?
yes, the ones he gave me.
Did you procure any hand protection?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He told me you need to have gloved hands, you need to not touch anything, try not to touch anything, you don't have to touch to gain entrance.
Is it explaining the
And you
gloves?
need to record and take pictures or still shots of anything that you feel needs to be documented for Bridget to see. And then get out. Don't stay there.
When did you go to the apartment? Was it daylight or dark?
It was around dusk on the day that I got there.
So there are multiple instances of people going into this non-contained scene.
And would that have been the 26th?
Yes, sir.
And you told us who went with you, so when you arrived, did you take pictures?
I did.
Did you also take videos?
I did.
And did you take any items from the apartment?
One.
All right. Court's permission. Sometimes I ask these to be passed to the witness. Ms. Franklin, being handed two items, one envelope that contains a USB, but as far as the photographs are concerned, could you look through those and see if you recognize what is depicted?
Yeah, so not only is she going in there, this would be the second entry that we've learned about, because this is on the next day, 2/26, but she's going in there with the group. She said Lindsay, Jada, and Nijaiha went with her.
Yes, sir.
And we'll open the envelope and be sure it does have. I believe it has a tag. It says S. Franklin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I would move those. Number 14. Ms. Franklin, which were done first? Photographs or the videos? Or were they video and a photograph, video and a photograph, or how was the process done?
Room by room, area by area, video and photographs together in the same areas.
And what did you use to capture both the video and the photographs?
My personal phone.
Cell phone. All right. If we could. Now, Ms. Franklin, you've had an opportunity to review these, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have each of the videos, what was said is really not between you and Jade and Nijaiha, is not relevant. So, as we play these one by one, since there will be no audio, can you narrate, tell us what we're seeing?
Yes.
Video number one.
This is,
And we can't stop, obviously.
as soon as you walk in the apartment and open the door, you're in the kitchen. And so this is immediately entering the door, panning the kitchen area. This is the countertop. I knew that, I knew Jade had a at-home date set, and I knew that because she loves to cook, you see food over on the stove area and the counter, and then the result of their kind of paint at home.
So it'd be fair to say
Activity.
that there were things, some things you expected to see in Secretary.
Correct. And then that's Jada and Nijaiha.
And again, it's muted, but were you having conversations?
Of course.
And were you apprised of the fact that Nijaiha had been there before?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know whether she had.
Nijaiha is Jade's best friend,
Yes.
so I'm sure.
Now we're moving to video number two. Where are we now?
Standing in the living room, facing the second bedroom and panning from the other direction.
Looking back towards the kitchen.
Yes, and she looks surprised because I'm telling her to get out of the way. That's my daughter that you saw a good glimpse.
Now, video number three. What are we?
The image of where Jade's camera usually sits. Or is expected to be sitting.
I believe if you touch the screen on the thing that's down there, but you can make a circle. So, kind of where the camera usually sits, could you circle that area? So, no camera there, correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right, so here's what it's going to come down to. The state's probably going to try to say that Blaise removed all of these items, but there was another entry before the point in time where Stephanie got there. So even if nobody on the jury is inclined to think that Stephanie and her crew that she brought in made this camera disappear, then where did it go? Where and when did it disappear?
Would you like me to clear that?
I can. And now, number four. Where are we now?
Jade's bedroom.
And what, if anything, are we seeing?
There's a
there?
candle.
You're seeing a scan of her bedroom, but there's also the camera right there.
Now, if we, again, pause it right there and do the same, could you circle? And were the blinds in that condition when you went in and filmed this?
Yes, sir.
Did you touch anything at that point?
No.
Right, and now, lastly, video number 5.
It's panning from the other direction of the other side of the room.
Thank you. Now, we can publish the photographs. And these have been arbitrarily A through K, I believe. But what are we seeing here in this picture?
Camera outside in the hallway, on the ceiling, walkway area of the entrance walkway to Jade's front door.
And what about this?
Jade's art. No handwriting.
And a third.
Presuming that's Blaise's.
Now, we had a picture of the refrigerator. Well, the refrigerator was in the video, but I
Pink lemonade.
Yes, sir.
opened the door and just a picture of the interior of the refrigerator that was in the video.
Yes, sir.
And did you remove any items or place any items there that weren't there to start with?
No, just opened it.
What is this a photograph of?
Open trash can at the end of the bar in the kitchen.
Do you recall what may have been in it?
I didn't dig in it. I just saw what was there on top.
Was there any other trash receptacle that you saw that had anything in it?
We did look at the trash cans in the bathrooms. They were empty.
And was there any other trash anywhere in the kitchen other than this one?
Not that was visible.
And the next photograph, what are we seeing here? And again, if you could tell us what it is.
So the camera on the ledge in Jade's bedroom, facing out.
Okay. And does it appear to be plugged in?
Yes, sir.
And is this another view of the camera? This one showing the lens facing.
Yes, sir.
And now moving on, we saw the video of the bed room. Was there anything on about the bed that attracted your attention?
Yes. On the bedspread, it appeared to be throw up or vomit.
And looking at it, did it appear to be of any particular color?
Pink.
And again, having talked to your son and preparing this, what, if anything, did you do with the comforter, with this object?
I took it. I decided to take it. But I didn't. I decided to take it with us.
This is next picture is a more close up. And were these pictures taken prior to you touching this item?
Yes.
And in fact, did you touch it and for any other purpose than to remove it
No.
and preserve it?
No.
And what, if anything, were you able to put it in?
A trash bag. I told them to get a trash bag.
And was it one that was already there at the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
This next photograph of the vehicle with license plate. Are you familiar with that vehicle?
Yeah.
And whose vehicle is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bridget and Lynn's.
Now, we talked about you removing the comforter. You recall whether or not there was any other item that you took along with it?
No, I just
And how did you go about
folded it within itself and stuffed it in the bag with my gloved hand and tied the bag off in the apartment.
in class? Talk about a trash bag and.
That's it.
You know,
That's, yes, yes, sir.
so. You were there, you looked around, did you check out anything else as far as whether the windows were locked or anything to do with touching the apartment or touching anything in the apartment?
No, other than, there was discussion on whether to leave the blinds up in the bedroom and the camera location being weird, because, Jade, we talked about that and whether or not we should close the blinds.
And you recall whether or not you did or didn't close the blinds?
They were closed when we left.
And how about the camera? Was it left in the same location or moved back to the kitchen?
No, Nijaiha was adamant about moving it back to the kitchen where it's supposed to be.
And other than that, was anything else manipulated that is being moved, anything added or taken away?
No, we talked about private property of Jade's, but didn't touch anything else, didn't take anything else.
And when you arrived there, was the door locked?
Yes,
And when you left, did you relock the door?
of course.
The question is, why did you take it upon yourself to essentially do police work?
Because Bridget was hurting and Bridget wanted answers, and Bridget and I were both pissed. Excuse my French. We were angry. Didn't seem like anybody was doing anything. It didn't seem like things were moving.
The pace was too slow.
No answers.
First
Why do you
movie.
have a child on life support? No answers.
Or it could have
Was
been
this
an accidental
any
OD.
attempt on your part to interfere with the investigation?
No, I would never.
As far as packaging the item that we see here in the trunk of Ms. Burke's vehicle, what did you do with it when you left the apartment?
Called till I was headed back. Would have had meet me at the car because I'm gonna give it directly to Jade's parents.
And did you get them keys back to you?
Yes, they met me at the car.
Now, as far as the exterior of the apartment complex, did you do anything with respect to looking around there or?
Yeah, tried to see if there was any trash or anything that was obviously in the dumpster, but not taken in dumpsters. And they were huge. Then there was a neighbor out walking their dog, and I asked her if she knew Jade.
So,
And she explained, and our conversation led to the fact of ambulances there the night before. And, she didn't know her. I gave her my number.
So you get back to the hospital, essentially, as far as the evidence is concerned, it's still in the bag the last time you saw it, correct?
Correct.
And as the days went on, you found that there was a police investigation going on, and detectives who were working.
Yes, I knew that finally there were people talking to Bridget and Lynn. And listening.
From the time you packaged the comforter in the trash bag until it was delivered there in the trunk of the vehicle, did you open it at any time during the transport?
No.
Add anything to it
No.
or touch it with your bare hands?
No, sir.
I noticed that you had on gloves, rubber gloves or latex.
I'm not a medical professional, but yeah.
I was gonna say-
Blue gloves from the hospital.
From the hospital. And when you packaged up the comforter, could you feel through the things any moisture or whether the area that we've seen highlighted?
No, but I mean, that's one of the things I noticed when it looked like vomit, because there seemed to be a moisture ring several inches outside where the vomit was. And I'm a mom, seen lots of vomit, cleaned up vomit. And I'm an educator, so seen it there too. And you know, that looks like there was moisture added at some point or an attempt to wipe it or something.
It could have been, look, if I'm puking before I lose, like, consciousness, it could be me trying to immediately clean up my own spit up or whatever on the carpet. This idea, it smelled clean when we walked in. It looked like moisture was added to it, like to clean it up. I really feel like we're dealing with people who have this grief and don't want to believe that this person they grew up with and knew from the time they were a little girl, that they've been friends with all their lives, would have been pregnant and making the decision on her own to partake in any sort of drugs, alcohol, anything while pregnant. And that's exactly why, as much as people are like, oh my gosh, this is victim blaming, it's exactly why any defense team needs to be able to get in and discuss a victim's activity. Because otherwise, this is the picture. And here I think it's more relevant than ever because it seems like this whole collection of evidence was steered by a family who decided that there's no way that there could be any other explanation for this other than something criminal happened. And it's not an easy topic, but the defendant has a right to defend themselves.
Questions on that?
Oh, it's going to be Joshua Brand. Going to have lengthy, confusing questions. this is so Michael Sprinkle coded. Also, big thank you. I didn't want to speak over because my mom would be the same way. Anytime I tell her about someone passing away, even if it's someone I wasn't particularly close with, my mom is touched by it. So let me properly say thank you because I didn't want to speak over the witness. Sheriff Chuck, thank you as always. Another 5, guys. This is a brand new set of 5 gifted memberships. And you guys were showing love when he dropped them. I'm just late in doing these thank yous. So big thank you here to Sheriff Chuck. And also great commentary and insights all throughout the chat today. Also, at For Dread, this was sent during the previous witness, says also these state witnesses are terrible at keeping their emotions in check when they get on cross. I thought we had a very interesting switch up with Lauren, and I don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, I actually don't think the defense should try to do anything chaotic here. But a very interesting switch up with Lauren Bennett. Wait, why am I saying Bennett? What was her last name? I'm just making up a last name. Lauren Weber. Lauren Weber. There we go. Got to check my notes. And very interested to see what happens with certain other witnesses. We better get Nijaiha. We better get Apple. These are all childhood friends. All of them are childhood friends. When they get up on the witness stand, I think we're going to have a huge difference, contrast between the direct examination and the cross. So thank you for the super ad for Dread. We also had Cece become a member, turning green. Big thank you. Big thank you. So glad to have you here. And then we've got Allie with the extended name now. Lengthened it up with the 5 gifted, which is super generous. So say thank you to Allie. Big win here, Allie, giving us 5 in the chat. Let's do a W, Allie. And Sheriff Chuck. And I completely appreciate it, you guys. All right, and again, this is Joshua Brand. He plugged his laptop up. He is ready to go. Let's see what he does with this witness. I think he's got to be delicate.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brand. I know this is extremely difficult. I can't imagine what you've been through. I appreciate you being here today, answering all these questions. I want to start by talking, kind of going back to the beginning of your testimony, and talking a little bit about kind of your background relationship with Jade and Bridget, okay? So, obviously, you've testified, you've known Jade almost her whole life, right? Is that right?
A long time.
And it sounds like you were a really big part of Jade's life when she was young, when she was growing up. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned Bridget is probably one of your best friends now?
Correct.
And she has been for a long time?
Yes.
And you all are from Arkansas, right?
Yes, sir.
And you still live there now?
Yes, sir.
You still live in the same area as Bridget, is that right?
I mean, we live in central Arkansas now. I don't live in Little Rock anymore.
I gotcha. Okay. About how many years has it been since Jade has kind of lived in the same area that you and your daughter do?
From today?
Well, I guess it's been a few years since this incident, but since she passed away. So when, at the time that she passed away, how long had it been since you guys all had lived in the same area?
Probably 3 to 4.
So kind of like the college time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which makes sense with what you were describing, that your kids both went away to college and you stayed in contact, but as naturally happens, you know, you're not as in daily touch, right?
Correct.
And at the time, in 2022, 2023, when Jade was living in Nashville, this is kind of, is it fair to say this is the time in your life, in her life, that you were describing where you're talking to her at Mother's Day or her birthday or maybe a big holiday? Is that right?
Correct.
But not necessarily like every week or even every couple weeks.
Correct.
So you're still keeping up with what's going on because your families are close, but you and Jade are not in daily contact. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're not, you yourself at least, are not sort of, you don't have personal knowledge of what's going on in Jade's day-to-day life. Is that fair?
I have snippets because of Bridget.
Sure. I get that.
You
But
can't
you
tell
and
from
Jade
becoming a
are,
member?
she's not filling you in personally what's going on in her day-to-day life.
No, she's not.
So she's not calling you saying, oh, I went on this date, it was great, and that sort of thing.
No.
And you don't have personal knowledge of, you know, some of these lifestyle kind of things, like is she drinking or doing drugs, or how well she's doing, or she's totally clean. Like, you don't know personally how she's doing, right?
I know she's well,
I got you.
happy.
Yeah, because when you talk to her, she seems like she's doing great, right?
I
Denial.
talk to Bridget on a daily basis. Yes.
When you're talking to Bridget, and Bridget's talking to Jade, so it's coming second, third hand, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're not there kind of involved in her daily social life, right?
I'm not in Nashville, no.
And similarly, with the relationship with Blaise, how things are going, you don't have any sort of first-hand observation experience as to her relationship with Blaise.
No.
In terms of this situation, February 25th, 2023, you found out pretty quickly, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think Bridget found out and she called you as one of her best friends almost immediately.
No, her husband called.
Her husband called. Okay, I'm sorry. But so her husband called almost immediately.
I'm assuming as quickly as they found out.
And they were already on their way to Nashville.
Correct.
The information that you received very quickly from her husband, were you, and I don't need to know the exact details, but were you kind of filled in on what people were saying about what happened, what Nijaiha Jackson was saying about what happened? Were you told all that information?
I was told that there was a phone call. I was told that something happened to Jade. And there was a phone call that Bridget received from Nijaiha, hysterical.
Okay.
And Nijaiha shared that,
I don't need to know what Nijaiha said exactly, but just that she was making some allegations about Mr. Taylor.
Nijaiha was reporting what she said,
Okay.
what she saw,
Bridget
what occurred.
was telling you that Nijaiha was telling her some things about it, right?
Yes,
Right from the get-go.
Nijaiha shared.
Okay, you don't want her to get into it, or you do?
This is, I'm sorry, let me clarify that. I'll ask the question a better way. In that very initial phone call, was it your understanding that somebody was saying Mr. Taylor was the reason that Jade was in the hospital?
That's a trick question.
I didn't mean it to be a trick question. I'm not trying to trick you, I promise. I just want to know kind of,
His name was mentioned, yes.
okay. So you hop in a car and you start, the next morning you hop in the car.
Correct.
You indicate to Bridget that you'll be there for her as soon as you can. Is that fair?
Correct.
I want to get it right. I want to make sure that I'm accurate about what I'm understanding. You're
What's
saying.
your question?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be.
What is your question?
Approximately how long is it from Little Rock to Nashville?
5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic.
So you arrived about midday on the 26th?
I arrived a little bit after lunch, kind of early afternoon.
Okay. And tell me again who you drove with. I know your daughter, and who is the other person?
Jada Summons.
Jade Summons. Okay. And how old is Jada Summons?
Same age as Jade and my daughter. Jade's 1 year behind them, but same age group.
During that car ride, did you discuss with your daughter and Jada Summons the things that you had learned the night before?
Of course.
When you got here, you went immediately to the hospital.
Correct.
You met with Bridget and the other people who were there. Is that
Correct.
right? At the time that you went to the hospital, and I think you indicated this, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the scene, there were already police officers there?
No, sir.
Not at the time you went to the hospital?
No, sir.
How long were you at the hospital with Bridget or other people before you saw police officers there?
I don't even recall seeing them when I got back.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left to go to Jade's apartment and came back from Jade's apartment.
Okay, let me clarify. When
Did you see police when you first got to the hospital?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when you first got to the hospital, you didn't see police?
That's what I just asked.
No.
I understand.
You don't have to repeat everything. These smart people right over here heard it all, what she's testified to.
Well, I heard the first time she said she saw police officers, so I'm trying to clarify and make sure I heard it right.
Well, you can't be testifying either.
Okay. When did you first see police officers at the hospital?
Did you ever see police officers at the hospital?
I saw, I'm assuming it was a detective. He was not in police clothing, but there was a badge. So it was the second or the third day of me being in Nashville.
So you never saw law enforcement until the second or third day you were in Nashville?
That is what I recall.
So you wouldn't even
During
know.
your discussions with Ms. Burke,
So how did you make the determination, make the conclusion that nobody was doing anything and you had to take it upon yourself to go do it? By you arrive there on the 26th and you go to the house by dusk on the 26th.
was it your impression that law enforcement was involved on the first day that you were in Nashville?
Ms. Burks?
Ms. Burke.
So Bridget,
Bridget.
can you ask the question again, please? I was focused on you saying her name wrong. Sorry.
My apologies. During the first day you arrived in Nashville, during your discussion with Miss Bridget Burks, is that right?
Yes.
When did you first become aware from Miss Burks that law enforcement was in fact involved with the case?
One more time, fluidly, please.
Sure. No problem.
I want to make sure I give you the correct answer, so
Absolutely. After your arrival in Nashville on the first day, on February 26th, during your discussions with Ms. Bridget Burks, when did you first become aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
second or third day. Second day, I would say.
So at no time prior to the third day was there ever a discussion that there have been detectives talking to us, there were police here last night, that never came up at all?
Second day, I saw. Second day we talked.
That's when you saw police?
Second or third day is when I saw police. Yes, Bridget shared that she had had a conversation, where the detectives had been in touch. I saw what I thought was a detective come and speak to them at the hospital. They would pull them in a room.
Now, you were in pretty regular contact with Ms. Burks between the time that she or her husband notified you and you arrived at the hospital on the 26th, is that correct?
As much as can be.
Sure, texting, calling, all that stuff, right? And at no time during those conversations did she inform you that there were in fact police officers at the hospital the night before, is that right?
Yes, she shared there were police officers.
Oh, so you were aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
Well, I was told that some police officer, I don't know if it was somebody that came in special or it was a police officer that's assigned to the hospital, I don't know, but talked to Nijaiha.
Okay, so there was a police officer that talked to Nijaiha, and you were aware of that, maybe before you got to Nashville.
I don't think I knew that before I got to Nashville. I don't think we talked about that before I got to Nashville.
When did you have that conversation?
I don't recall the exact time that I had that conversation.
That wasn't on your drive?
On my drive, I'm talking about my daughter's best friend being on life support.
Okay. Well, let's talk about then, let's move on, I guess. Let's talk about the decision to go to Jade's apartment.
Sure.
So you get in town, you meet with Miss Burks, and how long from the time when you arrived in town shortly after lunch was it before you and Miss Burks discussed you going to Jade's apartment?
There wasn't an isolated discussion.
With several discussions?
Comments about how bad Bridget wanted to know.
Okay. Was that like immediately that you got in town?
No, immediately we were focused on Jade.
Immediately focused on Jade. So, when did you actually go to the apartment?
The night that I got there.
So,
Evening that I got there.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, do you have about approximate time?
No, I don't recall the exact time. I know that by the time we got to our apartment, it was dark.
It was dark, and this is February, right?
Correct.
Do you know if it was 11 o'clock at night?
No, sir.
So before 11, sometime after 4, maybe?
It was closer probably to the 4, 5, 6, 7 time range.
Did you eat dinner that day?
I don't remember what I ate or if I ate. I don't even remember how much I slept.
You think it was after dinner time?
I don't know what time. I mean, dinner's variable for people and variable for me.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm trying to figure out.
It was dusk when I headed that way. It was dark when we got there.
Okay, so maybe on the earlier side of the evening when you actually went to the apartment. Is that fair?
Earlier being what time, sir?
The 5, 6 instead of the 7, 8 kind of time period?
I wasn't looking at a clock, so I don't know. It was dusk when I left the hospital. It was dark when we got to the apartment. I don't even remember how far the hospital was from the apartment. I cannot give you an exact time and feel like I am being honest with you on an exact time.
Can you look at the picture metadata?
So you and Bridget are
Videos?
discussing that she doesn't feel like things are moving fast enough and she wants someone to go. At no point during those conversations about you going to the apartment is it ever mentioned that, well, let me rephrase this question, maybe I can say. When Bridget asks you to go to the apartment, is there ever a discussion about should we talk to police here before you go?
It wasn't Bridget asking me to go to the apartment. It was a discussion between friends, best friends, about what can I do to help?
Okay.
What can I do to help?
That's fair. So during this discussion between friends about what you could do to help, did you ever offer to contact police about going to the apartment?
No.
Did you ever call the Metro Nashville Police Department and say, hey, we think someone needs to go to the apartment? Has that been done yet? Has that been done yet?
No.
Did you ever reach out to Metro Nashville Police Department and say, hey, we're thinking about going to the
She
apartment?
said she never reached out to them at all. No matter what you want to ask her if she said it, she didn't reach out to them.
Sir,
I understand.
you just called out the defense attorney for maybe testifying because he repeated a question. But okay, we're gonna do this.
You're asking the same question.
In different ways. I want to make sure that everybody knows it.
Did you ever call the police and say,
Why do you get to do it in different ways?
after I eat dinner, I'm gonna go to the apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ever call the police and say, if I don't eat at dinner, can I go to the apartment?
No, sir.
No.
Yes.
Just go ask your question and let's get to what question you want instead of repeating them.
Oh my God. He bit back and said, no, you may not approach. I'm going to ask the questions here. All caps session. We haven't done one in a while. 60-second, all caps. Say whatever you want that won't violate YouTube's terms of service and get me in trouble. Go ahead, chat. What are we doing?
Police and say, after I eat dinner, I'm gonna go to the apartment.
No, sir.
Did you ever call the police and say, if I don't eat at dinner, can I go to the apartment?
No, sir.
No. Just go ask your question and let's get to what question you want instead of repeating them. And your next question is?
I'm sorry, I lost my place. I'm working on trying to find out where I was. I apologize
You
for...
asked her, did she ever contact the police in any way before she went to the apartment, and her answer was no.
Did you ever discuss contacting the police with Ms. Burks or with any of the people that were going to the apartment?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever consider contacting the police?
Not that I recall.
And at that point, you didn't think that the police were involved in this case. Is that what you indicated?
I didn't see anybody doing anything.
Was it your impression that there was a criminal investigation going on?
No.
Did you think a crime had been committed?
I knew so.
Relevant to whether she thinks a crime was committed.
It's her state of mind, and if she thought a crime had been...
Her state of mind doesn't have anything to do with it. So go ahead with your next question.
He's really defensive of this lady.
So in preparing for this venture to the apartment, you contacted your son, who was a police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And during your conversation with him, did you ask him if you should contact the police here before going to the apartment?
No.
And at no point during that conversation did he advise you to contact the police department, did he?
No.
I heard you indicate the things that he advised you to do when you went to the apartment. It included wear gloves, take pictures, don't stay long. I did not note that you said your son advised you to collect evidence. Is that correct?
Could you ask the question directly?
Did your son ask you to collect anything
No.
while you were there?
No.
So your son did not advise you to collect evidence while you were there?
He did not say those words.
Okay. Did Ms. Burks specifically ask you to bring anything out of the apartment?
No.
Did she specifically ask you to collect any evidence?
No.
Did she specifically ask you to move anything?
No.
I think the defense attorneys are speaking. Maybe it's the state table or everybody. Okay, state looks like they're saying something. They were just looking.
Ms. Franklin,
Mrs. Franklin.
Mrs. Franklin. I want to show you this. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
If I represent to you that it's a screenshot from the first video that you put in, does that look accurate?
I mean, without having them side by side, yes.
Sure. Do you recognize this area that it shows?
The counter?
Yes, but that look like Jade's apartment?
It looks like her kitchen.
Her kitchen in her apartment. Okay, and that's from your video, so that's about what it looked like when you went there, right?
What I recall, yes.
Do you recognize this right
Chuck
here?
is crazy. Read the screen, guys.
Can you move your finger for a second? Okay, what directly? Could you give me color? Because there's two objects.
This pink item right here?
No, I don't recall that specifically.
That doesn't look familiar to you from when you were in the apartment?
I don't recall that specifically.
That cup didn't look familiar to you?
I don't recall that specifically.
How about over by the sink right here?
What exactly? Can you point again?
Over in the sink? Look
Okay.
at that there.
The pan?
Yeah, the pan, the pot, whatever that is.
Okay.
Did you note any dirty dishes when you were in the apartment?
I cannot recall specifically dirty dishes.
Does that appear to be a clean dish?
I mean, I don't know. It's upside down.
It's on a
Did
drawing
you note
mat.
any unusual smells when you were in the apartment?
Not that I remember.
Am I able to see if I can hook my connector up?
Oh, Lord.
So these have been introduced as the exhibits. I don't know the exact numbers, but these were pictures that you took, right? And you've already identified?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to flip through and just ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
This picture, which, can you just describe what's in this picture?
The inside of Jade's refrigerator in her apartment.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I mean, I took pictures of what I thought was concerning or
Pink
needed to be
lemonade?
documented.
What was notable or concerning about the refrigerator?
I was looking for anything pink,
Anything pink?
liquid.
So there's a pink lemonade in there?
Yes, sir.
You got put a one in the chat if you think Nijaiha said
And
something about the pink drink and it got
This you've
the
already
word got
described as
to
the camera,
her
right?
before she went here.
Correct.
And
Put a
here
two if you
is
think
the-
nah.
The windowsill or the window shade is up in this picture. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the camera is in the bedroom on this windowsill, correct?
Yes.
And we noted in the other picture that I just showed, the screenshot, the camera's not in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
The judge is not preparing
Did
for
you
a
note a
directed
gun in the
verdict.
apartment?
Thank you,
I'm
crime.
sorry.
Did you see a gun in the apartment?
I don't remember seeing the weapon, but I think I saw a holster.
Saw a holster, but you didn't see the gun.
I mean,
Right. I noticed in those videos that we watched, there was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
No. A video?
Yes.
No.
And there was not a video of you packaging up the comforter, was there?
No.
And there was not a video of you taking the comforter out of the apartment, was there?
No.
And there was not a picture of a washcloth?
No.
Did you also package up a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You did not remove a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You didn't take any pictures of a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
Were you the only person who touched the comforter?
I think so, yes.
Nobody else helped you fold it up and put it in a garbage bag?
I mean, I can't testify to remembering if anyone touched the comforter.
And that's not part of the videos that you took while you were in there, right?
No.
Did you bring the garbage bag with you?
Yes.
Did you have to go to the store to buy the garbage bag?
No.
You had it with you already.
No.
Where did the garbage bag come from?
I don't know because I didn't leave the bedroom. I said, get the garbage bag.
So it's possible that came from Jade's apartment?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't bring them with us. That I'm aware, no one had a garbage bag with them when we arrived.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. You didn't bring a garbage bag with you?
No.
Okay. So just so I understand, so far as you were aware, there was no police officer that gave you permission to go to that apartment?
I did not speak to the police officer.
And not everything that happened in the apartment is on video, right?
No, I didn't record nonstop.
Thank you.
Need you redirect.
This is a time. I think she's realizing that she gave the defense ammo to create reasonable doubt.
You were asked many questions about the time you were out there.
What's your question?
Did you happen to notice that there was a clock that was captured in the video with the time on it?
Yes.
Howard has published that it's the first video, still shot.
Okay.
And do we see the time? What is the time?
6:39.
Okay. Counsel asked you a number of questions about your relationship. You testified about Ms. Burks, Bridget, and when you learned that Jade was pregnant, was she supposed to tell you that?
Bridget or Jade?
Ms. Burks, Bridget.
Bridget telling me about
Yes.
Jade being pregnant?
You find out later that it was supposed to not be told?
Oh, I mean, no, I found that out when she told me
Okay.
that she was pregnant.
So that's how close you are.
Yes.
No.
Any other questions?
Ms. Franklin,
Oh, boy.
do you know if that clock in that video is accurate?
Hang on, let him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. Have a seat, General Moore. What are your questions?
Ms. Franklin,
Get back up.
Do you know if that clock is accurate in that video?
I'm assuming so.
Had you ever been to Ms. Benning's apartment before?
No.
So you don't know if it's accurate, do you?
No.
Thank you.
Did you have other questions?
With respect to the questions about the comforter, did you shake it out or fold it up?
No, I folded it up within itself.
So if there was something else in there, it would have been folded up in it.
I did not spread it out. I didn't move it. I folded it up within itself and put it in the bag.
state that.
Yes.
That's all. Was that how you were directed to package up evidence by your son?
No one directed me the way to package.
Now, nothing else, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Second time we've almost gotten a redirect today. We were almost there, chat. Almost there. Man. All right, now we learn this guy's General Moore. So we have Jan Norman over here, Eileen no more. Alright, I'm gonna take a recess. Just see real quick here if the defense says anything or the state says anything. Everyone just stop. Yeah, I don't know, KB. KB says, did anyone pull the video from the outside camera? Or like it looked like it was like on the ceiling. They showed a picture of it somewhere. All right, we could do some jumping. What are we thinking? This is like a bigger mess to me than it was this morning. And I really wanted to I wanted to understand where this witness was coming from. Like, what would you do if somebody that you cared about, something happened to them, and you felt like critical information could be lost and the police were just not going to do anything about it? But then we find out she didn't even speak to any law enforcement officers. Like, I thought this was going to be a circumstance where we're like begging someone to go over there. It's not happening. And you feel like you have no choice but to take matters into your own hand. But then she didn't speak to any police before she goes over to this apartment. And now I think she started to realize in the middle of cross-examination that because she made the decision to do that, she just gave the defense team, any defense team, huge ammunition to poke holes. It's just a lot. Gossip, rumor, innuendo. Yep. Is this lady just out here conducting an investigation? At least she wore gloves. Because sometimes we have actual investigators that don't seem to be doing that. At least she wore gloves. Should we do like a rate on a scale of 1 to 10, her investigator capabilities as a layperson compared to like a professional, a hired person? You know, I want to give her a little bit of credit. She had the gloves going. She had a garbage bag. We don't know where the garbage bag came from, but we had a garbage bag. Like, and this is the thing, like, it really does suck that sometimes law enforcement misses critical information in the beginning of things. But in this scenario, the defense has a critical argument that this started with a tunnel vision lens and like a vigilante investigation by family members and friends where more than one set of people went through this apartment when the location was not sealed. Because remember, we just heard that Lauren Weber went in and just got the keys, but she also went into the bedroom and blew out a candle and said it smelled clean in there, but it wasn't the candle that made it smell clean. Man, I just have so many thoughts. It's gonna be like 3 a.m, and I'm gonna be sitting there like with like my ideas just going all over the place. I don't even know, you guys. Let me say some thank yous here. Everybody's becoming a member. It's so amazing. I know your IQ says, look, I'm going to become green. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know my IQ. And then a Ginger Snaps Out of It, which is a great name, also became a member. Big thank you. Adford Dread says, I don't know, but him doing this in front of the jury. So this gets to like the defense attorney with the repeating the questions and the judge stepping in and then asking the questions. Him doing this in front of the jury makes the defense look horrible, and even the judge is fed up. This could make the jury like tune them out. So if you see the judge who's in a position that you trust, and maybe I was too warm with the judge yesterday. Maybe I was too warm with my, all right, Miss Hollis, if you have these other text messages, maybe not object in front of the jury and send them right back out of the room when he's about to give an instruction, because now the jury might pay more attention to that instruction that you don't want them to hear, which does kind of impugn and assert some conclusion about the evidence in the case, which is problematic. But maybe don't make that decision to make a fuss in front of the jury when the judge is going to give that instruction anyway, and now it's going to draw attention to it. I don't know. Maybe I should have been more supportive of the defense attorney yesterday, because the judge today is stomping all over the defense trying to ask their questions. And then the witness was like, can you repeat your question? I'm missing what you said. We just had an issue where the judge wanted to stop without an objection. I didn't hear a succession of asked and answered objections from the state. And I know sometimes judges will step in and try to protect the record before an attorney has to make an objection, but that doesn't seem like such an egregious scenario where I'd expect them to do that. And the state wasn't sitting there going, asked and answered. He already asked this question. So the judge was just on his own, repeatedly in front of the jury, stopping the defense attorney from asking these questions. But I will disagree with At for Dread here. If I was sitting on the jury, I think it would, this much from the judge trying to stop a line of questioning, it would just make me more curious at a certain point. And I think I might have gotten to that point as a juror today, where I would have been like, look, why can't we ask these questions of this witness? Now I really, really want to know. So I think you're right to a point, but for me as a juror, I think it would eventually like bell curve the other direction. Like crazy. And I also love Sheriff Chuck was in the chat like, oh, no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Do you have any? That's how the defense is going to say they're done with the witness. Oh my goodness. And also again, shout out to Crime Junkie here who says, I'm a bit behind, but could the judge be preparing for a directed verdict? Just reading the comments and I see the judge is asking questions again. So I think when you catch up, you will be like, no, that's probably not what the judge is doing. But I always love seeing people's comments in the chat like, I'm behind. What is happening? What is happening? And I agree. Mavhawk says he asks the same question over and over again to make a point. Repetition is a great way to draw out nuance. It's a great way to draw out some slightly different versions of the same scenario that should be unchanged. It's a way to illustrate how our recollection can work. It's a way to draw emphasis towards a certain point that sometimes if you say it twice, you'll remember it. It'll stand out more. You draw more focus to something that's important. And likewise, I think Lauren Weber's testimony is a great example of asking questions like, you said on direct XYZ, can you run through that again? And then all of a sudden, she forgets all of these details about the candle. She was supposed to go to this apartment at the request of everybody else, and there was a candle burning that needed to be blown out. But when the defense is crossing her, she's asked, and she repeats 3 different times, that she was asked to go over there to get the keys and nothing else. And she's insisting, I didn't touch anything else in the house, because she's trying to defend and get ahead of some assumption that she might have contaminated the scene. So she's so focused on that she's now giving a different reason for why she went over there. And Lauren Weber, I keep doing that. Lauren Weber, several lines of questioning, I think illustrated the value of repeating a question, maybe not verbatim, but slight variations of it can elicit different testimony that maybe that testimony shouldn't change. So, yep. Adventure Aaron also said the judge also refused to give rulings when the defense was objecting earlier today. Mavka's like, I'm filing a motion to recuse before the end of the day. Just running out of there. Just running out of there. Freedom Ring says, no tests for any drugs. What tests were done? What was in the victim's system? We haven't gotten the toxicologist yet, but it seems like the defense is raising issues with chain of custody on the blood draws and the way the blood draws were done. And it seems like the state's trying to get ahead of any insinuation that fentanyl was in her system by suggesting that at some point after the hospital would have drawn blood vials, but before law enforcement got their warrant to draw blood, that fentanyl would have been administered for a medical purpose by like ICU after she was passed on. So like I forget the date, but like either the 26th or maybe going into the 27th. But it seems like the state's trying to get ahead of explaining why there is the presence of fentanyl somewhere and saying there's a innocuous explanation for it. And the defense might be leaning into either we can't trust the way this information was collected and the chain of custody was passed down through, or we're going to lean into there is a presence of something that is known to contribute to fatalities, overdoses. So, but unfortunately, we haven't gotten the toxicologist, and I think that's going to be some of the most critical, tangible evidence in this case. And it could go in either direction. So, good to see you. Let's see. Yeah, your gal says, I'm shocked at how many people were just allowed to go in there with no police. That in itself should be a not guilty. So remember we had the sergeant this morning say he couldn't obtain a warrant. And I really thought that would be like state of mind what was in Stephanie Franklin's head. But she didn't speak to anybody then. And it seems like he would have still been trying to obtain the warrant actively at this point. So with that order of operations, it kind of just seems like we decided upon ourselves. We're just going to march ourselves in there because we have a way to gain access. Somebody has a set of keys. We'll get it from Bridget, whatever. Because Lauren went and got the keys to Bridget. So, and again, this is all people operating under the lens that someone we love is on life support in the hospital. And we know that they would never, especially while pregnant, intentionally, willfully, voluntarily ingest something that could put herself or the baby at risk. And I really hate to say it, but people make certain decisions during pregnancies that aren't good for themselves or for the unborn child. And the defense has every right to try to get into that if they have a basis, and it seems like they do based on these text messages about, can you call Des to get some shrooms or whatever, to get into that information. It goes to the heart of the cause of death, which is what they have to dispute. So, man. Oh yeah, should I do the Reasonable Doubt song? We could do that as an outro. It'll give you, yes, I gotta make an outro song because I hate when we end the streams and it just like cuts off on you guys. So we'll play that today as a filler until I make a permanent outro song. Always good to run back to that one. Let's see. Yeah, Jackie's thinking, I think someone removed the drugs before the friend went there. And again, there is a possibility that this was an accident, that this was not something for there to be a reality where Blaise didn't intentionally poison his girlfriend with a fatal dose of cocaine doesn't mean that somebody else had to have the mens rea, do this whole criminal scheme to plan how to intentionally poison somebody. It could have been a bad hit. It could have been an accidental overdose. It could have been an intentional voluntary self-overdose. I don't know why that would be the case if she was just happy moments before and all these selfies or whatever. But there are multiple pathways here that could be in play. And so far, we do not have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt for any one pathway. And it's the state's burden to prove their theory, their pathway. So, it's a lot, guys. I think we might have, let's see, if we can peek who the next witness is. Oh God, let's get into the testimony. Do we have a friend testifying? Oh, okay. We're going, chat. Let me shut up. Buckle up for the final hour of court today. Let's see. Dun dun dun. Oh, I have it muted. Okay.
I guess.
Let's go. Let's see.
Question, I guess, to Mr. Brandt. I'm just trying to facilitate the trial moving forward. Is the defense wanting Andrea Rose resubpoenaed?
Your Honor, actually, there was a document that she testified to, is what we're interested in. She said there's another document that she referenced.
Well, there's been references about a CAD report, but nobody asked the person that would have it about it. The 911.
We have it now, thank you.
So no one needs Andrea Rose.
Now that we have the document.
That was the CAD report
Okay,
issue
let me ask you
yesterday.
further. This is somebody, who is Jim Willis? Who are you?
I'm the investigator working with the defense.
So did he want her subpoenaed or not?
He subpoenaed, he went through Colbert, who is a licensed investigator. And
Did he want Miss Rose back to
we did, we did.
So you did want her subpoenaed?
But now that we have the documents, we don't need her, so we can release her.
Did you tell Miss Rose anything, any court officer about being her boss?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Did you indicate to any court staff that you were somehow Miss Rose's boss?
No, sir.
Or that she was going to be fired?
No, sir.
What?
She would not be. Did you tell anybody that if she came back tomorrow, she'd probably be fired?
No, sir. I have the email exchange between she and I.
I'm talking about to this gentleman.
Oh, we talked on the phone this afternoon. I told him she was on call.
No. You told him to re-subpoena. That's why I'm trying to inquire who wants her.
No, sir. Initially, we wanted her to come
Was
back.
there any comment made to this gentleman about someone being fired?
No, sir. None.
So you don't need her?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you get Ms. Skidmore to call Ms. Rose and say she's not needed at 9 a.m.? All right, who's the...
Well, who told the judge? The court officer had to be the one that told the judge that that's what happened, right? No, we're not done for the day. We just have more mess before we get to the next witness, apparently.
next witness?
Officer Jack Pfeiffer.
All right, let the jury step down.
Oh, it's an officer coming in? Oh, we're just not in uniform? Oh no, it's a quick witness. They have a really quick witness before we get to the next witness.
And you're wanting to recall him?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly.
The guy from yesterday with the body cam. They probably forgot to admit something.
I did.
Officer Pfeiffer, have you reviewed your body-worn camera footage in preparation for testifying in the trial in this matter?
I did.
And specifically, did you speak to Ms. Lauren Weber that night of February 25th of 2023?
I did.
And when you spoke with her, did she specifically tell you that she had been at the apartment and that it had been cleaned?
She did.
Thank you.
Questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
So you reviewed your body cam like today or last night, or how recently did you review it?
I've reviewed it today and yesterday as well.
So Ms. Weber told you on the body cam that the apartment had been cleaned.
Yes.
She didn't indicate anything about the smell?
She stated that he had cleaned the apartment.
That he had cleaned the apartment?
Correct.
That's what she stated to you?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. Who's the next witness?
The next witness is Ms. Nijaiha Jackson.
Here we go, it's Nijaiha! Oh! It's to rehabilitate because, all right, real quick. It's to rehabilitate Lauren was pressed on cross about this claim that it smelled clean or whatever. And did you tell this to any officers? What officers were there? Well, there were 2 officers sitting there. So we had heard from Sergeant James that testified this morning that he didn't record the conversation with Lauren Bennett. So maybe because they heard on cross, well, there were 2 officers sitting there when I spoke to them. That second officer happened to be Jack. So they said, all right, let's call her back and clarify that. But interesting how they can clarify things like that and call a witness back. But we couldn't just do that yesterday over the text message thing with the doctor, you know. But let's go. Let's go. Without further ado. Oh boy. She's gonna. Do you think she's coming back tomorrow?
You're about to give us the truth, so help me God.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Nijaiha Jackson.
And could you spell your first name and your middle name for the court reporter?
Nijaiha, middle name Deshay, Deshay.
And where are you originally from, Ms. Jackson?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And when you lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, at some point in your life, did you meet Miss Jade Benning?
I did.
And how old were you when you met Jade Benning?
I was about 6 years old.
Can you describe your friendship with Jade Benning?
My friendship with Jade Benning was a friendship that I pray everyone gets to experience. Jade was my sister. She was a very loyal person, a very dependable person, and a friend that I never imagined to not have anymore.
How long did you, you knew her since you were 6, but did you guys go to school together?
Yes, we went to middle school, high school, and a little bit of college. Got from Facebook.
Oh no, it did that refresh thing. Horrible timing.
And spell your first name.
I pray everyone gets to experience. Jade Benning was a friendship that I pray everyone gets to experience. Jade was my sister. She was a very loyal person, a very dependable person, and a friend that I never imagined to not have anymore.
How long did you, you knew her since you were 6, but did you guys go to school together?
Yes, we went to middle school, high school, and a little bit of college.
And during that time, did you stay very close best friends?
Yes.
At some point, did y'all not live in the same place in Arkansas?
Yes, we did not. There was a point when I lived in Fayetteville and she lived in Conway, Arkansas.
Did you maintain that close friendship even when you didn't live in the same town?
Yes.
And can you describe Jade kind of growing up? What type of person was she?
Jade was a very outgoing, charismatic, go with the flow type of girl. A girl that never met a stranger. She didn't care your socioeconomic background. She didn't care your gender, your race. She would meet anyone and become their friend the same day.
And growing up with her, did you guys have a type of friendship where you shared even kind of secrets, stuff that you would tell other people?
Yes.
And in college, or I guess high school, did she play any sports?
She was a cheerleader.
Did you play any sports?
I was a cheerleader.
Was it a competition cheerleader squad?
Yes, we did both competitive cheer and high school cheer.
And when y'all were graduating from high school, what happened after that? What happened with you?
I moved to Fayetteville to go to the University of Arkansas, and Jade went to University of Central Arkansas in Conway.
And did she stay at that school?
She did not.
What did Jade end up doing before completing her degree that she started?
She went to Brightwater Culinary School.
And where is that culinary school at?
In Bentonville, Arkansas.
And was that something that she had talked to you about wanting to do?
Yes, she did. It was we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do, and ultimately she was like, I think I want to go to culinary school. I was like, okay.
And after she was in culinary school, when did you finish with your degree?
In 2020.
And what did you do after you graduated?
I moved back to Little Rock, and I was a dental assistant.
And what was your degree in?
Biology.
And after that time, I guess you worked as a dental assistant. Did you decide to go back to school?
I did.
When was that?
In 2022.
And where did you decide to go to school?
Meharry Medical College.
Can you describe what was going on with Jade kind of around that same time?
Jade was a chef at Ernest. She was like head chef and just chefing it up, doing all the things, running Ernest.
And was she living here in Nashville?
Yes.
Can you describe what were your feelings about when you realized that you were going to be moving to Nashville?
I was really excited because I knew I had a friend here and I wasn't alone anymore. And we would be able to reconnect since our departure when she moved to Nashville and I was still in Little Rock.
And when did you relocate to Nashville, Tennessee?
In August of 2022.
And at that time, was Jade already living here?
Yes.
Then once you moved here, did you talk to her kind of even more than you normally did?
Yes, I did.
Would you characterize it as almost daily?
Yes.
And at some point, after you moved here, how did you first hear about her dating Blaise Taylor?
She told me she kind of met him a couple months prior to, and it was kind of just, small little conversations. And then when I moved here, she was telling me about this guy she had been seeing.
And do you know how they met?
On Hinge.
And what is Hinge?
Hinge is a dating app.
And if she saw him for a date or went over to his house, would she tell you about it?
Yes.
And did she tell you about it often in the beginning?
Yes.
Can you describe what was her kind of attitude and outlook towards him?
She described him as somebody that was like kind of different from her usual type. She was very like optimistic as to like where this could go. She was really enjoying their hangouts and their conversations. So I was like, all right, well, let's see where this goes.
Did she express to you that she wanted to be in a relationship with him?
At a point in time, yes.
And at some point before she found out she was pregnant, so before that, did something happen that kind of changed that positive, optimistic outlook about the possible future with Mr. Taylor?
You said before she found out she was pregnant? There were a couple of incidents at his home with a previous
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
We're about to get into prior action. Look at her. Look at her. Okay, we're gonna rewatch her face here after this question. She's ready to get this out.
She was pregnant. So before that, did something happen that kind of changed that positive, optimistic outlook about the possible future with Mr. Taylor?
You said before she found out she was pregnant? There were a couple of incidents at his home with a previous
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
This is Apple. She wants to talk about Apple. Look at this. Facial expressions, body language isn't everything, but this is a lot. Let's lower that white noise machine. And Apple needs to take the stand. Apple is someone in their friend circle that dated Blaise 6 years before, 6 years ago. So presumably, I don't know how we don't know who Blaise is. And sometimes we skip these breaks, but we're leaving this one just to watch the body language, because it's languaging.
Ms. Jackson, without getting into the details of the incident, did something happen where she wasn't as optimistic?
Yes.
And then can you describe that time frame when she found out she was pregnant? How did you find out about that?
She texted me and told me that she needed to talk to me, and she then FaceTimed me, and she was showing me the maybe like 4 pregnancy tests that were positive.
And are those home pregnancy tests?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that she had planned?
No.
Did you, I guess that day, talk to her about that positive pregnancy test a lot?
Yes, I did. I did indeed.
And what did you do to kind of assist Ms. Benning with this new news in her life?
Well, I was telling her because these were at-home pregnancy tests, yes, they are positive, but I think that we should probably go to a clinic to verify. So I was looking at clinics in the surrounding area to see where we could get her in to get an ultrasound.
And were you able to get her an appointment that same day?
Yes.
And was it the very same day or was it the next day?
It was the next day.
Okay. So were you trying to get her an appointment the same day?
I was trying to get her an appointment the same day, but was told we don't do same day appointments.
And did you go with her to that appointment?
I did.
And do you remember the date of it?
November the 3rd.
And what happened at that appointment?
They took her back and did vitals, and then I was telling her, don't wait on me to get there so I can be with you for the ultrasound because I wanted to hear the heartbeat with her. And
did you make it?
Yes, I did. And I went to the back with her, and the nurse was asking her if she wanted to, well, I asked her if she wanted to hear the heartbeat, and the nurse kind of verified with her decision, and we heard the heartbeat. And they were measuring like the baby size and confirming like how many weeks she was.
Ms. Jackson, were they able to tell Ms. Benning how many weeks pregnant she was?
Yes.
And was that something where you and her discussed kind of dates of when it would have happened?
Yes.
And when they gave you that information, did you know who would have been the father of that baby?
Yes.
And do you still have all of your text messages with Jade?
I do.
And was that something where y'all were going through your phones, looking at dates, making sure like when she was where, all of those things in that moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection legal.
Okay, she's answered it, so go ahead without leading the question.
And after that day, did you know what contact Ms. Benning had with Mr. Taylor about learning that she was pregnant and then finding out the exact timing of it?
Yes.
And can you describe, did you read any text messages she had? Did you just talk to her about it? Or kind of how did you get information about her talking to him about it?
She sent me screenshots of his response. She called me to kind of tell me that they were going to have a conversation. So I was pretty much in the loop from day one as to what was going on in her pregnancy.
And can you describe, after she met with Mr. Taylor, what was her attitude after speaking with him?
She was very upset, very disappointed. Obviously it wasn't planned, but I think the response that he gave her was not what she was not necessarily looking for. but hoping for, just in terms of a conversation, it seemed more so like he was just not really interested.
Objection going into a hearsay response. No way she could know that without Jade.
Okay.
She was not stating his words, Your Honor, which would be hearsay. She was
She
describing.
described Ms. Benning. I mean, so go ahead.
Okay, I guess that's
Benning,
overruled.
after she talked to him, you were describing that she was disappointed with his response.
Yes.
What was her outlook and attitude even after speaking with him and getting his response?
I feel like Jade was still very hopeful. She was still like, you know what, like if this is how he's gonna act, then I'm just gonna kind of move forward with my life. Like she definitely had a positive outlook on the situation, although his response was very underwhelming.
Did you have any involvement in the last message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor
I did.
in November? And
Yes.
can you describe that?
She was pretty much like, she sent me a text that she was gonna send him, basically saying how she was feeling towards the situation, and she sent it to me, and I edited a little bit to kind of be more forward and for her to say what it was that she really wanted to say, and just kind of get her feelings out there regardless of what he was going to say or not.
And did she share with you kind of proof that she sent that message to him?
Yes.
And did he respond?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would that have been close in time to that November 3rd appointment?
Yes.
After she sent that message, are you aware if they talked afterwards in November?
Yes.
And were they talking like on a regular basis, or what do you know about the communication that they had after she sent that text?
The communication between the two of them was very one-sided. Based on the responses that I read, it kind of was in terms of Blaise not really wanting Jade to do certain things, and not like saying he was trying to persuade her not to have the baby, but his response was not in a collaborative effort with wanting to raise the child with her.
And I guess, what was Jade doing about telling other people initially? She told you.
Mm-hmm.
Did she tell anyone else kind of in the beginning, just the first week?
I believe she told her mom, her dad, and I think that's all I remember.
Okay. What was your outlook when she told you that Mr. Taylor didn't want to be involved? What was your outlook, and what were you doing kind of with your relationship with Ms. Benning?
I told her that we're sisters at the end of the day. So if I have to be the baby's dad, I was like, we will get through this together. I
really don't pause and rewind all this much. But what?
End of the day. So if I have to be the baby's dad.
You're crafting these messages that pushed him away, and you're like, if I have to be the baby's dad?
I was like, we will get through this together. I always reassured her that she's never alone.
You said dad, right?
We were both living alone at that time, and her lease was coming to an end. And I was telling her, you know, if we need to live together, if I need to help you, then I will. I went to the appointment.
you guys end up getting a place together, or what ended up happening?
No, unfortunately, she ditched me on that plan, but she moved into a 2-bedroom apartment so Ivy could have her own room, and she was like, near school, so she found an apartment that could house the both of them comfortably.
And during that time, kind of after mid-November and December and through the holiday, was Ms. Benning planning things for that new apartment and moving?
Yes.
Did she share a lot of that information with you by text message, video calls, and phone calls?
Yes.
And then can you describe, did y'all see each other over Christmas?
We did not.
And when the kind of new year began in January, can you describe what happened?
She got word from Blaise, and he reached out to her wanting to talk to her, and she was very optimistic about what was going to be said, and that is kind of the basis of that whenever the January 1st came around.
And was there a break of time where she had not communicated with him at all?
Yes.
And was that at least 5 to 6 weeks?
Yes.
And you said she was hopeful. Do you know if she met with him and saw him?
She did.
And did she see him every day, or can you kind of describe what information did you have about the contact that they had with each other?
From my understanding and from what I was told, it wasn't every single day, but they were definitely back in communication, not normal as it was before she found out she was pregnant, but it appeared to be kind of heading in a direction of which, okay, where are we going with this? And she was very optimistic of the fact that maybe he might actually be coming back around.
And did you try to support her?
I did.
Did you actually want her to, I guess not want her to get back with Mr. Taylor, but were you a little apprehensive?
A little, but I feel because it made her happy, that ultimately that made me happy for her.
And did she tell you kind of every time that she saw him after they started talking again in January?
Yes.
And did she give you specific details about that in messages and on phone calls and things like that?
Yes.
And can you describe what all was Jade planning in that January, February time frame as it related to her baby?
We were planning baby showers. Her birthday was coming up, so we were going to have a baby shower in Nashville and one in Little Rock. So we were kind of delegating tasks on who was going to be the coordinator of the Little Rock one and who was going to be the coordinator of the Nashville baby shower.
And were there appointments related to her pregnancy that happened in February?
Yes.
Which I want to back up a little bit. You talked about going to that November 3rd very first appointment with her. Did you go to another appointment with her kind of in the beginning before the end of the year?
Yes.
And was that the November 16th appointment?
Yes.
So January, February, you're planning baby showers. Do you remember when she got her new apartment?
Yes.
And specifically, I guess technically it was a condo, but was it a 2-bedroom versus a 1-bedroom?
2-bedroom.
And was she planning things for the baby's room?
Yes.
Do you remember when she found out if she was having a boy or a girl?
Yes.
And what did she find out?
She was having a girl.
Did you discuss with Ms. Benning names and things like that?
Yes.
Were you able to go to that appointment with her?
The February 2nd one? I was not.
And during that time when she went to the appointment, found that out, was she talking to you about kind of what was going on with her and Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And Did you have any information about whether or not he went to that appointment with her?
Yes.
Objection, also hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay, you carry her.
I did not ask her what anyone said. I asked her if she had any information.
There would be no way she would know.
Okay, well, I mean, she's not answered yea or nay, but I'll sustain that, Jeff.
During that time when Jade found out that she was having a baby girl, can you describe what Jade was doing kind of as far as social media and publicizing the fact that she was pregnant and who the father was?
She never did.
Never.
Mm-mm.
And can you explain, do you know why?
Ultimately, based on the conversations with her and Blaise, I think Jade was very apprehensive to share things based on his reaction.
Objection, Your Honor, goes into hearsay.
Judge, I'm trying to get to Ms. Benning's state of mind.
Okay, well, rephrase your question.
So you said she never was posting to social media.
Mm-hmm.
Was, I guess, based off of your close friendship with her, was she unhappy about the pregnancy or was she happy about it?
She was happy about it.
Did you feel like if circumstances were different, she would have posted to social media?
Yes.
I mean, was that something that she regularly did?
Yes.
Was it unusual that she was not?
Yes.
Did she continue to express kind of happiness and optimism about the baby coming?
Yes.
And can you describe, did she have additional appointments in February that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you go to any of those? And what was going on with you at that time? So we're kind of in February of 2023. You had moved here to go to Meharry. What was your schedule like and kind of what was going on with you then?
I was a full-time student, so my day consisted of studying, exams, going over test questions, and at that point in time, I was preparing for a really big exam.
And do you know Mr. Keontae Jones?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
He's my classmate.
And in February 2023, did you spend time with him in school studying?
Yes.
Kind of going to that time frame of that Saturday, February 25th, had you been at Jade's apartment earlier that week?
Yes.
And can you describe why you were there and what happened?
I went so she could straighten my hair, and she was showing me around her apartment and just kind of showing me where she was gonna put things. We went into the baby's room and she was showing me the things that she had ordered from or got from Facebook Marketplace. The ultrasound was kind of out. It was just giving all things girl mom preparing for a baby.
And you said that Ms. Benning wasn't posting to social media. Would she send messages to you and her other close friends?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of pictures from Ms. Benning?
I did.
I guess, can you describe them? What type of pregnancy pictures did she typically send you?
She would send pictures at the gym, holding her belly. She would send pictures of her at home, videos, and she was kind of almost like documenting it. Like, she would say how many weeks she was in a couple of videos, and she would like rub on her belly and was just like loving on her.
And that Monday night, or not Monday night, but it was 2 days before this, so that Thursday night you said you went to her apartment, is that right?
Yes.
And y'all walked all around the apartment. And then on that Saturday, February 25th, can you describe what happened that day and kind of how you ended up being over there?
That day, I spent pretty much my entire day at school studying for an exam that I had on Monday. We were just there pretty much until like maybe 6:37, and Jade and I were texting, and she asked me if I had paint, And I was like, no, I don't. I was like, what are you doing with the paint? And she was telling me how she was going to do a paint night with her and Blaise since they weren't able to hang out the weekend before. And she was saying that she was going to cook dinner, and she asked me what she should cook, and I told her she should make chicken Alfredo. And
Is there a reason you suggested that?
personally, it's my favorite. And if she's going to be cooking for somebody, I was like, you should, cook your best meal.
And at some point, I guess, how did you end up going over there?
It was a very spontaneous whim for me to go there. I was just hanging out with some friends after we were studying in front of campus, and they had ordered food that I didn't want. And so I was like, oh, I'll just go eat at Jade, just get food from Jade's house. So I called her and I was like, hey, what y'all doing? I was like, I'm about to come by and get some food. And she was like, okay. And then I told her that Keontae was going to come with me. And that's how I ended up over there.
And were you planning on going over there and sitting down to eat?
I'm sorry, are we skipping the whole part about messaging someone if you can ask Des for certain things? Are we just going to skip that part?
Or what was the plan?
I just planned on picking it up and leaving, saying hi and bye. I didn't plan on dining in with them.
And on that February 25th of 2023, have you ever met Blaise Taylor?
Not in person.
And describe kind of how that happened. You were with Keontae, and y'all had been at school.
Yes.
Did you go straight to Jade's?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you do when you got here?
When we got there, we said hi, and Jade started packing up the food, and she put the foil on it, put it in a bag, and kind of set it off to the side. And we were just chit-chatting about what they were gonna paint, and we talked about going to a concert, and we were laughing at the fact that I didn't know how to play spades. So that was pretty much the basis of the conversation.
And can you describe Jade's kind of kitchen area when you got there? Was there food out that they were eating, or kind of what was the setup at the point you got there?
When I got there, the food was on the stove. It's kind of packaged. The canvases were kind of off to the side. The island was pretty clear. I didn't, and Jade had a glass of a pink drink, and Blaise wasn't drinking anything. There was no cup in front of Blaise.
And did you drink anything while you were there?
I didn't drill.
Was that something you brought with you?
I did not.
What was
her
Mr.
ginger ale?
Taylor doing, and where was he at in the room?
He was sitting beside Jade at the island, and he was engaging with some of the conversations, and he was just shuffling Uno cards the whole time.
Was anybody playing Uno?
No.
But he was shuffling cards.
Mm-hmm.
And did Mr. Jones, did he interact with Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, ever so slightly. It was kind of a conversation just in the kitchen.
And do you know approximately how long y'all stayed?
Probably a little over 15 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes.
And during that time, did anything seem amiss to you?
Nothing too alarming except the comment he made about his artwork that he was going to make, because the whole basis of this project was to make something for the baby's room.
Hearsay.
It's a statement by the defendant, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't think she's gotten there yet, but do you want to ask about what?
Yes. You said that he made a comment about the painting he was going to do. What was his comment?
I had asked what they were going to paint, and Jade was like, I'm going to make something.
Confession, hearsay.
Do you care to be heard on?
I think it's unnecessary, so no. I do think it goes to Jade's state of mind, Your Honor, but.
All right. I'll over the objection. It goes into,
Was that comment from Mr. Taylor right after the discussion with the artwork with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
What did Ms. Benning say she was planning on painting?
She said that she was gonna paint something for the baby's room. She didn't know what yet, but she knew that's what she was gonna paint, something to hang in Ivy's room. And when I asked Blaise what he was gonna paint, he told me he was gonna paint a black hole. And I was like, a black hole? And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna call it midnight. The further you look, the deeper you'll go. And I was like, okay, But I was like, well, why don't we just add like a little bit of white to the, canvas to make it look a little lively. And that was kind of that. But it was a very dark demeanor about this painting after Jade said that she was gonna make something for the baby's room.
And were they actually painting while you were there?
No.
So this was discussions about what we're about to do.
Yes.
And was anything else in this other than the comment that you made about the painting?
Not that I can think of or remember.
And did you get food?
I did.
And did y'all leave?
We did.
And after you left, did you communicate with Jade after you left?
Yes.
And you don't have to tell me what you said, but how did you communicate with her?
I texted her.
And did she respond?
Yes.
And did you have a couple of texts back and forth?
Yes.
And can you describe Jade's demeanor when you left?
She seemed really happy, very excited to spend the rest of the night with Blaise, and probably excited that I was leaving now.
When you left, where did you go?
To Keontae's house.
And what did you do when you got there?
I ate my chicken Alfredo.
And were you planning on hanging out with Mr. Jones all night, or what was your kind of plan for that night?
No, I just stopped by. We were just studying, got food. We were just like hanging out, and I was about to go home.
And did you actually leave Mr. Jones's house?
I did.
Did you stop anywhere before you got home?
Yes.
And where did you stop?
A gas station.
And what, if anything, happened while you were there?
I was pumping gas. And as I was walking back to my car, I get a phone call from Jade. And I answered it, and I was like, hello? Just normal. And she immediately starts saying, what did you do? What did you put in my drink? Then I heard her say, Blaise, you're scaring me. And he was like, you're scaring me. And she was like, I know you put something in my drink. She's like, I knew my drink tasted funny. And she was asking him to empty his pockets. And she was like, let me see what's in your pockets. Let me see. And he was like, I don't have anything. So this whole time I'm like, Jade, like trying to get a response from her. So because I didn't get a response from her, I texted her and I was like, are you talking to me? What's going on? And then she was like, I know you put something in my drink because I can't even walk straight. She was saying that she couldn't feel her legs. And then she said it again. And she was like, you put something in my drink. You did this so something could happen to me.
Give her just a moment. You need Kleenex. I want everybody to be able to hear you, number one, but then let you calm down.
said that you did this so something could happen to the baby.
Did she say anything else?
She was saying I'm about to feel like I'm about to pass out. And then like towards the end of the conversation, she was like, is key. And then nothing else.
Like what?
She was like saying, it was very wavy, and she was like, is, I heard is, and I heard with, and I heard key. And so I then merged Keontae on the phone because I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with Jade. Like, something sounds wrong. Like, listen to her. And he's like, Jade, like, I'm here. And at that point, you just really couldn't understand what she was saying anymore.
Ms. Jackson, I want to kind of go back. At the beginning of the call, when you could understand Jade, can you describe, based off of your experience, how did she sound?
She sounded like very scared. She did not sound like herself. She sounded like she needed help.
Did you say she sounded like she needed help?
Yes.
When she was saying the things that you just testified to, did she say some of those phrases more than once?
Yes.
And you said at the beginning, she said, Blaise, you're scaring me.
Yes.
And you heard him respond. Did he respond to any of the other phrases that she was saying to him?
The only thing he responded to was when she said that he was scaring her. He then said, like, you're scaring me. And then when he was asking her if she had when she was asking if he had anything in his pockets and for him to show her, he was like, I don't have anything. And that was kind of all he said.
So you could hear him on that call.
Yes.
And that's all he said during that whole time that Jade made all of those statements. So that she couldn't feel her legs. And she's asking him, what's in your hand? Show me your pockets. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. He did not provide a response to any of that.
No.
And can you describe that call is a 6-minute and 9-second call? Kind of at what point, is it just at the end, those last few words that you really couldn't understand her?
Yes.
And you said you heard her say kind of 3 words. What were those again?
I heard is, I heard with, and I heard key.
And did you try to connect that to what that could possibly mean?
Yes. I didn't understand what she was saying, but because she sounded so scared and Keontae was just there, we all call him Key. So I was like, okay, like, she's obviously scared, like, she needs him to help her because she's with another man and Keontae is a man. So when I added him on the phone, he's talking to her and...
Is she responding at all?
No.
At any time did you think that Jade Benning was saying those phrases to you?
No.
And you heard Mr. Taylor respond and you heard her say too, Blaise, you're scaring me.
Yes.
How did that call end?
The phone hung up.
Did you hang up?
No.
At any point did Mr. Taylor say anything to you?
No.
And what did you do after that line got cut?
I called back.
Did you call back more than once?
Yes.
At some point, and you're calling back Ms. Benning's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have Blaise Taylor's phone to call him?
No.
At some point, was her phone answered?
Yes.
And who answered it when you called back?
Blaise.
And can you describe what was said in that phone call?
I answered the phone, and well, he answered the phone, and I was like, Blaise, like, what's going on? What's going on? Like, FaceTime me. Like, let me see her. And he doesn't FaceTime me, but he tells me that he's about to call 911.
Did you ask him several times to FaceTime you?
Yes.
And you said that you asked him what was going on. Did he answer you?
Let
He
him
just
call
kept saying, I don't
911.
know. I don't know.
What?
Do you remember him saying anything else on that call?
There was a point where he asked me if she had an EpiPen.
Did that make any sense to you?
Not at all.
Did Jade have any allergies?
Not to my knowledge.
And at that moment, can you describe, do you know what's actually going on with Jade?
No.
So what do you do?
After Blaise tells me that he's calling 911, he's like, I gotta go. Like, I'm calling 911. The phone disconnects again. That was not on me. And then I called Jade's mother.
And Ms. Jackson, do you remember, was Keontae Jones on that second call? Do you remember that specifically? And when I say second call, the call where you called her and Blaise Taylor answered.
Yes.
And do you remember if Keontae said anything to him or if he said anything back?
He was asking him, what did he do?
And you said that call got disconnected, but not by you.
Yes.
And then you immediately called Jade Benning's mother.
Yes.
And were you still at the gas station or what were you doing?
I was on the interstate trying to get to Jade's apartment.
And did you make it to Jade's apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe when you got there what was going on?
When I pulled up, the ambulance was already outside. Jade was already in the truck. Her head was to the side. And they were doing CPR. So I'm still on the phone with Bridget at this point, and I'm trying to give her something, but I can't see her face. She's just really pale. She still has on the pajamas that she was wearing when I left. And Blaise is going back and forth, and I'm just like, what happened? What happened? And then the EMT comes around and tells me that we all need to go to Vanderbilt.
Could you tell if Jade Benning was conscious?
No.
Did she look conscious?
No.
And you said that you saw Mr. Taylor going back and forth. Can you describe what was his demeanor like when you saw him by the ambulance outside?
It was just like very anxious, kind of panicky, but he couldn't answer. He couldn't tell me what was going on, what was said. Like, I had no idea what he even called 911 and said at this point in time. And when they tell us to leave, then we both leave and meet them at the ER.
So he didn't tell you anything that happened?
No.
After you left?
No.
They didn't tell you it was an allergic reaction?
And do you drive to the ER?
Yes.
Do you see him again?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
I see him again in the parking lot when we get to the ER, and when we walk into
checking in at the hospital. Again, I'm still on the phone with Jade's mom, and we go to the check-in, and they're asking, who are we here to see? I say Jade Benning, and they ask what's her date of birth. But they were asking our relation to the patient, and I said that's my best friend, and he told them that this was his girlfriend, and I had never heard that before. And so at this point, I'm very, very confused. I'm still trying to process and understand what I just heard on the phone. So then they asked for the patient's birthday. And since this is your girlfriend, tell her Jade's birthday. And he couldn't tell them her birthday. So I then provided that information for them.
Did he tell them anything about what happened?
The check-in?
Yes.
No.
But you said he referred to her as his girlfriend.
Yes.
Did you believe them to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
No.
And you ever heard anything about that?
No.
What was his kind of demeanor like to you? Was he kind of leaning on you for comfort, asking you things about Jade, or what was going on? What was he saying?
We'd like to re-urge our objection.
Okay, you kind of had a compound question there. You're asking this young lady what was Mr. Taylor's demeanor?
Yes. What was his demeanor, and was he saying?
She can answer that.
Thank you.
What was his demeanor? It was not looking for comfort. It was almost like he was just trying to figure out what was going on, but not necessarily.
Okay, by demeanor, she's talking about emotions or quiet, not what your interpretation of.
Okay, was not crying. His demeanor was very calm per se, but more in terms of like trying to figure out what was going on.
So he didn't
But
know.
not about the status of Jade's.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. What's your next question?
Was he asking questions of the people at the hospital?
I don't know.
You don't remember him asking them anything?
No.
What were you doing?
Trying to get some answers as to what just happened, what was Jade's state.
He just said he was trying to figure out what was going on, but she tried to morph it. Let me just keep it playing. You guys know what I'm going to say.
I had nothing. So I was in the room, we were in a room in the hospital, and I was just trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you provide the hospital staff with identifying information about Jade?
Yes.
Did they ask you questions about her?
Yes.
And did you provide them with information about kind of her pregnancy and things like that?
Yes.
And you said that you were in a room with Mr. Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anybody else in that room?
Not at that time.
And did you speak to him again?
Yes.
And kind of what were you saying and what was his response?
I was asking him what was going on, like what happened. He kind of wasn't really giving me anything. He kind of explained a little bit like that she just didn't feel good. And at this point, Keontae then calls again and he's asking what's going on. And I'm obviously very flustered and upset. And Keontae then asks to speak to Blaise.
And did you give the phone to Keontae?
Yes. Well, to Blaise.
Can you describe, you said that Mr. Taylor said that Ms. Benning wasn't feeling well.
Mhm.
Do you remember anything specific he said about that?
He said that she felt woozy. He said that she felt woozy and needed to lie down.
And that term woozy, was that something that was familiar to you?
No.
Is that something that Jade had she ever used that word?
No.
You've never heard the word woozy?
Did he say anything else about what happened?
He said that they danced, that they ate, They played games, and then they painted, and then she felt woozy and she needed to lie down, and that she threw up.
At what point, kind of in the progression of events that night, did he say that she threw up?
When other hospital staff came in and they were basically asking both of us kind of what happened from each of our perspectives. And when he's explaining it to someone, he then adds that in there. But I had known that she had thrown up prior to that statement.
Was that the first time you ever heard him say that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you had asked him a multitude of times what happened?
Yes.
And so you're present when he's telling the hospital staff about what happened.
Yes.
Does he ever tell them what you heard Jade say to him on that phone call?
No.
At some point, did you tell him?
I did.
And was he there when you told him?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say when you told them what Jade said to you?
He started talking over me and then says, "You act like you care about her more than I do, and that's the mother of my child."
Can you explain what did that statement mean to you based off of what you knew?
Can you ask that one more time?
That statement, was that a normal statement or an unusual statement?
Unusual.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. She's already stated she doesn't know Mr. Taylor. This was the first time she met him.
Okay. Do you want to rephrase your question? Is that, I understood that.
Had you ever heard him say that before?
No.
Did you find that to be, I guess, can you describe, what did you think when he said that?
Objection irrelevant.
Care to be heard on the relevance?
Yes, Your Honor, I think the context of their relationship, his state of mind, I think that it's relevant
But you're
to
asking
the
her
answer.
to interpret that. I'll sustain the objection.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I tried to stay away from him as much as I could because that upset me.
Why did it upset you?
Because she's my best friend, and that didn't matter about the relationship. Like, we should be focusing on her health and the baby's health, not about who was closer to her in that moment.
Did you tell multiple people at the hospital about what Jade said on that phone call to him?
Yes.
And at some point, did police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
Yes.
And did you speak with multiple officers?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the phone call?
Yes.
And at some point, did a detective show up?
Yes.
And did you meet with him?
Yes.
And was that separate from Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did you give him a statement about everything that Jade said to you, to him on that call that you heard?
Yes.
And at some point that night, did you leave the hospital?
Yes.
And can you describe, when did you do that?
Maybe around like 2 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I left and went home and was trying to make sense of what I just heard.
At any point, did you see Mr. Keontae Jones again that night?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
He picked me up. I was telling him that I just felt uncomfortable because at this point it was just Blaise and I and a couple of other people, and I just didn't want to be there anymore. So I asked him to come and pick me up.
And can you describe, did anyone else that knew Jade show up at the hospital before you left?
Yes.
And Who showed up?
Lauren and Natalie.
And did you know them?
Yes.
How did you know them?
I met them through Jade. They were her coworkers.
At some point, did you go back to Jade's apartment?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
Maybe like a day or so after.
And did you go by yourself or did you go with other people?
Other people.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish a portion of Exhibit 14 to this witness?
Off of your computer? Or the, okay.
For the record, I'm publishing video 1 from Exhibit 14. Mr. Jackson, do you recognize what's shown in this video?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jade's kitchen, and it's the dinner that she made that night.
And do you remember why y'all were videoing this?
Because I was very adamant on going to her apartment because I had just seen her an hour prior to this phone call. So I wanted to see if there was something happened, if there was any sign of struggle or kind of what happened here.
And this video, is that exactly the way that it looked when you left?
No.
And now I am showing video
What's
number
different?
4. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to that. Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
I'm showing video number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And specifically, is there anything about this video that stood out to you?
The camera and the blinds.
And explain.
Remember, guys, these videos are from Stephanie going there, but there were multiple trips from different people to Jade's apartment.
What you mean by that?
It's a mess.
Every time that I've been at Jade's apartment, that white camera has been in her kitchen area. So I was very concerned as to why it was moved in her bedroom. Jade also lived on the first floor, so I was confused as to why her blinds were up and the camera was facing outward. She kept the camera in the the kitchen, I'm sorry, because the front door was right there. So this was very alarming because Jade would never leave her blinds up like that, especially at night with the camera moved away from, can't see anything there.
Had you ever seen the camera at this apartment? Or
No.
I am going to go back to video number 1. Ms. Jackson, can you describe where is it that camera normally would be?
To the right of the Happiness is Homemade sign.
And if you touch that monitor in front of you, it will actually make a mark, so you can mark this specific spot that you're referring to.
Right here?
Mhm.
Oh. Oh, my bad.
You need to redo it.
Is that where it was when you had been there earlier?
Yes.
And so when you were there earlier that night, the camera was right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you came back, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Can you describe what, if anything, did you do related to that camera and the blinds that we just saw in her bedroom?
I moved the camera back to where it was, and I put the blinds back down.
So you moved the camera and put it back
Where?
in that spot, right by the stove.
Yes.
And Why did you do that?
Because I was not sure if Blaise had an extra key or not. He did help her move in, and it was supposed to be in front of the door in case if something happened, you could see. And so I put it back there because I was not sure if he were to have come back or not.
Did you have any idea if that camera was connected and recording?
I was under the impression that it was.
And I want to show you now.
What is going on?
What is video 5 and exhibit 14. Can you describe what, if anything, did you notice about this area of Miss Benning's bedroom?
I noticed the staining on her comforter and that her covers were kind of messed up from the bottom half and not the foot of the bed and not the head of the bed.
Was that generally how she would leave her bedroom?
No.
And you were referring to that stain,
Yes.
and you've already testified that at some point at the hospital, Mr. Taylor said she threw up.
Yes.
When you saw that stain, does that look like throw up to you?
Not necessarily to me. I don't know what that looks
Your
like.
Honor, I'm going to object as she is not a medical professional to determine.
Okay, she said she's not sure what that was.
Was that something that stood out to you?
Yes.
And why?
Because Jade wouldn't have her comforter dirty, and Blaise had already told me that she threw up.
Did you do anything to try to locate evidence of throw up?
Yes, I looked in the trash can, I looked in the washer and dryer, any nook and cranny around her apartment to see where this throw up was.
And did you find any evidence of it?
No.
Can you describe the pictures kind of that were taken of the trash can? Were you there when all of that was done?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to show this witness a photograph from exhibit 14.
All right.
This is the fourth photograph, which I believe is 14. I don't know if it's labeled as a collective exhibit, but it would be 14D if we were doing it that way. Ms. Jackson, did anything stand out to you about this picture?
I did think that the pink lemonade did stand out to me because that was the color of the drink that she was drinking when I was there the first time.
Did you go in the fridge when you were there?
This picture, you describe what's shown here.
It looks like food that wasn't eaten, like left over on the plate or something.
You didn't take these
Did that
pictures.
stand out to you as being unusual?
This is odd.
No.
Were you looking for, I guess, what, if anything, were you looking for?
I was looking for the color that was on the comforter, that pinkish color, and I was looking for the food to be a little bit more grounded, I guess, like she had already ate it. So I was looking for food that was not in whole pieces, like I see here.
So when you saw that,
It looks
you
like
were
it's
checking to
bitten.
see if that was throw up.
Yes,
And what was your determination?
it was not.
Did you find any evidence outside of what was on that comforter?
No, not that I recall.
And were you there when that comforter was bagged up?
Yes.
Did anybody touch it with anything other than gloved hands to put it in that bag?
No.
And can you, I want to kind of go back. That was, I guess, a day after. Can you describe at the hospital? Did you go back to the hospital?
Yes.
And who, if anybody, was there in those days that followed?
All of our family and friends.
And can you describe, are you close with Miss Benning's family?
Yes.
And describe your relationship with her mother, Bridget.
She's like a second mom to me. So we kind of just leaned on each other that whole week, trying to understand something that didn't make sense.
And did Mr. Jones come back to the hospital?
Yes.
And were you there on March 6th?
Yes.
And can you describe what happened on that day?
I went to Dollar Tree. I went and got balloons and cupcakes from Kroger. I brought them to the hospital. And we all sang happy birthday because that was Jade's, would have been her 25th birthday. They told us that she was brain dead that day. There was no active brain activity. And ultimately, Jade died on her, what would have been her 25th birthday.
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to switch topics a little bit. Prior to Jade learning that she was pregnant, that November 2nd, November 3rd of 2022, prior to that, did Miss Benning, did she drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did she ever get drunk in her life?
Yes.
And was that something that happened on a daily occurrence, or was it sporadic?
Sporadic.
And did she use any other substances?
She smokes marijuana.
Did you know, did you know of her using any other substance other than marijuana?
Mushrooms a time or two.
Was that something that she did on a frequent basis?
No.
A time or two?
And can you describe, once Miss Benning found out she was pregnant, which let me kind of go back, are those the only two substances other than alcohol that you've ever heard of her using?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of her using cocaine or even talking about it?
No.
After she found out she was pregnant, can you describe what, if anything, did she have to drink that was an alcoholic beverage?
She never drank alcohol again.
And what, if anything, did she ever smoke marijuana or have used marijuana in any way?
No.
Can you describe kind of her lifestyle about health after she found out about the baby?
It drastically changed. She would let me know when she would take her prenatals. She was doing light workouts, was definitely changing her diet and eating habits and drinking a lot of water.
I can have just one moment.
Ross?
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I don't have any other questions.
Here we go. Time for Cross.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be pretty lengthy.
Okay, I checked with the jury about staying longer tonight, and they're okay.
I could just have a minute.
Okay.
What do you guys think? You guys think we're going to get a switch up, or you're going to have all smiles? And the jury's staying late, so we're locked in. Also, I want to say thank you to Carol on the Cash App that said, thanks for doing this trial. I live in Tennessee. Well, we love our Tennesseans. Is that how you say it? Big thank you, Carol. And also, KP says it's giving Taylor Parker, which I'm not familiar with that trial, but is it like jealousy among friends that you might not ordinarily expect? I'm gonna zoom until she gets to the podium. Here we go.
Just 2 more seconds, please. Ms. Jackson, my name is Letitia Quinones-Hollins, and I'll be asking you a few questions. Well, a lot of questions. At any time you don't understand something, let me know, and I'll do my best to rephrase, okay? You said you met Jade when you were 6 years old. You guys at some point went to the same middle school and high school, right? You were very close.
Correct.
And you guys also went off to college. Was it the same college that you went to? Or different colleges but at the same time?
We went to the same college at one point and a different college at another.
Because she left and went to culinary school. Is that right? And the culinary school was where?
Bentonville.
You follow her?
Now, are you both from Little Rock, Arkansas?
We are.
Do you know an Arion Curtis, who now may be Arion Jordan?
I do.
Is she also from Little Rock, Arkansas?
I believe so.
And do you know Apple Denny?
I know of her.
Have you ever met her before?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
I would just have a little leeway.
Okay, you ever met her?
Yes.
All right, good.
Now, at some
All right, put a 1 in the chat if you think the state does not want any discussion on context around Apple Denny or Demi. Put a 2 if you're like, it's fine.
point, Jade moved to Nashville, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about when she moved to Nashville?
I don't know exactly when. Probably like 2020, early 2022, maybe.
Early 2022? Okay. And when she moved to Nashville in early 22, you were where?
In Little Rock.
Then you followed her.
Were you guys speaking during that time?
Yes.
How often?
Maybe like every couple days or maybe once a week.
Okay. But significant, you were talking.
Yeah.
And then at some point, you moved to Nashville.
Correct.
When did you move to Nashville?
In August of 2022.
And so, when you moved to Nashville, who did you live with when you moved here?
Myself.
And you came here to go to McCary?
Mahari, yes.
Mahari, I'm sorry. And you didn't move in with Miss Benning?
No.
But wanted to.
Now, when you moved here, how often did the two of you get together?
It just depends on when our schedules would align.
Okay. So what would that be?
Maybe once a week, twice a week.
So once or twice a week?
Maybe, yes.
And what are some of the things that the two of you would do when you got together?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Your Honor, this witness testified that the basis of a lot of her testimony today.
Okay, what would y'all do when you hung out?
Go eat dinner, go walk, just all kinds of fun stuff that best friends would do.
Would you smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
All right, it's been mentioned, so she's answered. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you drink together?
Yes.
And
Okay, if you get there in August and we're finding out that you're pregnant in November, did we stop that quickly?
would she opt, or at least at some point, would she suggest that you do mushrooms together?
No,
No?
she didn't suggest.
Did she ask you to do mushrooms with her?
Maybe. I don't recall.
Now, would a text message between you and Jade help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes,
Shout out to Kim joining us late today, but you joined at the right time, Kim. Definitely got to tune in. Why are we smiling at the jury like that? All right, if you're listening, look at the screen. Look at this pan looking over at the jury. It's acting like we're yawning and just going boop. Maybe that's not what she was doing, but that's what it looks like to me.
Sorry?
He's gonna get that.
Let me make sure it's the right one.
Yeah, make sure it's the right text after yesterday. Shout out to KP. Actually, I think that's Maternal Instinct. That's about the Taylor Parker case. Because now that sounds familiar. But recommendation there, guys, if you want a messy case, watch the Maternal Instinct documentary on Netflix. And then Big Rice Street with the 10, doing it big. Let's get some rice emojis in the chat. Big thank you for Big Rice Street. I don't know if I'm counting right. I think that was 10.
If you could take a moment and read those first 3 texts to yourself and let me know when you're done. Or maybe go down 4 texts.
Oh, we'll read the whole thing. Also, Ayana in here gifting 10 as well. Shout out to Ayana. Let's get some W's for Ayana in the chat. Thank you so much, Ayana. We have so much new green today. Thank you, everyone.
I'm ready.
Okay. Did she suggest that you guys should do it together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you would oftentimes, would you not, reach out to Ms. Benning and ask her to help you secure drugs, wouldn't you?
Marijuana.
Adderall as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so more than marijuana.
Okay. Yes.
And you did that more than
Objection,
once.
Your Honor, to the relevance may be approached.
Okay.
What do you mean? All right, so we have a sidebar. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is relevant. We're just using... I put in the chat that we're treating the 1 button like a vuvuzela today. It's just a way to make noise. I'm not even giving second options today. We usually do the 1s, 2s, sometimes 3s. But this is just to make some noise by pressing the 1 button. What do you mean, is this relevant? Just, holy moly! And then Sheriff Chuck came in and gifted 10, and then Rice Street gave another 10. I need to count these members today. This is like 75 memberships today. Holy moly, you guys. That's so nice. I love you guys. Aw. Everybody's gonna be green. And when we have a lot of gifts, I can usually add more emojis. Like right now I have to swap out an old emoji to get a new channel emoji in there. When we have a lot of members, it unlocks like 5 more at a time when you get to certain intervals. So maybe we can have 5 more channel emojis this week. So that's super, super exciting. You guys gotta tell me what emojis we should do for this trial. Thank you guys so much. Look at this. It's like, it looks red on my end. So there's like this wave of just red gifting 10, 10, 10, and 10 with the double dip from Big Rice Street. Thank you guys. And it keeps missing Joni. She's just sitting here like looking at this sidebar. Do you think she can read lips? I can't read lips. Looks like she's looking away. Maybe they're coming back from the sidebar. I'll speed it up a little bit, but that way you can still see the faces. They're panning over to the defense table. They're going to zoom in on his ear. I can only imagine, like, if I'm innocent and I have to sit through something like this, like the internal rage I would be feeling watching this play out. What are you guys doing? Holy moly! Factual Lie came in with a 10 gifted. Shout out to Factual Lie. Always shout out to Factual Lie. Factual Lie is so helpful. And then we had 20 come in from a Ginger Snaps out of it. This is going to put us at like 100. I think there's a way I can go count. Let me go count in my back end. Thank you guys. This is so fun. You guys are the best. If you guys are getting gifted memberships, make sure you're saying thank you. It goes by really quickly. You might miss who gifted you, but a thank you is great. If you can see who gifted you a membership, make sure you say thank you to them. We just had a ton of channel memberships drop from Big Rice Street, Ayana, Sheriff Chuck, Big Rice Street again, Factual Lie, a Ginger Snaps out of it. And also, I think a Factual Lie must be, you're in a, what is it? It's got to be like 1 in the morning near you. So staying up late to hang out with us as well. With probably the right content. Watching this cross. Oh, they are fighting. That was a long sidebar. That was a very long sidebar. Okay, it's 11:49 by Factual
Ms.
Lie.
Jackson, do you remember a time when, around October the 3rd of 2022, when Ms. Benning was traveling somewhere in California? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you guys were having a text message conversation?
Yes.
And in that text message, Ms. Benning starts off the conversation saying, "Edible kicked my ass." Do you remember her saying that to you?
Can I please see it?
You may.
I feel like they had to lay foundation. But we're getting into the subject matter that the state seemed to want to object to. Unless it's specifically the Adderall issue. And the Adderall issue doesn't come in. So let's see if we hear anything about Adderall in these text messages.
Okay, what's your question?
Do you see there where on October the 3rd of 2022, Ms. Benning says to you, "Edibles kicked my ass." Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see that later, the next text message she sent
already
says,
pregnant.
"Smoking, edibles, and tequila. Laugh my ass off." Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see where your next text to her is, "Weed or some other shit"?
Yes.
What is some other shit that she could be smoking, Miss Jackson?
Mushrooms.
Because you can smoke mushrooms?
I didn't say smoke. I said or some other shit.
Well, you said weed or some other shit, right?
Yes.
What's the other shit?
Mushrooms.
Okay.
You get.
So when you were referring to weed, because you hear above it, it says smoking, but it doesn't say what she's smoking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says smoking, and then you respond, weed or some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
And your response is she was going to smoke mushrooms.
I didn't say smoke mushrooms, but I was asking her, was that what she's talking about?
Okay. And
the face.
Ms. Benning, in your closeness with her, ever shared with you when the last time that she had her period?
I don't recall.
You know. would you have learned that the last time she had her period was September the 12th?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting words into her mouth. I thought you asked, did you know, and she said no.
She said she didn't
Doesn't recall.
She said she didn't know.
As close as you were, did you know that she didn't have her period in October?
We don't just discuss our periods like all the time, so no.
So when you were on direct examination, Ms. Jackson, you talked about that this was your sister and you discussed everything. Isn't that what you said?
We do.
But you don't discuss your periods.
I did not.
Now, but didn't you, isn't it true that you and Miss Benning was trying to calculate who was the father of this child?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't discuss the last time she had her period if you're trying to calculate when was the last time who was the father of the child?
I don't recall talking about a period.
Well, how would you figure out who was the father?
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered this question.
Right, well, she's
I'm
asking
objecting to
another
the
question.
relevance of the line of questioning. When the witness
What's your
says she
next
doesn't
question?
know.
How can you discuss and try to determine who's the father of the child if you don't discuss when was the last time she had her period?
Based on the how far along she was in her pregnancy.
Well, how would you know how far along she was if she
period.
doesn't go to the doctor?
She did.
But you were talking about that before she went to the doctor.
We were at the doctor talking about that.
So when you were talking about it, you would have to figure out the last time she had her cycle and who she was having sex with.
Okay. You can't tell her what she did or didn't know. I mean, just ask her a question.
Now, was there not a time that Miss Benning would infuse the food that she cooked with marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
We've already had that discussion with other witnesses, so did you know anything about that?
I did.
You said you did know?
Mm-hmm.
And she would do that, would she not?
She has before.
Thank you.
What do you think of the
Now-
judge?
When you were discussing who the father was of this baby, there was another gentleman that was in the running. Was that true?
What the heck?
Yes.
Big Rice Street and
And who was
Ayana with
that?
another 60
His
combined.
name was Dez.
And at the time that you guys were making this discussion or having this discussion, this was a time that she was in fact pregnant, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
This was a
That
time.
was the discussion with Miss Benning about Des after you knew she was pregnant.
Yes.
And in that same conversation, you were asking, and she was talking about the mushrooms, and you were asking her to ask Des.
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
What is your question?
This was a discussion they were having together.
Well, it still may be hearsay, but what is your question?
You guys were discussing drugs then too, were you not?
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
Do you care to be heard?
Yes, there was a conversation that she was a part of. This is what she was saying with Miss Benning. And it goes to Miss Benning's state of
What
mind.
hearsay exception is
It goes to Miss Benning's state of mind as it relates to drugs. This is a drug overdose. Mr. Taylor has to be able to put on a defensive theory.
Mhm.
there? Did you ever discuss with Miss Benning after she knew she was pregnant about drugs?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Would it assist you if I was to allow you to look at text messages?
Sure.
All right, we got more texts coming in. Whew. And holy moly. Let me pay proper respects here. Let me say that again. Big Rice Street dropped 50 gifted memberships in the chat. And Ayana came in with another 10. So that's 20 for Ayana. That is like amazing. And I just looked at the number. We have 151 new members today. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm super, super grateful. Because I quit my job like 2 weeks ago. Like literally. I gave them notice. I still got an off-ramp. But it's amazing. Like, I really, really appreciate it because I quit after kind of slacking on YouTube to do work for them. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to take the dive and go into it. So this is incredible.
It is 10:29, Your Honor.
I talked over the judge. I'm sorry.
When check, what time frame checks are you want to ask about?
It is 10:29, Your Honor, and 11:02.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I gave him. At 10:29. Let me just give you.
See if there's multiple copies of that. Yes.
I'm going to give you a copy of all of them so you can have them ahead of time.
I want a copy too. I want to read all of them.
You got 10:29, 11:02, and something else?
Yeah, I'm giving her all of them. I'm just
What-
making sure
what
that
is
they're the
that?
same.
I object to the relevance as well as the hearsay. I do not understand what she is attempting to do.
All right, let the jury step down and follow.
Oh, cool. We get to hear them argue.
I gave her both copies of it.
Also, big shout out Freedom Ring being a member 7 months.
I'm trying to get them all to her at
How
one
many
time.
are you wanting to show?
About 8, Your Honor.
All right, let me have copies of them. Let me have copies of them.
I want to give them to you all at one time, please, so that we don't have to go and revisit.
Look at the judge's face.
And I can tell the court exactly
Just
where
let me have copies of them.
Once you read them, you're going to ask me.
I don't know what I'll ask you.
11:02, 10:29. This one is 11:02.
But Freedom Ring says Nijaiha transformed from saintly to snarky. Now that we're on cross, do you guys agree? The 1 is the agree button, the 2 is the disagree button. I'm a 1. I'm a 1.
There's another one for 11:02. There's another one for 11:02. There's another one for 11:02.
All right, you're giving me all the metadata and everything?
Yes,
else.
I am.
I don't even see the one starts off need or
That's the way that it
I've been
prints out.
looking at my body. Beautiful child I've ever laid eyes on. What does that one say about drugs?
So I'm giving you drugs, but
Let's just do this real easy. Tell me what that one says about drugs.
so in that text message,
You
what
haven't
it's-
looked at it.
you just told me what it said. You said it says about my body. What does it have to do with about drugs? I'm trying to answer.
Okay.
What this says is that on 11:02, and then you go to 10:29, she talks about,
I haven't gotten to 1029.
you're asking me about this one or 10:29?
That one.
This one says, me either, and then she goes on to say to both. Then she says, like, I've been looking at my body and shit too. And so what it says here is that she knew that when I started questioning if I could be pregnant. So on this date, she says that she had been looking at her body and could tell that she had been pregnant. She
She
didn't.
says that.
Yes, she did.
Okay, let me see that. But that has nothing to do with drugs.
It does because what it
No, I'm
suggests.
saying, is there any reference in this text to drugs?
No, but it
Okay,
orients the
thank you.
state of mind of Miss Benning.
State of mind.
Yes, as it goes to our defensive theory.
Does the state have decent copies of what the messages are back and forth?
I can.
This is like reading a dictionary.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's maybe. You know what? The judge is saying that, but maybe that's how we made the oopsie yesterday, which the judge did correct the state. Remember, the state tried to say the defense was acting unethically, and the judge was like, no, we're not going to do that. It was a mistake. But this is the judge realizing exactly how that mistake could be made.
It's the way that we did it. I can only print out the way the metadata is given to me.
Like I've been looking at my body, okay? So that's what you say on that. The next one I'm looking at is 11/2 at 1:50 p.m. You need to find out ASAP. Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. What does that have to do with drugs?
Because that one is dealing with abortion, because she was.
How do we know that?
Because that's what they're talking about in regards to Indiana being the closest place.
How do I know that?
Because in text messages before that, she says, you do.
What does this have to do with drugs?
I just said, I'm giving you all the text messages.
Does this have anything to do with drugs?
No, but it has to do with abortion that I'm going to go into, and I don't want to have to stop and do this again.
I'm just dealing with the state's objection about you're wanting to grill this young lady about drugs. That says something about abortion. It's weird, been like you've been drinking. What does this have to do with drugs?
It has to do with alcohol. She was found to have cocaethylene in her system.
But that is something from
He forgot what that means. It's a metabolite.
where's
from...
the answer from Miss Jackson, but like you've been drinking.
Ms. Jackson just testified that she is
Where's
very.
the answer of this from the text?
It doesn't have to be an answer. That's her statement to Ms. Benning.
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not hearsay. She's right here. I can ask her if
Talking
she
about Miss
said.
Benning's statements are hearsay.
That's not Ms. Benning's statement. If I can at least allow me to explain to the court what it is that I'm trying to do, why I provided you with all the text messages that you asked for.
Okay. Well, some of them I didn't ask for. Finished up cleaning, want to come smoke and have a bottle of wine when I get off. That's from Miss Jackson. That's 10:29. So you want to ask Miss Jackson if Miss Benning came over and had a bottle of wine?
I do. And smoked.
Where does it say smoke?
Do you want to smoke and have a bottle of wine?
Want to come, S-P-O-K-E. You think that's a misspelling?
Yes.
Can I see it?
And while she's looking at that, one says, I'll be done in like an hour. You're not going to the party. I was going to, but my body is just really exhausted. I think I'd rather chill tonight. What is that? What's the relevancy of that?
That one has to do with, as I stated before, that she was already telling by her body that she was pregnant, but yet she was doing drugs around this time. If you orient it with the other text message of 10:29 that I gave you.
All right, maybe I hadn't gotten that. This is 11/2.
He already knew she missed her period by October 12th.
10:29 one says she's doing
It's October
drugs.
29th. This is highly relevant.
Excuse me. Can I have a copy of these
No,
texts?
hang on just a moment. Do you have the 10:29 one?
You just have that one, Your Honor.
Okay. It says, I'll be done in an hour.
This is
It's 10 to an hour.
Yeah, maybe they just let the witnesses sit here.
Okay, and after you looked at this, is that a typo on your part?
Probably, yes.
Okay, so you would say you're texting Miss Benning about wanting to smoke and have a bottle of wine?
On 10/29, yes.
Did she come over and do that?
I don't remember.
All right, we can do that. That. You've already asked about that.
Not a group assignment. Ah, KP, have fun at dinner. Have fun at dinner. Let us know if there's chicken Alfredo on the menu.
So, this one where you say, but like you've been drinking, do you know if she answered that?
Yeah, Freedom Ring, thank you for the super. Defense should ask this judge to excuse the witness
If I
so she
may,
doesn't
Your Honor,
tailor the
that's Ms.
testimony.
Jackson, observation of Ms. Benning.
In a text?
Yes, in a
How's
text.
she observing her in a text?
She is finding out that she was pregnant. Ms. Jackson's response is like, you've been drinking.
I don't see that one. I don't see that.
Yeah, it's hard to.
And if she feels like that's not what it means, that's what she could tell the jury.
Ask about that one, the big brackets there. You know what that's about?
The conversation is incomplete. Like, I can't really make a, I don't know.
And then this is, excited in a way. I'll be more okay when I know for sure it's his.
Okay, when I know for sure it's his, so she knows.
It's his, it has to be, and what does that have to do with the drug?
That's in regards to Mr. Taylor. Like I said, I was giving you everything so that we didn't have to go through this again.
Okay, so this is relevant in terms of going back, finding out who the father is.
Correct.
And this shows that they're just discussing it.
They're discussing it, but it's relevant because it goes to Mr. Taylor's state of mind that he would try to harm a child that could possibly not even be his. My client, Mr. Taylor, the one who's on the murder.
How do these texts have anything to do with him?
Because he's asked for a paternity test.
My question is, you've asked about discussions with who's the father and things like that. So you're wanting this text to add to that how?
Because it says she will be more excited once she determines it's his. So that means she didn't even know if it was his at the time.
All right. And then, does the state care to be heard about do you, Miss Jackson, know what you're referencing? Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision?
The conversation, I don't remember the whole conversation. It is in part, so I can't give you an answer.
You don't know what Indiana may have been?
We were talking about her being pregnant.
Were there any discussions between you and Miss Benning about her getting an abortion?
Not necessarily that being her decision, no.
What does that mean?
She never said she wanted an abortion. I just
Do
told
you
her
know if Indiana has anything to do with that?
if she were to have made that decision, but that decision was not what she made.
So Tennessee started enforcing restrictive abortion bans in August of 2022.
Because you could be 8 and 2 weeks would be 10 and then too late. Do you know what that was about?
If she were to have an abortion.
Okay. And the state, these are 11-2.
The jury's out.
And the state's objection about these is what?
Your Honor, I just want to be clear, we're talking about those specific texts that you just asked
Yes.
Ms. Jackson about. So my objection is that, number one, they're incomplete to the conversation, but
Do
they're
you
all.
have the complete download?
You can give it.
I didn't ask you.
Right.
Yes, I mean, I have access
I
to it.
mean, you would agree with me, I'm just trying to be fair, you would agree with me that you asked a lot of questions of various witnesses about Miss Benning wanting to have her baby.
Yes.
And these would indicate that there were discussions about not doing
And
that.
Your Honor,
Yes, no.
my objection.
Yes, no.
The witness should not be here.
I would like to ask the witness a question, but I understand that the
Ms. Jackson, a
conversation.
question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ms. Jackson, those conversations that you have snippets of, did those all occur before Ms. Benning confirmed that she was pregnant?
No.
Are they all from November 2nd?
Yes.
And you went to the appointment to confirm it on November 3rd?
Correct.
So they're all before she confirmed it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Once she confirmed that she was pregnant, was
It's not
there
one
any
question.
discussion that she was suggesting that she might have an abortion?
No.
Okay.
If I may be heard, Your Honor.
You don't need to be heard. I'll allow to ask that. I'll allow you to ask about these two text messages.
Thank you.
All that and states overruled.
About like that. And
Your Honor, may I be heard about the drug text messages?
sure.
The state's objection is that this witness has already testified that there was drug and alcohol use, marijuana and alcohol, prior to her finding out she was pregnant. She found out she might be pregnant on November 2nd. She confirmed it on November 3rd. Any questions about drinking or drug use prior to that are completely irrelevant. It's cumulative. It's already been testified to, and the specifics of it have no relevance to the trial.
No.
They're wanting to argue the jury that she continued to be a drug dealer and may have overdosed on her own unintentionally.
Your Honor, those messages are before she knew she was pregnant.
Correct. And you can point that out. They want to argue, good thing, bad thing, I'm not going to say, but they want to argue that Ms. Benning may have unintentionally overdosed on cocaine.
Now, it is important to note while we're speaking about it, that she also had fentanyl in her system.
This lady doesn't.
I'm not speaking about that, but it goes to the
I don't
relevance.
need to hear all of your argument at this point. I'm just saying why you think it's relevant. So I'm allowing you to ask those questions. So bring the jury back down.
All right, so all of that, she's going to be able to continue with this line of questioning. The state didn't win here, but they got to win in the sense that they got to say all of this in front of the witness who's sitting there, and the defense didn't ask for the witness to be excused either. But now this witness knows exactly and has had some time to prepare if she's trying to curate her answers and constrain her answers on what she's going to say. So maybe she'll say something like, yeah, but these messages were before we knew she was pregnant. And make the state's argument for them. Also, Lexi, thank you for the superhero with the big congratulations. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for all your great recaps all the time, especially with this trial since it's such a mess. In the description of this video, there are links to Lexi the Law Nerd's Day 1 recaps. I'll do the same if you do a Day 2 recap, Lexi. I'll put those in the show notes, the description as well. They are great recaps if you need to double check a detail, or you missed a chunk, or you missed a whole day. They are amazing. Mavhawk, thanks for becoming a member. Haven't you been green before? Welcome aboard, Mavhawk. And Amanda, also, haven't you been green? What are you guys? Are you guys up to something? Thank you for becoming members, you guys. I know you've been members before. And Chris Harker over on X. I can't type replies to X, but what's the state arguing? They are accusing the defendant of intentionally slipping a fatal dosage of cocaine into a drink, a pink drink, ingested by Jade Benning, who was also pregnant at the time, about 5 months pregnant. So 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder.
So, Ms. Jackson, during the month of October, it is in fact true that Ms. Benning was in fact doing drugs, was it not?
She smoked marijuana.
And some other shit, right?
Mushroom.
And once you guys found out that she was pregnant, you then sent her a text message and said, like, you've been drinking, didn't you?
I sent that?
Yes.
Yes.
And what you were doing was calling her out that, oh my God, you're pregnant and you've been drinking. Isn't that correct?
No.
That's not what you meant by that?
No.
And it was after that that she no longer spoke with you about she herself doing any drugs. Is that right?
Could you ask that again, please?
Yes. After that text message that you sent her saying, like, you've been drinking, after that text message, she no longer sent you a text message about drinking or doing any drugs. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
So she could have sent some after that?
I'm not sure.
And also, we discussed the fact that you guys had to determine who the father was, and you determined that it was Blaise's, correct?
Yes.
But there was a time when she took those home pregnancy tests that you talked about. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And she sent you a picture of those home pregnancy tests that you testified to.
Mm-hmm.
During that time, she herself was considering an abortion, wasn't she?
She was not.
Well, didn't you guys discuss possibly going to Indiana?
In terms of, she wasn't sure what she wanted to do, but abortion was not the answer. We were just discussing as friends, what did the future look like?
Well, you were going to go to Indiana to possibly have an abortion. She was going to go to possibly have an abortion.
Objection,
right?
Your Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing.
Okay. You know what that discussion was about?
I asked her about Indiana one time. We never went, and we never talked about it again.
Well, why would you talk about it if it wasn't an option for her?
We were just discussing as girls, as friends, like what.
Didn't you
Talk
also
about
say
periods.
on one occasion, well, 2 weeks, you need to decide because it'll be too late? Didn't you say that to her?
I didn't see that. Could I please see that?
And that's why you just stepped into it with your previous answer. And thank God the judge didn't read that out loud for her to hear while she was sitting there. Wow. I think it actually worked in the defense's favor that she heard enough where she thought she could craft good responses, but didn't hear what else could counteract her response. Yeah, that was well played.
Okay, I see where I said that.
Okay, so you were discussing it because she was considering an abortion, correct?
We were just discussing. She didn't say she was getting an abortion.
I understand, but she was considering it, wasn't she?
Objection, Your Honor. She has mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
She said she checks that. She doesn't know what Ms. Benning was considering. Go ahead.
So when Ms. Benning then texts you, well, you text Ms. Benning, you need to find out ASAP. This is on November the 2nd. She responds, Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. She was speaking about an abortion, was she not?
I already said that we discussed multiple options. It wasn't like a definitive answer.
Okay.
We were just talking.
So when
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
when Mr. Taylor reached back out to Miss Benning on December 31st, after he no longer considered an abortion, it's no different. It was just different times. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry?
What is your question? That's a statement.
No, I said, isn't that correct? That's a question.
That
When Mr. Taylor,
what Mr. Taylor thought.
when Mr. Taylor reached back out to Miss Benning on December 31st, do you remember that?
I don't remember the day when he reached back out. It was, I don't know.
You remember when she told you she went to the park with Mr. Taylor?
I do.
On January the 1st?
Yes.
And they sat there for 4 to 5 hours and talked?
Yes.
And after that date, did she ever tell you that Mr. Taylor talked to her about having an abortion after that?
I don't recall.
So is it your statement that he could have, or you don't recall him ever saying that?
Is there messages that I could potentially read about it?
I can give you the messages between you and Miss Benning from January 1st all the way up to February 25th if you would like me to.
I'm speaking about this question that you're asking me now.
My question is from January 1st of 2023 until February 25th of 2023. Did Miss Benning ever come to you about Mr. Taylor trying to pressure her or ask her to get an abortion? Yes or no, ma'am?
No.
Thank you.
There's a smile.
Now, during this time that from the January 1st until the February 25th, isn't it true that you believed that Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship?
I can't necessarily speak for what he was doing.
Okay, but did you remember talking to one of the detectives?
Saying what again? I'm sorry.
That Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And that's what you shared with the detective, right?
Okay, yeah.
I would have to pull it out. I can't. This witness is not, I'm honest.
Go ahead, what's your
Thank
question?
you. I'd like to move on.
All right, go ahead.
Now,
Did the state just ask for the defense to pull up where she said that?
when it talking about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning from February 1st until February 25th, Ms. Benning never complained to you in any form or fashion about Mr. Taylor being abusive to her, pressuring her in any kind of way. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Now, when Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning parted ways on November the 6th of 2022, it was Ms. Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor that they should go their separate ways. Wouldn't you agree?
Not initially.
So are you saying that Mr. Taylor wanted to part ways first?
He made mention of it.
Okay, and when did he make mention of that?
When she found out she was pregnant.
And where did you see that? Did she tell you that in person or via text, or how did she tell you
It
that?
might be in the text messages, or she might have told, or she probably told me on the phone.
Right, because I've looked through the text messages, that's not there.
On the phone.
Okay, do you want to ask questions or testify?
So,
Oh,
when
dang.
Ms. Benning sent the text on November the 6th, in fact, she said, we're at an impasse. Isn't that what she said? Because she sent the text message to you. You testified to it, remember?
Yes, can I see this text message, please?
No, the jury's back in. Jury's back in. Look at the judge. He wants to go home.
That's the text that you testified to on direct examination that you edited, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one where it was Miss Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor, isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
And what she says is, we need to go our separate ways. Isn't that what she said?
Do you want me to, am I supposed to read it? Or?
No, I just asked you whether or not she said.
Yes.
Okay. And she never shared with you that after that, Mr. Taylor tried to continue to call her, continue to try to force her to have an abortion or anything of the sort, did she?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
After that text message, Miss Benning never shared with you that Mr. Taylor tried to force her, coerce her, or do anything to force her to have an abortion, did she?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on to February 25th. But before we do that, you did state on direct examination that you were willing to be this child's father, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you were going to move in with her to help raise the baby, correct?
If need be.
And I think, did you refer to them as your babies, her and the baby, Jade and the baby were your babies?
When did I say that?
I'm asking if you ever referred to them as that.
I don't remember.
No.
And
Look,
her
if you are listening, look at this facial expression in this series of questions. What is going on?
Okay. Now, let's move on to February 25th. But before we do that, you did state on direct examination that you were willing to be this child's father, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you were going to move in with her to help raise the baby, correct?
If need be.
Yeah. And I think, did you refer to them as your babies, her and the baby, Jade and the baby were your babies?
When did I say that?
I'm asking if you ever referred to them as that.
I don't remember.
On February the 25th of 2023, you knew that Miss Benning was the one who planned this date night, isn't that right?
Correct.
And she reached out to you about what she should cook.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated she should cook the chicken Alfredo, right? Because you wanted some, that's your favorite food, right, from her?
It is.
Okay. And so she and Blaise were going to do painting with a twist, and she had created this special night for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though she had planned this special night for her and Blaise, you decided that you were going to stop by with Keontae to get a plate. And she wasn't necessarily super excited about that initially, right?
I can't say if she was or not.
Well, didn't you at one point represent that, well, I bet that girl was saying this bitch. Do you remember saying that?
Not in that way, no.
What way was it?
Because I said that about Blaise was probably thinking that about me because I came by.
But didn't she suggest that she would pack the food up for you to get the next day?
She didn't say the next day.
Okay, when did you think she meant?
That night.
And so then you and Keontae then came by, correct?
Correct.
And when you went there, you talked about that y'all had a group conversation, talked about future plans, correct?
Activities, yeah.
Future plans of doing things together.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Taylor was involved in those future plans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that he actually invited you guys to stay that night, didn't he?
After we left.
Well, he didn't invite you to stay and play cards, and you said, no, I don't want to intrude?
Not when I was there.
Oh, this was after you
This
left?
was when I left.
And who told you that?
Jade.
And so you stated that he then, when all of that was going on, you called it a cute interaction. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But you testified on direct that it was somewhat obvious with the black hole thing, right?
When discussing the painting.
Okay. So just the painting and not Mr. Taylor and his view of it.
I'm sorry?
So when you were discussing that it was dark, you were only talking about the painting and not Mr. Taylor?
I was talking about the painting.
Because you actually characterized it as a cute interaction, didn't you?
Because we were all talking and we just met him for the first time.
Okay. And there was nothing about that evening that made you feel any way about the way Mr. Taylor was acting, were you?
Beyond what I said about the painting.
But yet you still called it a cute interaction.
For her, yes.
And the painting, if I could have State's Exhibit 1A and B, please. I want to show you the red building chair. I want to show you State's Exhibit 1A. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is the painting that you're referring to of Mr. Taylor's, is it not?
Correct.
And you believe that that's dark? That's your characterization of it?
What he described to me was dark.
Okay. And he described a dark hole?
Yes.
And where's the dark hole?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Now, as it relates to when you left, you remember leaving? You and Keontae?
Yes.
And when you left with Keontae, you guys took your plates and went over to Keontae's house.
Correct.
And then Keontae was going out to hang out with his friends. Is that right?
Correct.
And where was he going? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But he was going to hang out with some buddies. But about 9:29, you get a phone call from Miss Benning. And I think you said that when she called, if I remember correctly, you said that when you picked up the phone, what you heard was, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?" Is that right? And then, "Let me see what's in your pockets." She said that after she said those two things. Is that right?
She said those things, correct.
But at 9:30, you sent her a text saying, "Are you talking to me?" Why would you think she's talking to you if she's saying, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?"
I didn't think she was talking to me about those things. I was wondering what was going on because she never acknowledged me on the phone.
Well, wasn't there a time when you were talking to one of the detectives that you said that she was trying to say your name, Nijaiha? Didn't you say that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. We'll put a pin in that because.
Put a pin.
And after I believe you said that after that interchange in regards to that, you say that it was something like you've never heard before. Isn't that what you said?
Correct.
And that it appeared like she was in danger. And that you had never heard your best friend in that way.
Correct.
And that basically she was accusing the man that she was alone in an apartment with for trying to kill her.
Correct.
You didn't think it would have been important to call 911?
It was important to call 911.
So why didn't you?
I was not there.
You didn't have to be there to call 911, did you?
No, but I didn't have anything. What was I going to report?
What you just said, everything that you reported to those police officers at the hospital, you could have reported to 911, correct?
And if they would have asked me questions about her physical state, I would have not been able to provide those answers.
Well, didn't you say to those officers, she sounded sluggish? She said that I can't feel my legs? Didn't you say that she said, I feel like I'm about to pass out? Isn't that directly related to her physical condition?
I was not there to answer any questions that they would have asked me, additionally beyond what I provided for them, if I would have called.
But you were so concerned that you stopped what you were doing and you drove over there.
Yes.
What were you going to do?
What was I going to do when?
When you got there?
If 911 wasn't called, I would have called 911. I would have rendered aid.
You had that opportunity 29 minutes before you got there.
Is that a question?
Yes, why didn't you do that?
You've asked her that.
Then you stated that at some point that she asked you to call Keontae. Isn't that true?
I didn't say she asked me to call Keontae. I mentioned the words that I heard of his name.
Okay, and so she never then, are you stating that she never told you to call Keontae on the three-way?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Did you ever tell Detective Smith that?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory if you were to take a look at Detective Smith transcript talking to you?
Sure.
May I have a moment?
Okay.
I think she had a good answer about what she meant by that text. That's a plausible response that doesn't make her look like she feels like she's being accused. But how do you explain not calling 911 for your friend?
We have a recording.
You said you wanted to show her a transcript. Where is that?
Right here.
Okay.
Let me make sure it's the right. There are 4 different transcripts for her.
She's been on the stand. Two hours, 20 minutes-ish. Because I have it marked that direct started at 5 hours, 49 minutes into the stream.
I'll move on until he finds it, Your Honor. So after that, you go on to say, now with Keontae, she really didn't know him, did she?
She knew who he was.
Well, Mr. Jones testified she had only met him twice.
I said she knew who he was.
Okay, but she didn't know him very well, did she?
No.
Did her father live here?
Whose father?
Miss Benning's.
No.
Did her stepmother live here?
Yes.
Okay. And so instead of calling or her suggesting to call someone that she actually knows a little better, she would ask you to call someone that she's only met twice?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already said.
Yeah, she didn't say that. She did that.
Well, you interpret it that way because you called Keontae, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is testifying in a question. The attorney is. This witness has not said any of that.
Do you want to clarify whether this young lady witness was told by Ms. Benning to call Keontae?
What made you call Keontae?
I heard the word key.
Okay, and so you thought that to mean what?
She was asking for him.
Why do you feel like she would be asking for him?
Because she was scared. That's how she sounded to me.
So again, I'll ask you, why would you think, with her being scared, that she would want to call someone she's only known or only met twice.
He's a man.
I have no idea.
But that's what you did, correct? So when Keontae gets on the phone, you then state that he asked Blaise, man, did you do this? Right?
I said he asked, what did you do or what happened?
Okay.
I don't remember that exact verbiage.
And so you don't remember the exact verbiage now?
I just said what I said. He said, what did you do or what happened or something along those lines, yes.
And how did Mr. Taylor respond?
He said he didn't know.
Okay. He didn't know what happened. And so when you finally hear what's going on, you drive over there, correct?
I was already on the way over there when she called me.
And you were over there because you were on your way over there because you felt like she was in dire straits.
In what?
Dire straits, meaning she was in trouble.
She was, yes.
Okay. And so you get over there. Do you call her mother before you get there, given the fact that she was in so much trouble?
I called her mother, yes.
Before you got there, did you call her mother?
Yes.
I thought you didn't call her mother until you got there. Is that not right?
I never said that.
Okay, so when exactly did you call her mother?
After Blaise told me he was calling 911.
Okay. And so when you got there, you actually, well, before you got there, you talked about at 9:47, you made the second call.
I don't remember what time.
You don't remember what time you said that you called the second time?
I don't remember exactly what time, no.
This is bullshit, because why would you
Okay.
trust him to
And
call
then,
911 if you heard him
when
saying
you get there, in fact,
the stuff?
911 is there, is it not?
Correct.
The EMS was there just like he said they were. And you stated that when you arrived, that he was frantic. Isn't that what you said?
I said he was pacing back and forth, like anxiously panicking, yes, that's what I said.
And you were panicking too, weren't you?
I was.
And you were jumping on the back of the ambulance? Were the paramedics and EMT allowing you to do that?
They told me that I needed to go to meet them at Vanderbilt.
Did they try to stop you from jumping on the back of the ambulance?
I didn't jump on the back of the ambulance. I was trying to see through the window what was going on with Jade.
And were you getting in the way of the paramedics?
No.
Not at all?
No.
And you feel like jumping on the back and trying to look inside?
She said she didn't do that.
Would you be surprised to know that someone testified that you did?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing the witness.
You'll just ask questions instead of testifying, please, ma'am.
Now, when you got to the hospital, you had to check into the hospital, didn't you?
I did.
And when you checked into the hospital, you had to go through a metal detector?
I did.
And they gave you a visitor's pass?
I don't remember.
But you did have to go through a metal detector?
I did.
Now, when you guys left Miss Benning's home, Mr. Taylor didn't go back upstairs, did he?
No.
He went straight to the hospital just like you did.
Correct.
So he never had an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you see Mr. Taylor get in his vehicle?
Did you see him get in his vehicle?
Yes.
And did you see him drive off?
Yes.
So he didn't have an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Not at that point in time, no.
You talked about that when he got there, that he referred to Miss Benning as his girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told officers that you didn't believe that they were in fact dating.
I said they were not dating.
They were not dating. But isn't it true that they planned a date night?
Exclusively. Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Why did you need to
But I
volunteer
thought
that?
you just said they weren't dating. Because you didn't qualify it with exclusively, did you?
No.
You said dating, didn't you?
Yes.
But they were on a date night, isn't that true?
Correct.
And then you testified on direct that she wanted more, correct?
I said that?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Okay. And that they saw each other 2 to 3 times a week, didn't you say that?
I said sometimes.
And in fact, they had seen each other 3 days in a row that week.
I don't remember.
I'm going to object to Ms. Hollins asking her questions, insinuating that she made those statements. Ms. Jackson did not make those statements.
Yeah, she just testified to it.
She has not said that they saw each other the last 3 days. That is not.
No, I didn't say that. I asked her that. I should be able to answer the witness questions.
What, yeah, go ahead.
When you first got to the hospital, it was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong, isn't that true?
You said what?
It was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong.
Of doing anything wrong? I don't understand what you're saying.
With Ms. Benning, doing something to her.
I simply told everyone that I spoke with what I heard on the phone.
Okay. And do you remember if she said anything like that when Mr. Jones was on the phone?
No, she did not.
So he never heard what you heard?
No, not the beginning of the phone call.
And in fact, when Mr. Jones was on the phone, there were no accusations made by Ms. Benning. Isn't that true?
She wasn't really able to say anything at that point.
Well, did you testify that she was able to say some words?
Yes, prior to me calling Keontae.
So after calling Keontae, you're saying she never said any more words at all?
We could hear her, but nothing made sense at that point.
But she was saying something?
Nothing substantial of anything that we could understand, no.
And it's your testimony that you do not remember exactly what time that second phone call was?
I don't remember what time that second phone call was.
What time was the first call?
9:29.
And how long did it last?
6 minutes.
And so that would take us to 9:35?
Sure.
Okay. And so, can I have State's Exhibit, the NFD?
What do you need?
The NFD rates. That's been
Your Honor, the state will agree that the time of it's
Okay,
not.
let's just see what are you wanting to ask?
But I have to get, isn't it true, well, you wouldn't know, would you be surprised to know that Mr. Taylor called 911 at 9:38?
I don't know what time he called her.
That's why I was going to get the record, Your Honor. If he called 911 at 9:38, you called back a second time, correct?
I did.
And when you called back the second time, how long did that conversation last?
I don't remember.
And when you got to his house, you will agree with me that EMS was already there.
I did not go to his house.
I'm sorry, to Ms. Benning's house.
EMS was already there, yes.
And didn't he, when you talked with him, didn't he tell you that, I think I hear them outside?
He said I hear sirens or something. Yeah, he made mention that he heard something.
And that would have been on the second call, correct?
Correct.
When you left the Miss Benning's home and got to the hospital, did you gain access to Miss Benning's phone?
No.
You didn't have Miss Benning's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had her phone, yes.
Okay. And who gave you that phone?
I got it from Blaise.
Okay. And where did you get it from?
I don't remember.
Do you know when he gave it to you?
No.
Why would he give someone her phone if he's trying to like hide any issues? Listen, this
But you
isn't
had
making
it at the
sense.
hospital.
I got it from him at the hospital, yes.
Can you tell the jury about how long it was before you got the phone? Was it an hour, 2 hours? Do you even know?
Her phone? No, I don't know.
What did you do with the phone when you had it?
I had it in my hand or my purse. I don't remember.
That's it.
And what, if anything, did you do with the phone?
I didn't do anything with the phone.
You testified that Keontae showed up, is that right, at the hospital?
Yes.
Did any of the police officers tell you that they wanted to speak to Keontae?
No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so when Keontae showed up at the hospital, did you tell him, hey, the police want to talk to you and get your side of the story?
They didn't specify when.
Well, they talked to you that night, right?
And they
Did you care about your friend?
My question is, they
I'm
talked
done.
to you
This is
that night,
bullshit.
didn't they?
Yes.
How many police officers did you speak
Objection,
with?
Your Honor. Argumentative. I also,
How many police officers? Is that
That's
your
argument.
argument?
it's argumentative of what she's saying to her about asking about police officers wanting to talk to Keontae. She's answered the question.
Okay.
These questions
Her
are
question
relevant.
was, do you recall how many police officers you spoke with that night?
Maybe 2 or 3. I don't remember exact number now.
And you were certainly concerned for your friend, weren't you?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that the police officers got as much information as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Keontae is the one other witness to how Jade was sounding and feeling. Would that be right?
Correct.
There's nobody else with that information but him.
Good job, defense.
You didn't tell him, hey, go inside. Tell these police officers what happened. You didn't do that?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't you think that would have been important?
They would have said something to him.
I'm sorry?
I said if they wanted to speak with Keontae, I feel like they would have spoken with him.
Did they know he was there?
You didn't feel it was important enough to tell Keontae that night, but you did feel it was important enough to accompany Miss Franklin to Miss Benning's home and to remove evidence out of the apartment. Is that right?
What's the question?
You didn't feel that it was important enough for the only other witness to Miss Benning's situation, medical emergency, to go talk to the police, but yet you felt it was
Your Honor,
important.
she has answered that question.
She asked me to repeat the question.
You asked the question
No, I have
after
not.
that, and you went back to the one before.
Did
May I
you
finish?
tell Mr. Jones to stay and talk to the police?
I did not tell them to
That's-
stay.
But
That
you
wasn't-
did go to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you went to the apartment, you had spoken to 3 officers, 2 to 3, is that right?
I don't remember how many I spoke with, but I spoke with officers.
And surely you knew, because you told them everything that was going on, that they were going to investigate, correct?
Correct.
But yet you felt that it was on you to do the investigation. Is that right?
No.
But you went there before the police went there.
Objection, Your Honor, she answered the question.
Okay, she went there before the police went there.
Why did you remove evidence? Because according to you, that's a crime scene. Why would you remove evidence from a crime scene?
It was not a crime scene when I went there.
There was no one that told me I could not go, so I went.
Didn't you accuse Blaise of a crime?
I told them what I heard on the phone.
Well, let me ask you this. If you believe that Mr. Taylor put something in Miss Benning's drink to cause harm to the unborn child, would that be a crime?
Yes.
And you didn't believe that was a crime?
I did believe it was a crime.
And so you're going to do the investigations for the police instead of allowing them to do it?
Sure.
And remove vital evidence from the scene? What did you do with it?
I didn't have anything.
Who had it?
I moved the camera.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You moved the camera.
I did.
The camera had the potential to video or record Mr. Taylor doing anything that Ms. Benning was accusing him of. Isn't that true?
Yeah, yes.
So why would you move the very thing that could have recorded him?
Because it was not in the location where she had it at.
And isn't that all the reason more to leave it there so the police can see that it was in a location different than what it was?
Sure, yeah.
So why'd you move it?
Because it was not where it was supposed to be. And if he did come back to her place, we would have seen that.
You also would have seen if he did what you said that Ms. Benning was saying. They would have seen that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Which one would you think would be more important to preserve? What he did according to what you said Ms. Benning said he was doing, or him coming back into the apartment? Which one do you think is more important?
I'm not sure.
And so you then moved that camera into the kitchen area. Did you look at it?
No.
Why didn't you take the camera and give it to the police?
I didn't take anything out.
You were
took
there
other
when
things
Ms.
out.
Franklin took it out, right?
Correct.
Did you assist Ms. Franklin in taking it out?
Objection, Your Honor, she has asked and answered that question.
I've never asked that question.
Assist her in what?
Did she assist Ms. Franklin in removing evidence from the scene?
I walked out with her.
But you didn't have the comforter?
No.
Did you see a washcloth there?
No.
Did you see a glass on the counter?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you stated that Ms. Benning was drinking out of a glass? And that same glass was on the counter, was it not?
Yes.
Why didn't you take that?
I didn't take anything.
Well, you moved the camera.
I did not take anything.
Well, why didn't you move the glass?
It didn't have the same drink in it that she had earlier.
Weird. I'm done. Reasonable doubt is all the way inside the building.
So, when you went back into Ms. Benning's house, did you see a gun there?
No.
Do you know whether or not Ms. Benning had a gun there?
I'm not sure.
I want to draw your attention back to State's Exhibit 1B, which is the comforter. Is this the comforter that you removed? That Ms. Franklin, you watched her remove?
Yes.
Did Ms. Franklin video you guys packing up that comforter?
I'm not sure who videoed.
Was someone videoing?
Yes.
Who?
I don't know. I don't know.
How do you know if you don't know?
I know someone was recording, but I don't remember who it was.
So, what made you put gloves on?
I didn't want to touch anything.
You mean with
But
your
you
bare
touched a lot.
hands? Why were you so careful about not touching anything? but you weren't careful enough to preserve the scene. What was the difference?
I'm not sure.
When you went to the hospital and you started talking to police officers, did you talk to them about Lauren Weber, who had gone to the apartment earlier that day?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Did you ever share with anyone that you didn't believe that Mr. Taylor stating that she actually vomited was true? Did you ever make that statement?
I said he never told me that prior to.
And so, were you stating, because this is what I'm asking, when you told the officers he never told me that, were you insinuating that it was not true?
I was insinuating when I was asking him on the phone, and prior to me getting there, what happened, what was going on. He did not inform me that she vomited until after we both disclosed our perspective, or not even perspective, what we both experienced that night.
And didn't you tell the police officers that Lauren Weber or anyone else had not seen any vomit anywhere in the place?
I don't remember.
Could you have said that?
I'm not sure.
How did Miss Weber, when did you talk to Miss Weber that night?
When she got to the hospital.
What time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after she went to Miss Benning's home?
I really don't remember.
You remember talking to her about what she saw when she went into Miss Benning's house?
I don't remember us talking about it.
You don't remember you guys talking about it?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
Okay, she's
Asked and answered.
Let's talk a little bit about the allegations that you made or talked to the police officer about as it relates to Mr. Taylor, okay? You remember talking to them about a cup that was missing.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that either?
I don't remember talking about that, like, no.
Okay. Do you remember talking about whether or not he wiped her face or any of those types of things?
You said, did I?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember talking about any of that.
How would she know any of this?
And do you remember whether or not the allegations you made in regards to what he was saying in response to what you were saying? Remember you said he didn't say anything?
Objection, Your Honor, she's mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
Your Honor, may I respond?
When are you talking about?
Do you remember that when you were talking to the police, and in fact you just said it on direct examination, you said that when the accusations were made, Blaise didn't say anything to you. Do you remember that?
To me on the phone?
Just here today, ma'am.
No, I'm saying, are the accusations that he did not respond to, are you responding, saying that in regards to the phone call?
Yes.
No, yes, no, he did not.
He did not say anything.
He said he didn't know, he didn't do anything.
Right. He said, I didn't do anything. I don't know what's going on, right?
Correct.
He asked you if she had an EpiPen. He said, I don't have anything in response. According to you, he says, I don't have anything. And it's your testimony that in response to questions being posed to him, he said nothing.
I mentioned that.
So why would you characterize it as he didn't respond?
I said he did not. I already said what he responded to. When Jade said that he was scaring her, he responded that she was scaring him. When she asked to empty her pockets, let me see her hands, he said he didn't have anything. I already mentioned that.
And then you said, okay. You also said that he would never FaceTime me, right? Well, if he was busy tending to Miss Benning and or trying to get to 911, the emergency people, would you be more concerned with him caring for her or FaceTiming you?
I asked for him to FaceTime me before he told me he was calling 911.
But you also said that he told you he could hear the sirens, right?
Correct.
So how could he get ready to call 911 if the sirens are already there?
I don't know.
But that's your testimony.
What's my testimony?
That he said, I'm about to call 911.
Yes.
And that was on the second call.
Yes.
You said the last few words that he made is key with you.
That's what I heard, yes.
She made, I'm sorry. And if that was the last few words that she made, how did you know to call Key?
I decided to call Key.
So now you're saying she never told you to call Key?
I said she never told me to call Key.
Did you ever tell anyone that she did tell you to call Keontae?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. You stated on direct examination, he wasn't giving me anything, right? What did you mean by that?
As I was asking him what was going on, what happened, he never had anything to tell me.
Now, didn't you say that he told you that they danced?
That was at the hospital. What he told me.
So then he did tell you something.
When I made that statement, I was saying in terms of when I was asking him what was going on, he didn't give me anything.
Wasn't he in the middle of a medical emergency?
Yes.
Okay. When you left the apartment with Miss Franklin and the two other girls with the evidence that you removed and relocated in the scene, did you immediately then go to the police officers that you met with and inform them of what you guys had done?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went to the police after
I don't
that?
remember if I went to the police when I don't remember when I spoke with them.
Okay. And who told you, or how did you come to the decision that you were going to participate in going back to the scene?
I did.
And why was that?
Because nothing was being done about what was going on.
So even though you talked to those three officers as they were getting your statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't talk to one officer. You didn't talk to two officers. You talked to three, right?
Correct.
But to you, nothing was being done.
After I talked to them, no.
And so you were going to take it upon yourself to play
Objection, Your
police.
Honor, this has been asked.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
Can she object in a normal voice ever? It's exasperating. My objection
Is
counter's
there
like
any
whose line
other
anyway?
person, Ms. Jackson, besides you, who heard any of these alleged allegations
No.
that Ms. Benning made?
No.
Is there any other person besides you and the other three women that went into that house that manipulated evidence from the scene?
Can you say that question again? I'm sorry.
Does she know of anyone else that went into the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know of anybody else that went in?
No.
Well, I thought you knew Miss Weber went into the scene.
Oh, yes, she did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What did she remove out of the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, she has a lack of personal knowledge.
Sorry, I was just
Can she
thinking.
respond to that instead of the prosecutor?
I
Did Ms.
objected to
Weber
the
say
question.
anything about what she did?
Okay, she doesn't know.
Request no speaking objections from the state. That's the issue.
If I could just have a minute. Now, you talked about that Ms. Benning did not post about her pregnancy on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you stated that that was something that she wanted to do, right?
I'm sure she would have liked to.
Okay. But she didn't, right?
She did not.
What are you insinuating when you say that she did not post?
I'm sorry, what would you say?
What are you
Why is
insinuating?
somebody saying anything about insinuating?
Because the question was asked on direct examination that Ms. Benning was, although she was very happy about her pregnancy, she would never post on the internet. And the insinuation was made that it was a...
Nobody's insinuating, she's just answering the questions that she's asked. So rephrase your question about insinuating anything.
Why do you feel that Ms. Jackson did not post about her pregnancy?
I feel...
I'm sorry, why Ms. Benning didn't post about her pregnancy?
I just feel like she was trying to deal with whatever was going on between her and Blaise, and he made it very clear that he didn't want anyone to know about him being the father.
Now, wasn't Ms. Benning dating other men?
She was talking to other people.
Okay. Isn't Jarius Porter one of those men?
At a point in time.
And wasn't it a time where she did not want him to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't there a time where she did not want Mr. Porter to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I just think she wasn't ready to tell him.
If she would have posted she was pregnant, he would have known, wouldn't he?
She might have wanted to tell him on her own.
Correct. So it wasn't that Mr. Taylor didn't want her to post. She had her own reasons. Isn't that right?
No.
What? You
I
want him to
want
be
to bring
the
your
phone so bad.
attention to a text that you wrote to Ms. Benning on February 5th of 2023.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement.
Well, I'll ask you this. Did you ever ask Ms. Benning, when are you going to post?
I did ask her.
Okay. And isn't it true that in her response, it said nothing about Mr. Taylor?
I'm not sure. Can I see that?
Yes, you may.
Let's look around. Oh man. She wants to go to the bathroom. Did you guys expect this when we started this trial?
Okay.
So I'll ask you again. when you asked her, when is she going to post, her response had nothing to do with Mr. Taylor, did it?
Not this one.
Okay, well, I'm talking about this one.
No.
Okay, are you saying there's another one where she does say that?
We've had conversations.
Was that in person?
Person on the phone, we definitely talked about it.
Okay, but in this text message, when you directly ask her the question, she never talks about Mr. Taylor, does she?
Not in this text message.
Okay.
Chris West, thanks for the super, says not a fan of this girl. I don't know if the F is accidental.
Do you remember a time on November the 9th, after Miss Taylor found out that she was pregnant, that she talked about eating gummies with her aunt? Do you remember that?
I remember the conversation.
And isn't it true that her aunt offered her some gummies after that day?
Her aunt did not know she was pregnant.
And Miss Benning's response was, I told her I needed to eat first. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Not, no, I'm not taking them. That was not her response, was it?
She wasn't. No, it was not her response.
So your statement then that she did not do anything after that wouldn't necessarily be true.
How does she know whether she did that or not?
Yes.
In this text message, did she ever say to her aunt, I'm not taking those?
Not in that text message. She did not say that.
Speaking directly
She's smiling like
about
that. What the heck?
Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning, did she ever tell you that in any way that he was violent towards her?
No.
Did she ever tell you in any way that he threatened her?
No.
So outside of this incident in regards to what you heard but no one else heard, there is no other situation throughout the course of Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning's relationship that there has ever been any form of violence or threat against her. Isn't that true?
No.
I pass the witness.
All right, does
Oh,
the
boy.
state have redirect?
I do.
Of course
How
I
long
do.
do you think that would be?
It will be at least 30 minutes. It could be.
Or do you need to take a short break?
Yeah, I just want to go to the restroom. Well, it,
Go with that gentleman right there.
They're going to the seal. All right, so we're gonna get redirect tonight. This is a long court day, so. Wanna say something? Okay, so if you're not watching, the state just asked to approach and then watch the judge shake his head no. Also, thank you again, Chris, for the super here. I'm not a fan. I think this is super sus. I did not expect this to be so sus, even though I was expecting it wouldn't be a smooth sailing witness, right? The defense was painting a picture in opening statements that they were going to try to get something out of this witness that wasn't going to look good. I didn't expect it to go this bad, though. I think this is a train wreck. I think this is like a viable suspect. Beyond just an accidental bad batch goes to somebody and maybe some friends want to cover it up so they don't get in trouble, but it was an accident. This is kind of tipping into a theory that I never expected to have, where maybe there's a jealousy motive. And I feel crazy saying that. If you rewind this back to yesterday, this would not have been one of my theories of what this could be about. I mentioned, like, hey, who's this Des person? Maybe this other guy. Maybe he's someone we should have some questions about. Let's see if we hear anything about him. And that was just like a big picture idea, not anything specific. But this just like, this is a lot. This is saying, when we did the all caps session earlier, so many people in the chat were just saying, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? It's just so much. Oh my goodness. Tiff thinks we're going to see the judge dismiss this case. I don't see that, but man, if they did, I feel like I would see why. And I feel like there'd be a large portion of people out there that would not understand how this guy could get away with what he's being accused of. I think I have more reasonable doubt today than I started with. And we don't even have Apple yet. Apple is another person who's in the group, this friend group, that dated Blaise 6 years ago. That's supposed to be friends with all of them. And according to the defense opening, was still on Facebook 2 weeks ago or something, trying to figure out who Blaise might be dating nowadays. Like, are there like multiple people that are jealous of somebody in this situation? It's just a lot. So real quick, big thank you guys for all hanging out and watching this, especially this is a late day, so super fun. We are almost at 9 hours doing this, even though we started late. Thank you guys so much for hanging on while because I don't know if court's still going, but it was going a few minutes ago and I checked. And they need about 30 minutes for this redirect. So it's awesome that you guys want to hang out here like all day. I love it. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you, Shan Pickle, for becoming a member. And thank you, Shannon Boo. We got the Shannon gang going in the chat, saying, I have a flashback of DA Love from the YSL trial and Judge Glanville from the YSL trial. Spicy. Glad to have you here, Shannon. I think this is the type of trial that's right up your alley that you'll enjoy watching with us. Also, Sheriff Chuck had slipped in and gifted 5 more memberships. So if you turned green, big thank you to Sheriff Chuck. Make sure you're saying thank you to him. And I want to give some love. I'm just going to say Megan. Oh, actually, it's Megan F. We gave a screen name here. So awesome. It's Megan F. 9062. Sent a 20 over on the Cash App saying, for love your content. Love you back. Big thank you. And let's see if the state can rehabilitate this.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed a copy of her transcript interview with Detective Smith from that night.
So we're going to go over all the things she did say that night.
Ms. Jackson, if you could please turn to page 2 of the transcript. If you could go to line 27 through 30. And can you read out what you said about Chianti and anything that Ms. Jade Benning said about Chianti to Detective Smith?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her reading for something that has not been offered into evidence. The prosecutor can pose the question, but to read from something not into evidence is inappropriate.
I'm happy to ask it in question format, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Jackson, is it true that you said, it sounded like that, it sounded like I can't even explain it. Like it was like, get here ASAP. And she was trying to say the guy's name is Chianti. And she was like, is Chianti. But she was trying to say his name, but she couldn't. But I could tell that's what she was trying to say.
I'm going to object to counsel testifying and reading the witness.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Is that what you said to Detective Smith about what Ms. Benning said about Chianti?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Smith that Ms. Benning asked you to call Chianti. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And You called county on your own, and why did you do that?
Like I said, like I feel like she was scared. I heard Key, and I was just with her, and I wanted him to hear the way that she sounds. So that's why I made the decision to call Keontae.
And if you could turn to page 4 of that same transcript, and if you could look at lines 42 through 47. When you were asked about Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor's relationship after January of 2023, you responded to Mr. Smith, she doesn't send him any pictures, ultrasounds, like I just went to her house 2 days ago and the ultrasounds were on the countertop. I get there today and they're gone. So she tried. It's not like she tried to hide it from him, but
Hang on a second. What is your question?
I'm asking her if this is what she said in response to what their relationship was like. Ms. Collins,
Ask her.
what did you say in response to Detective Smith when he was asking you about their current relationship after January 2023 in that February timeframe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
I'll
it.
overrule the objection. Have a seat.
What?
She has a right to bring up consistent information that you for 2 hours asked her about.
But she's not allowed to read from something that's not in evidence. She is on
She's
direct
asked that this.
examination.
have a
Inappropriate.
Thank you.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
seat. The ruling is have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, what is your question?
My question is, can you please answer what you told the detective about their current relationship?
I told them that I would ask her if she would send Blaise pictures of like her ultrasounds and things like that, and she said no ultimately because she doesn't want to get him all riled up, and she knows that she's not going to get the reaction that she wants from him, like acknowledging that, you know, that if they were beautiful or any way that would give compliments to her or her pregnancy.
So she described to you if she talked to him about her pregnancy, he had negative feedback.
Yes.
And were you aware, did he go to any pregnancy appointment with her?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not Ms. Benning asked him to go to the appointments with her?
Yes.
And did she send you his responses?
Yes.
And what were his responses?
Pretty much like he was too busy.
Did you have any indication that Mr. Taylor was interested in actively being involved in Ms. Benning's pregnancy in February of 2023?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did you have any information that Mr. Taylor did anything to be actively involved in her pregnancy?
No.
And you were asked questions about if there were any discussions about abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please describe what your discussions were with Ms. Benning about abortion?
We briefly talked about it in terms of like, just like I said, girl talk, having conversation, but she never like actually said that she wanted to have an abortion.
Did she ever say that she wanted to have an abortion?
No.
Did she actually say the opposite of that?
Yes.
And when abortion came up, what was the context of that conversation?
She was saying she was not having an abortion.
Was there anyone that was party to that pregnancy that wanted her to?
Yes.
And who was that?
Blaise.
And did she express that to you?
Yes.
And what was Ms. Benning's response to him wanting her to have an abortion?
She was basically saying, I've made my decision of keeping my baby, and there's really nothing you can do to change my mind about it.
And is that what ended their communication in November of 2023?
Yes.
That text message that you assisted her with drafting, was that in response to him wanting her to get an abortion?
Yes.
And then he completely stopped talking to her.
Correct.
And that November 16th contact, are you aware that he asked her to unfollow him?
Yes.
And do you know why Ms. Benning was asked to unfollow Mr. Taylor on social media?
He said he did not want to see anything about the baby. He wanted to know parts. He didn't want to see anything that she posted or any mention of Jade being pregnant on social media.
And you were asked about Ms. Benning and not posting. Did you know why she was not posting to social media?
About the pregnancy?
Yes.
Yes.
And why was that?
I think that she did not want to upset Blaise, I guess. I'm not really sure. Like, she just didn't want to cross that bridge with him simply because he made it very clear that he did not want that.
Did he in any way claim to be the father of that child prior to that statement he made in the hospital that you testified to?
No.
And you were asked a lot of questions about drug use and specifically some random text message about edibles. Are you certain of whether or not Ms. Benning did any marijuana or alcohol after she found out she was pregnant?
Yes.
And what is it that you absolutely know about that?
She was not.
I can have just one more minute.
Maybe he was concerned about Apple Demi getting triggered if Jade was posting about a pregnancy with Blaise, her ex. If it's even real.
Ms. Jackson, at the beginning of questioning, you were asked about Ms. Apple Demi, and you said you knew of her, and then you said you met her before.
Mm-hmm.
Had you met her before any of this happened?
No.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes.
I need some recross on Apple.
I had asked you earlier.
What's your question?
My question is, you stated before that there was no call, like you didn't know what time your call was, a second call. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that call was at 9:47.
That wasn't asked on redirect, so where are we going on that?
Well, when you talked about the drugs on redirect, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember stating at the bond source hearing, you testified under oath that the only drugs that you and Ms. Benning did was marijuana. Do you remember that?
Correct.
But that wasn't the truth, was it?
Yes, it said me and Miss Benning.
Well, didn't we talk about the fact that y'all were going to do mushrooms together?
I never did.
Okay. You talked about on redirect in regards to Mr. Taylor's involvement with the baby. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Didn't you ever state at an occasion that you knew that he and Miss Benning talked about naming the baby Jim?
Yes.
Well, that would be involved with the baby, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah.
If he and Miss Benning together had came up with a name, that would be in direct contrast to him not wanting to have anything to do with the baby, isn't it?
No, not necessarily, no.
And in fact, that baby's name that they came up with was Jim, wasn't it? G-E-M.
She came up with that.
And he agreed to it. Because
Okay.
his name was Blaise and hers was Jade. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure about that.
So your best friend didn't tell you that?
I knew about the name Jim.
That they agreed to come up with together?
That she liked it and he agreed on it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One question. Ms. Jackson, do you know what Jade Benning intended to name her baby girl?
Ivy?
And
I didn't hear, I didn't understand.
Ivy Blair.
Ivy?
Yes, me, sir.
That's one question. If she intended to name the baby Ivy Blair, then what were you just talking about when you said that he agreed to Jim? You just said she came up with the name of Jim, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's different than Ivy Blair, isn't it?
Yes, there was consideration after they agreed on that name. That wasn't like final. That's just something that they discussed.
I just wanted to make sure that what you were saying is that Mr. Taylor was involved in the name of GEM, right?
He agreed on the name.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. You can leave that
Well, that's
there.
that. What did she say? She said, "Goddamn."
Leave that there.
Me? God, me?
Yeah, you can have a seat.
Oh, chat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for your patience and work here today. We're going to recess for today. Tomorrow, you report like you did this morning downstairs in the jury assembly room at 9:30. We'll let the traffic die down. You've been up here later tonight, so give you that extra period of time. Leave your notes up here. Remember about not discussing the case, looking at anything up, or any of the other admonitions that I've given. You can step down the hallway with the
All right, so they're starting half an hour late tomorrow. Yes, it is really, it's 7:40 local time in Tennessee is court time when they're ending up here. Man.
All right, give the jury a few moments to get off the floor. We'll be in recess till 9:30 a.m.
They're kicking us out. Woo, it's been a day, guys. We started late, we skipped lunch, and this has still been a 9-hour stream. So they had a very long day in court. That was a lot. I might not get to denoise. I'm hungry. I might not get to go and denoise those like body cam videos in the 911 call tonight. So I know I said that at the beginning of the stream, but I'm gonna walk back that commitment for some time because I don't know if I'll get it done tonight. But other than that, guys, I need to mull over on a lot of what happened today. I still can't get over if your friend is accusing the guy that she's currently with of poisoning her. Why would you trust that guy to call 911 to get her to safety? If you apparently just heard her making all these accusations, what did you do to me? What did you put in my drink? You're trying to get rid of the baby. Why would you be like, FaceTime me, FaceTime me, FaceTime me? And then, did you call 911? No. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And the conclusion I draw from that is contemporaneously, Nijaiha Jackson was not hearing something that should have given her pause to think something that Blaise, the defendant, is doing is causing harm or already caused the harm. I just don't think it makes sense. So, yeah. And calls Keontae, I feel like I heard these last words where it was Key. I think that was her just figuring out an excuse on why she would call Keontae. My radar is so far beyond like reasonable doubt right now. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the state's going to come back and show us some text messages. Maybe we're going to find out that Apple reported 6 years ago when they were dating this request and she has a contemporaneous record of it. That's going to be very damning if she has a contemporaneous record of this purported request from Blaise from 6 years ago, where he asked her to get an abortion pill for somebody else that might be pregnant so he could slip it in their drink. If she has a contemporaneous record of that, that's going to be so damning. If it's something that she just came up with recently and she's friends With people in the circle from Arkansas, I don't think it's going to be as convincing to me personally. I don't know. I don't know. At the same time, I think there's probably plenty of people out there that are like, well, why would Nijaiha lie? So, not everybody's going to agree with me. Chadwick's got, or a little earlier in the day than I am, got like an extra 2 hours. They're only 6:42. I'm a little jealous. A little jealous there. What are you guys saying? What are your final thoughts for the days, you guys? We had, let's see. When in doubt, say it's a trick question. Why would he choose cocaine and not an abortion pill? Maybe. Well, and that's the thing. If your plot is to intentionally slip somebody cocaine, that would only work and put you in the clear if it would be believable that she partakes in party drugs. So, and again, that's why it's relevant for the defense to be able to ask certain probing questions about her activity. And Nijaiha was adamant she did not want to say anything close to cocaine, right? She tried to keep it at marijuana and marijuana only. She conceded a little bit, started to say mushrooms. When things were mentioned in a text, she'd be like, yeah, sure, maybe. Tad is like, yeah, this is just day 2 of trial. Yep, sure is. Sure is. Sure is. Good knowledge here. Adventure Aaron says that medication abortion only works up to 10 weeks. It wouldn't have necessarily caused her to miscarry. So that would make sense if we're dealing with end of February with a mid-September conception. And then James Phipps' other information says the medical cocaine potency and the fact that they're dental surgery students and have access to stuff stronger than you can get off the street has me thinking all sorts of thoughts. I mean, look, I did not expect this to be... This could have just been, can they prove their case? I don't see an alternative, but can the state actually prove it? Now I'm like, oh my God, there's a lot of alternative possibilities here, and none of them are ruled out. Now I'm looking here. Also, I wanted to give a big thank you. We hit 100 new members. We hit more than 100, which is just crazy. We hit 165 new members today. Reminds me of the YSL days. So I feel like we have a... Maybe some months from now, we're going to get together and do a reunion, rewatch some testimony from this case, analyze it with a like retrospective lens like we used to do for the YSL trial. So if you're here now, I hope you stick it out for the rest of this trial, of course, but hope you come back for future trials and anytime you see us doing a retrospective on old cases like this one in the future. So super awesome. I'm honored. I'm appreciative. Got to give a big thank you again. Just like this wave that came in with like the block of red. There's a Sheriff Chuck here with the 5. We had these 50 gifts from Big Rice Street. Ayana coming in with a 20 combined. Ginger Snaps out of it with 20, Factual Lie with 10, Big Rice Street with another 10, Sheriff Chuck with the 10, Big Rice Street with another 10, and then even in the recent last little bit here, I had another 5 here from Sheriff Chuck. That is just incredibly generous, so thank you to all of you. Big thank you, and thank you guys for saying thank you in the chat. Can we do one last thing before we wrap this up? I'm going to say thank you here to MBW for becoming a member. Also, Asia Mullen celebrating 19 months. Thank you so much. Can we get some green hearts in the chat for the mods? Because they've been here hanging out all day, and having a good time with us, sharing their thoughts and insights and making sure the chat is a comfortable place to be and share all sorts of thoughts. So let's get some green hearts. I'll start us off unless you guys beat me, which you might. All right, I think I got it in right before Amanda. So there we go. Love the wave of green hearts here. Big thank you to the mods. And there we go, guys. We're going to start like an hour after court starts or whatever. That way we have some room to skip the big breaks. Give you guys some time to sleep. I don't know if it'll be enough time for me to do the clips and the denoising I wanted to, but I'll work on a little bit. I'll try to get something out tonight. Other than that, I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. We'll be back together for day 3. Darcy Lyon sneaking in here as a new member. In the middle of all these green hearts, Darcy becomes green. I love to see it. Love to see it. So big thank you here. Big thank you here. And hey, if your opinion is Blaise is a monster, I'm with it. I respect the opinion. I'm just not seeing the state proving that yet. I'm just not seeing the state prove it. You know, we just don't have anything, and they've got time. It's still their case in chief. But so far, what's on the record that shows that? So, and that's really what I do to approach trials, is what's here on the record. Adventure Aaron celebrating a year. Thank you, Adventure Aaron. Big thank you, Adventure Aaron. That's a big anniversary. So thank you for a year of supporting this channel and hanging out with us. And of your card getting stolen. Well, YouTube messes up the count anyway. So big thank you. And all right, guys, everybody have a good night. Trial was supposed to last several days, but then the defense said they might need several days too. So I don't have a pulse on how many more days that we've got. So we'll just have to play that by ear. Everybody's celebrating their anniversary. Just Shamrock, who seems green by nature. Member for 5 months. Big thank you with the alternating hearts and the shamrocks. I love that. Love that. And what time am I starting tomorrow? They're going to start at 10:30 local time. They are Central Time for this trial in Tennessee. So I'm going to start at 11:30 court time, which, if you guys are used to my time zone, I'm East Coast. So that would make us 12:30. 12:30 Eastern. Right? No, I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. It'd be 11:30 Eastern that I'm starting. Because they're starting at 9:30. I don't know why I said they're starting at 10:30. So they're starting at 9:30. My plan is to start an hour after that. So that would be 11:30 Eastern and 10:30 Central. That's the correct answer. So see you guys at that time tomorrow. And everybody have a good night. Take care, you guys. And we have a song we're going to play at Mavka's request. Take care.
Objection! You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From source to letters, they got no trace. Objection! You're ruining my case. Objection! You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From source to letters, they got no trace.
The Freebird Encore. Trey Keisha, thank you for the 20 on Cash App. For coffee. Big thank you. Big thank you. You were the one saying don't miss out, and I missed yours. So all the love in the world for Trakeisha. I'm glad you got to jump back in with us at the end of the day because you were busy with work. We're going to do this one more time, guys. We got this.
Objection! You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From source to letters, they got no trace. Objection! You're ruining my case. That's reasonable doubt. From letters to songs, from cars to tools, theories on theories, rewriting the rules. If every path's open, then none of them prove. Reasonable doubt is the courtroom groove. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it proud. State's got no limit, but the truth still stands. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Can't rule it out.
Okay, now that we got the song done, I don't know what I was doing with the mute button. I'm not muted now, right? Because I was trying to pay my proper respects here to Kimberly Brown, who's like, wait, don't forget me. And I absolutely do not want to forget you. So big thank you. If I was muted, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being a member for 21 months here. We have Ayana here, member for 23 months with the flowers and the purple hearts for the chat. So love that. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. It's my favorite YouTube feature because it lets everybody in the chat have fun. And the chat's the best part of YouTube. And then also Trakeisha, who's like, hey, don't forget, you missed something. Sent a 20 over on the Cash App for coffee in the morning, which is going to be great if we have another long day. So big thank you to Trakeisha. Also was happy, I think Trakeisha got busy, I think with work. She was able to pop back in this last couple hour or so with us. So it's always awesome when she can pop in and react to what we're watching. Other than that, guys, I don't know what I'd be doing with this mute button. I think I wore my You're on Mute shirt yesterday for day one. I should have worn it today. But I'll bring it back around when I do laundry. If I do laundry in the next few days, I'll wear it before we end this trial, my muted shirt. Can't believe I did that. So big thank you. And thank you for the sound check in the chat. Yes, the chat is absolutely the best part of YouTube. When I'm not on stream, I'm almost always on YouTube watching something else with the live chat. So there we go, you guys. Let's get together tomorrow. Let's have a good night tonight. Everybody have a good one. Say hey to somebody you love. Because again, this is sad what happened. I don't see the state doing a good job proving their case. But that doesn't change that this is a really sad story where a young girl passed away. However that happened, right? Whatever the state can or won't prove, somebody still passed away. An unborn baby wasn't born. And it's just sad. So appreciate the ones you love. I appreciate you guys. You guys are my social life. So see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. And thank you so much for a great stream.